Good morning, everyone, and welcome out to our regular board meeting of Tuesday, October 15th. For the record, it is 9:07. If you'll call roll, please.
Present.
Present. Commissioner Romero is on a scheduled vacation. He'll be back in about a week. So our clerk, Mrs. Ana Martinez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you'll remain standing for a second, Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, audience, I'd like to have a moment of silence. I just lost a member of my community up in the Amalia area, Mr. Celestino Sanchez. If we could just have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize we have Mr. Oscar Rodriguez in the room with us, or the town manager. Thank you for being here, and Mr. Peter from the hospital also. Thank you, Peter. I know we have a lot of constituents here, so we'll try to move on with our meeting so that we don't have people standing around or waiting around too long. So, Commissioners, approval of the agenda amendments, withdrawn items. Commissioners, Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, Chairman, Commissioners. I would like to amend our agenda on Commissioner's report. I've got some concerns on some of my roads up there, and this would be under 13B. San Cristobal, Old Highway 3, in Costilla, Garcia Road, and in Cuesta, Pinavete, Foothills Road. And also, Mr. Chairman, if I could move up Cuchilla Road, which is on 12E, and move it up to 8-4.
8A4, Commissioner?
Yes, correct. 8A4.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Any other requests? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, just one more thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Under Commissioner's report, give a brief report of the Regional Coalition of Lanel, a meeting I attended last week.
It would be item C.
Item C, yes. Commissioners, anything else? If not, do we have a motion to approve as amended?
So move.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second?
And a second. Any further discussion? If none, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So we'll move on to item 5, citizen concerns. Discussion consideration regarding the following. Citizens wishing to speak shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. Okay, we have several, so we'll work through them. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I saw my hand go up first. Before I start, I have a guest here in the audience. Her name is Nancy Wright Beasley. She's from Richmond, Virginia. We are fellow press women. So I felt, even though Nancy and I are going to Santa Fe to see museums, it was important enough to come here this morning and cut a little bit into our day so I could speak. But if you want to meet Nancy, she will be at Moby Dickens Bookshop Friday at 2 o'clock to do a reading of her book, Izzy's Fire, Finding Humanity in the Holocaust. So you can meet her Friday if you'd like. Okay, my comments. I'm here.
Dr. Cordova,
Yes.
if you'll just state your name for the record.
I'm sorry. My name is Dr. Catherine Cordova, and I am here as a representative of the El Prado Community Center Board. Not too long ago, you received a 500-page book about our community's history because we would like to be deemed historical. And we want to, we're not for annexation, and so we are very much hoping not to be annexed, and so we thought if we show our history, that would help. I met with a group of people, including Representative Bobby Gonzalez, to discuss obtaining state status, because they do have a state statute. I understand that Ranchos and Cañon also want to attain historic status, and we're happy for these communities, but I think that our need is a little bit more immediate, because it looks like we're first on the chopping block, so to speak. So Representative Gonzalez has agreed that he will try and sponsor a bill changing the current population requirements, because right now, even in our entire county, we wouldn't meet that population requirement. So he said, I will go ahead and do this. About a week and a half ago, I went to the county administration building to request placement on the agenda, and we had written up a resolution. Along with the form that I filled out upstairs, I had 3 handouts: the current state statute, a map of the proposed area, which is actually the El Prado Water and Sanitation District Service Area. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're not interfering with other neighborhood associations. And then the state statute, and that includes a provision that the county has to pass an ordinance in support of the proposed historical community in order for us to go for state status. So I thought, okay, we're going to go ahead and try this. I started phoning commissioners to get support for the idea, and I thought I was going to present the item today, and then I found out we weren't placed on the agenda. Nobody called to let me know, so I found out from one of the commissioners. Then I asked, well, why wasn't I at least informed, or why is this happening? And I was told that the county does not have provision to do what we're asking. So I thought, well, I wonder how Ojo Caliente did this in the past, but okay, that's in the past. I spent a good part of yesterday morning calling our supporters and saying, don't come to the meeting, we're not on the agenda, just don't be there. So they're not coming. I was told by one of the commissioners that maybe what we could do was to request a letter of support that, the county supports our efforts, if, that could be something. And I realize that you can't take action on anything that is said in the Citizens Forum, but I thought at least we can put that idea out there. The letter would help, like if we want to try and get a grant for the community center, we could use that letter of support to try and do that. I don't know where there's any grants, but we could look at that. Also, we wanted to organize a historic board as opposed to a neighborhood association. And so we figured that if we had some kind of status, then we could get a board, because then we'd have the status. But maybe a letter would at least get us going in that direction. At this point, we'll take whatever we can get. And we'll hope that the courts will help us keep away from something that we don't want to do. And I want to thank you for any support that you may give us. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Malone, did you have a response to any of it? I didn't know if you had a chance to review all the documents that was provided.
Mr. Chairman, the main thing to keep in mind is that before the county can pass an ordinance designating any particular area as a historic community, the statute has to change first. It's one of those chicken and egg things. And so the statute has the population requirement that Dr. Cordova mentioned. And I should mention that Commissioner Romero and representatives of the 2 other neighborhoods and I met a week and a half ago.
Yes. My husband was on his pre-op appointment, so I couldn't be there.
You guys couldn't come for personal reasons,
Yeah.
I understand. And we talked about the game plan for proceeding there, and that is moving forward in terms of the county being involved in supporting the change in the statute. But again, the statute provides for an ordinance, but only for counties of a particular size. So we can't pass an ordinance until after the statute has changed.
So we're talking about waiting a couple of years.
It depends. If the statute changes at the next legislative session, then no. But again, the ordinance is dependent upon the statute. The statute authorizes the ordinance, but only for counties of a particular population.
Okay, but see, let's say they change the ordinance, they change the statute at this next legislative session, then they can't declare us through the state till the next session.
No, the state doesn't do the declaring. The statute provides that the county commission, by passing an ordinance, creates the historical community.
Okay.
It's just that it can only do it for counties of a particular size under the current statute. There's not an additional requirement that the state create the historical community.
So we're not going to have to wait 2 years.
Not unless, as long as the legislature passes what Representative Gonzalez has said he would support.
Okay. Now, the land use regulations, that has a historic overlay, correct?
I'm sorry?
The land use regulations that are proposed have a historic overlay?
I'm not sure of the answer to that, but that's separate and apart from the ordinance that you're talking about. The ordinance that you're talking about in the context of the state statute is completely separate from the land use code. Anything we did in the land use code would not have the effect on annexation that passing an ordinance under the state statute would. They're two separate points.
Okay.
So the focus has to be on, first, changing the state statute.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Chairman,
And
excuse me.
just before we, go ahead, Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Dr. Cordova, on a somewhat related topic, because you had mentioned grants for the El Prado Community Center, and we've made some progress at the community center, I know, but before we can go much further, there is a management agreement between the organization that you're president of and the county.
Yes.
And so I know that that's still...
It was signed on Friday,
It
right?
was signed.
Oh,
It was signed Friday.
Signed? Well,
Yes.
wonderful. Then
Yes.
I just was checking on that. Thank you.
I thought he's going to say something, and I already know we signed it.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mrs. Cordova. I would like to give direction to staff if we can get a letter of support for this designation and possibly bring it back at our next meeting.
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So
Anything else on
do I need to reapply to be on the agenda?
I think that the item will be on the agenda because we'll
Okay.
have to ratify the
So I don't
letter
need
of
to do
support.
paperwork again?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything else on this item? If not, we'll go next. There was a couple of other people that, please.
Yes, my name is Paul Trujillo, and it's concerning 71A Cuchilla Road. We have, if I may approach you.
That item is on the agenda, and I think we'll get to it
That's correct.
in here and it was actually moved up on the agenda. So we'll get to that item. It got moved up to item 8A4. So we'll get to that item. Thank you. Anyone else? Please. Good morning.
Okay, I'm not used to doing this, so.
That's all right.
Be patient. So thank you, Mr. Baroni and the commissioners for allowing us to speak. I'd like to start by saying I think I know most of you, and most of you know me. I am Ana Abeta. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer at Holy Cross Hospital. And I just, after our meeting that we had a few weeks ago, I felt that I really needed to come and address the commission. It was important to me to do this. And so I'm coming from a personal level at this time, and I just want to talk a little bit about Holy Cross Hospital and our journey. I have worked for the hospital for 43 years. And I have seen the hospital go from being, our credit being absolutely nothing and unable to do our payroll and do that kind of stuff, and grow to where we are right now. It has been a journey that I am very proud of. It's a beautiful thing that has happened at Holy Cross Hospital. I am proud that I have been participating and part of that all these years. And I'm very saddened that things have to have happened the way they did. The unfortunate thing about the whole thing is it didn't matter what any of us did, the outcome was still going to be the same based on the control that we have. And all of you know, each and every one of us in this room know that we have no control with whatever goes on in the federal government or in the state government. And really, whatever happens reimbursement-wise, we have to work with what that is in our hospital and what we can do to maintain the services that we have. So a lot of thought went into the things that happened recently at the hospital, and our main focus was trying to maintain the services that we have right now, to maintain the quality and safety of the hospital that we have and continue to have. And I just think it's really important that people understand that we have not in any way jeopardized patient care. We continue to have the ratios that we had in the past. We continue to have the service we have in the past. And I guess the point that I want to make is that I would love to be able to get back to where we were, but realistically, is it possible? I don't know. I really don't know that it's possible that we can get back there. But I do know that we can play a role. Holy Cross Hospital can play a role in what's coming up in the Accountable Care Act. We can be leaders in that. We can be out there in our community. We can be that for us. It's a new chapter. It's different what we're used to seeing, but we can be part of what's happening right now. And I'm excited to do that. I'm excited to bring my staff into the whole concept of visiting with patients in their homes, making sure they're being taken care of, doing those kind of things. That's a new thing that's coming that we need to embrace because we can't change the rest. We can't change it. And I guess what I'm asking is that I know I would love to participate in the task force that you gentlemen are contemplating having, because I think it's so important for us to look at the whole picture, think about our future, not just about the past and what we should have done and not done and whatever, but what we can do, because there is so much that we can do right now. And I just want to bring a couple of things up that I'm not sure that this commission is aware of. But this state had a really, I should say, almost terrible nurse shortage that we had a few years ago. In our hospital, we started that nurse shortage. And the one thing that we recognized is that we had talent in our community of people that could become nurses. We were recruiting nurses from outside of our community that were staying here for 1 year. We put into a program where we have graduated 70 RNs, and we have maintained employment of 60% of those nurses in our hospital. Holy Cross Hospital does not and has not had a nurse shortage in the last 5-6 years. And it's because of what we put into our community and the belief that we had in our community that we had the talent to provide that service to our hospital and to our community. So there are many things that I know that you guys are not aware of, and I just want you to be aware of them. I'm not saying we've done everything absolutely 100% right. Who does? Who does? But we certainly are wanting to be in that committee so that we can make it better and work together as a community. When we had our problems at Holy Cross Hospital before, it was before any of your tenures, we had the community, we had the commission, everybody that worked together to get us out of that, and that's the only way we can work with what we're doing, remembering that we can't necessarily think that we can go back to where we were, but what can we do to benefit our community? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Peter Hofstetter, the CEO at the hospital, and frankly, Anna's way more eloquent than I will be. But just a couple of quick points, and we'll get out of your way and let you go. You got a big, full agenda. The point today was to come. The last few weeks have been more than a little bit emotional, and the thought was today to come quietly and just see if we can work together to try to change the tone and the tenor of the conversation. And I think it's important to do that. I think Anna's talked about a lot of little things that we're doing. Frankly, the reality is between a number of the public comments and the newspaper and some of those things, you're not getting a whole story. You're getting a piece of it, and we're not here today to go piece by piece and bit by bit and try to say this is right and this is wrong, but really to try to get folks to say we are the only hospital in the community, largest employer with a $25 million payroll, and I think the intent is, or our hope would be, is if people really do want to have a study group, and frankly, I think they ought to, is if we can figure a way to sit down very seriously and let us walk you through how healthcare financing works, how things happen, before we start talking about leases and we start talking about, CEOs and management companies and boards, and really understand what the issue is, and then go from there. And then people are certainly free to make whatever decisions they want to make. And that would be our hope and our intent as a group. I think there's a lot that people can learn. I think if you look at what's going on in Washington, D.C., the shutdown was largely started because of health care, because of the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. So I think it's an important issue that people ought to think about. One thing, just to give you a little sort of trivia, a little thing to think about, and Chairman Barone, you, I know, own your own business, but Medicaid, by its own admission to the Legislative Finance Committee this summer in August, said that they pay hospitals, by their calculation, between 55 and 58 cents of cost. So that means 20% of our business, the minute they walk in the door, is paying 45 cents less than what it costs us to provide that business. And I would challenge any business to stay in business when that happens. You add Medicare on top of that, which pays 83 cents. So we have 60% of our business pays less than what it costs to do that. Not what we charge, but what it costs. And that's typical. And so I think learning those kinds of things will help folks understand what's going on in the hospital and what things are doing. So really the big thing today was to come in and try to see if we can change the tone and the tenor, and for all of us. And I want to have the same conversation with the county, with the town council as well, and hopefully we'll have a meeting this week with the county manager and have a meeting this week with the town manager as well, and try to see if we can't figure to get things back less emotional and more where they ought to be, so we can, intelligently sit down and think through all these things and figure out what makes sense. So,
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sure.
You stated that Medicaid, how much?
Between 55 and 58 cents of cost.
So the rest is what, you just write it off, or how does that work?
Well, what happens is, and this is the stuff that I'd like people to understand, is in simple terms, you get the joke is you get a bill for $100 for an aspirin. The reason the aspirin's $100 is because the people that don't have Medicaid, don't have Medicare, are paying an inflated rate to make up for those losses. So in other words, today, and this has been true since 1966, frankly, we could probably reduce your bill today between 30 and 35, 40% if Medicare and Medicaid paid $1 of cost. They just don't. That's how and it's always been like that.
But let me ask you this question. With this Obamacare, is going to be more or less the same situation, ain't it?
The Medicaid expansion will be exactly that situation.
The little bit that I know of, if you don't have no income, well, then Medicare pays.
Medicaid will, right.
If you, make a little bit of money and you're up there where you got to pay the whole thing.
So some of the health insurance exchange will be you'll buy, commercial insurance, Blue Cross or whoever, So some of that will be like anybody else that has insurance. But my only point today is just to say healthcare financing if you look at it from a business standpoint, you'd wonder why it even works, and it doesn't. And I think it's important as a community we help people to understand that. Then we can make decisions about, is it a good CEO? Is the board doing whatever it is? But before we go down that road, I think it's important to sit down and really think through those things intelligently without sort of a big, political screaming at each other in the newspaper and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, that was my point.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Peter. I know you don't want to get into the weeds here, and neither do I, so it's kind of a simple question. I hope it can be a simple answer.
I'll try.
But of the 50-some cents that you referred to that's not paid, does the 1/8 gross receipts tax indigent fund that's supposed to get multiplied, is that part of the 50 cents that paid, or that's extra?
That's extra.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And
that helps cover some that would normally be zero. We get a few, a little bit based on that as well.
So that's in addition to what the state pays. Great. That's good news anyway. And I just wanted to thank Ms. Abeta again for that 43 years of service and your volunteering to be a member of the task force. I think you'd be a valuable addition to that. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Morning. My name is Kim Miera, and I'm here asking that I be part of the task force for Holy Cross Hospital as a community member. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Bob?
Hi, I'm Bob Bresnahan. I just wanted to thank you for considering the renewable energy ordinance that's coming up on the agenda. I have read recently that Tri-State Transmission and Generation Corporation is talking about building a major corridor down from Colorado. There's a plant, a concentrated solar plant that's being proposed, actually has been approved, permitted up there, that will produce 100 megawatts of energy, store the energy, and be able to transmit it at night. Bill Brown has told me that this pretty much would take care of our needs here in Taos. I'm really excited about renewable energy wherever it comes from, but I'm not excited about renewable energy being shipped down here from Colorado. We don't need renewable energy from any place other than Taos County. All of the revenues and benefits of that renewable energy, of that big plant, will be reaped up in Colorado and not in Taos. And that's what we need to keep our eyes on. I'm very proud of Taos. We are a leader in renewable energy in the United States among rural communities. We're going to have to work really hard to stay a leader. So I thank you again for taking up this renewable energy proposal.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Jeff? Number 3.
Thank you for having these forums. My name is Jeff Northrup. On November 19th, 2008, Smith's gas station opened in Taos. So this coming November 19th, 5 weeks from now, will be the 5th anniversary of that station being opened. I've asked the town of Taos many times over the last few years to officially recognize the significant contribution that the gas station has made to the gas prices in Taos, both at that station and forcing other stations to come down to more reasonable prices. It's been a huge economic boost to our town, but the town of Taos has chosen not to recognize the contributions of Smiths, I think mainly because Mayor Cordova and Councilman Abeta voted to bring to allow that station to open, and I think they're interested in enjoying all the recognition themselves for the economic boost and not applauding the efforts of Smiths. I estimate that as a community, we save about $30,000 a day on gas costs, figuring that our costs are 50 cents per gallon less than they would otherwise be. And just my anecdotal impression is that we sell probably 60,000 gallons of gas a day in our community. It could very well be more than that. But anyway, $30,000 a day translates to about $10 million a year. And over the last 5 years, that would mean we've saved $50 million in costs of gasoline, a huge boost to our economy. What I'm asking you guys to do is to officially recognize Smiths for their contribution to our community. And the best thing, as far as I'm concerned, would bring in a couple executives from Smith's home office in Salt Lake City, where all decisions on gas pricing actually come from, and bring them to Taos and before this commission here and recognize them. If you guys can pay for a way of getting them here, I'll find a way of getting them fed and in a suitable lodging as well. I'll put some pressure on people I know in the hospitality business. If you decide that you don't want to go to the expense of bringing them here but still want to recognize them, I think bringing Jim Armeo, who's the manager of Smith's and has been for most of the last 5 years, bring him in here and give him the award. That would be an appropriate thing to do. I'm sure he'd be proud to accept the award on behalf of his corporation. For myself, I've never received any compensation of any sort from Smith's. The activism I've done is solely as in behalf of the community and not for my own personal gain. Furthermore, I don't claim in any way to be responsible for the lower gas prices. Smith's makes those decisions themselves. They committed to bring low gas prices to Taos, and they've been true to their word. All I do is try to move people away from gas stations that are charging higher prices that traditionally have raped our community and drive them towards Smith's. So that's all I have to say about the gas, and I want to add one other thing, and then if you have any comments, I'd be glad to hear them, or any questions, I'll be glad to take them. As you're working on the agreement with the town, the JPA related to the E911 dispatch, I ask that you seriously consider moving that dispatch back to Civic Plaza Drive, where it was for over 2 decades. That building is perfectly suitable to have the dispatch. There's plenty of room in there to have that operation and for expansion of that operation. And of course, the main tower is located on that building, and that tower will always have to be the way you transmit information between one another. And it's silly to have Rube Goldberg kind of communications devices to get to that tower. Anyway, that's it for today. Any questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just briefly, Jeff, I certainly appreciate Smith's contribution to the community as a business. I understand that competition between all the gas stations makes a difference, but there are a number of much more powerful influences that have brought gas prices down nationwide, including, better miles per gallon on vehicles, lower production costs at refineries. And so there is a serious downward trend in the price of gas that is likely to continue. And again, although I appreciate Smith's, I would be reluctant as a commissioner to single out any one business within our community to credit the lower price in gas. It's just my opinion.
Well, if I might add to that, yes, of course, Smith's is dependent on the price of gasoline coming out of the ground, as well as other forces that most of us have no hankering is what it's all about. What moves the price of fuel up and down seems to have not a whole lot to do with supply and demand. I'm an economist by trade, and I understand the forces of supply and demand very well, but what happens with the fuel prices seems to have little to do with that. What I'm basing my 50 cents a gallon on is what our costs of gasoline in Taos used to be compared to the cost in Albuquerque, the lower stations in Albuquerque, what it used to be before Smith's opened as opposed to what it is now. And I think it's only fair to say that our prices are 50 cents a gallon lower now than they would otherwise be had Smith's not opened, regardless of if the national price of gasoline tends to be over $4 a gallon, or where it seems to be going now, less than $3 a gallon. No matter what, Smith's has made our fuel much, much cheaper than it otherwise would be.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We can take that into consideration.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner?
with that being said, I would like to
Bring a letter back and work on that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
let me state this one other thing now. The cost of fuel, if it wasn't taxed, it would be like 50 cents a gallon. Government's making like $3 and nothing but taxes off of each gallon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Northrup. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Rivera's son. I live in El Prado. And I just want to thank the commissioners for looking at the renewable energies resolution. I travel all over the country as an actress and an author. And this is a rising tide of consciousness that is coming due and very powerfully at this time. And in looking at this resolution right now, today, the man before me who spoke on this issue spoke about leadership in climate awareness. And the Southwest leads the climate change situation in that it's affecting us very strongly, very quickly. And I want to just commend you for addressing this issue and moving us forward. It's, for some perspectives, long overdue, and for other perspectives, very much the story of our times. And I just want to second what that man said about trying to do it here in Taos, in our county, that's a very key part of what is most potent about solar and renewable energy in the Southwest, is that we have this capacity. We don't need to depend on anyone else. We don't need to buy it from away. We can employ people here. We can use our resource to move us forward in a visionary way. And I just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Dan Barone, Commissioners. Dan, by the way, your name means, Dan means justice, and Barone could be translated to pure joy in Hebrew.
Thank you.
It'll be pure joy for me if you win the mayorship.
Thank you.
I'm actually here as a matter of life and death, and I don't expect the chambers here to get to the bottom of it. I just want you to listen carefully. I'll be as brief as I can. And I would like to actually talk about my own personal biography first for a minute. My mother, Rebecca Balcher, was the first woman in Minnesota to pass the bar at the age of 23 in 1940. She went on to manage more than several hundred people in Cleveland, Ohio. I was a competitive athlete from the age of 8 years old till basically I came to Taos. By the time I was 16 and I went to Israel, I was actually city champion in wrestling. I placed in many national tournaments and led many teams in many sports as a captain to championships. In Israel, I was a national wrestling champion and on the Israeli Olympic wrestling team. I hope you understand that that is dedication and integrity that leads one to these kind of roles. I also have pictures here of from my enlistment in one of the most elite paratroop units in the world. These pictures are from a 60-mile stretcher run, straight. This was the most coveted elite unit in all of Israel, and I wish my officers were here to testify. I led that unit. Now to the matter at hand. For the last 2.5 years, I've actually been followed everywhere I go by members of law enforcement in this town and actually across the state. And actually, when I've crossed the border, I've had police escorts to the border, both sides. This is something I prepared to to Attorney Steve Nadelson more than 2 years ago, documenting 1 month of police surveillance. It's gone on for 2 years straight, and the last month, the sheriffs have actually followed me past the bridge to my home, towards my home at Tres Piedras, which for me is like a noose hanging in front of my neck. I've actually avoided more than a half dozen roadblocks around the state set up to catch me, and if I were to sit with you behind closed doors, I could give you exact details that you would know I'm telling you the truth. The government first got my interest when I put out the bumper sticker, "We've been ambushed," and I know I'm followed everywhere. By the way, Larry, every trip I made it up to Cuesta, which I did without calling, without notifying, every trip except for one, and there were more than a half dozen trips, I had a state trooper behind me on the way back, every one. I would go into the supermarket there opposite the Chevron. I'd pull out, and two troopers would be on either side of the road, pulling in behind me as soon as I would leave. I did not notify them of my intention to make it to Cuesta. I am aware that either my car and or my body put out a radio signal. This is it pointed at me in Tres Piedras, and it goes up to 100. You point it away, it goes down to 0. Sheriff Romero here could let you know that on June 24th, 2010, a dozen sheriffs showed up at Kit Carson Park with antennas and GPS equipment. Would you like to acknowledge that, Sheriff? Anyway, they were circling around me. I did not have my cell phone with me, nor my car. They were circling around me for 1 hour as I was teaching a boy his bar mitzvah. At one point, I slipped off to the bathroom. All dozen sheriffs were sitting by the TCA. When I got back to the oak tree, a few minutes later, all dozen of them ran to the bathroom. Now, how does one get to the bottom of this? I don't know. Believe me, I've been trying for 2 years. And like the one who was here with the Holocaust book, I can assure you that people were warned for many years before the Nazis actually took control. And so I would swear over the Bible, which I can read fluently in its original language and translate fluently. I would be deposed. I'm not asking you to get to the bottom of this, by the way. I want to share with you that this has been going on, and for me, it's a matter of life and death. I cannot go anywhere in this town, in this state, without the police immediately on my tail. I could give you countless details of how this happens. Now, for the record, I've actually also been poisoned a half dozen times by Air Force jets directly over my house in Tres Piedras in the woods. The first time sent me to the emergency room. After that, I decided overall not to go to the hospitals. I did not have a good experience there. It's very difficult to tell people that you've been poisoned by an Air Force jet. They don't want to believe you. But I was poisoned 6 times already by Air Force jets. I want to say one more thing. Now, I've actually been a massage therapist in this town since before there was a massage board. Everybody around the country, including the Cleveland Indians, know that I'm a phenomenal massage therapist. Everybody I've ever worked on has told me that's the best massage they've ever gotten. I can prove all this. I can also show you my picture as a national wrestling champion. Okay? Paratrooper, anything I say, I mean. Now, since all of this began, I've had less than 6 phone calls in 2.5 years. I've had less than 6 phone calls for work. I would have more phone calls in 1 week before all this started. In the last 17 months, I've had exactly one phone call for work. I know my calls are routed away from me. Verizon Wireless verified that for me 2 years ago. We see your calls are routed away from you for the last 30 days. That's all we can do. We can go back only 30 days. Your calls are routed to a number. We don't know what it is. So again, thank you for listening. For me, sharing with you this story keeps me alive another week or two, because I think the police will be reluctant to pull me over in the next week after I've been here speaking to you. So if any of you want to ask me more questions about this, I'd be happy to share with you behind closed doors why it's happening. I know why it's happening. A matter of fact, I'll say why it's happening. It's happening because I can't go into complete detail, but I had many articles in the Taos News. The last one, December 8th, 2012, was called Wave of the Future. It was about microwave weaponry. The government knows, I know about their intent to use microwave weapons on Americans for crowd control and the like. So it would be easier if they could just dispose of me. And believe you me, I've been in military preparedness for the last 2.5 years. That's what's kept me alive. To avoid roadblock after roadblock, police trap after police trap. This has been going on for 2.5 years. And I can give you many more details. You can tell my mouth is very dry. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I think the photographs make a great addition to the chambers. It's been several months since I've been here. They look fabulous. I'm Matthew Foster. I'm the the executive director of, the chair of, wear a few different hats, the chairman of the board of the Taos Arts and Cultural District. So I just wanted to say good morning on behalf of the Taos ACD and encourage your consideration of approval of the Joint Powers Agreement and consideration for the letter of agreement. The documents formalize the relationship between the town, the county, the ACD, and the state. I can speak for the board and our executive director that we're very anxious to get to the business of cultural preservation, promotions, marketing, economic development in the community. We've been waiting for these agreements for many, many months. I want to thank Mr. Bellis for his diligence in brokering these arrangements between all the entities. And sorry, I can't stay for the whole meeting, but I did want to take this time at this meeting to encourage your approval. And just again, let you know that we're here to serve you and serve the interests of the whole community as far as downtown revitalization and promoting art and culture in the community. I also wanted to encourage you to approve the resolution related to renewable energy. And just thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you on all these programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the audience? Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioner Baroni.
Morning.
Good morning, Joe Mike, Duran, Larry. I know that you know about our concerns and our needs, and we're on the agenda, which is a good thing. But I also wanted to let you know about the encroachment that's happening on Cuchilla Road, which I've addressed Commissioner Duran about it. You know, it's a big concern because they're encroaching on the road. And not only that, they've made a couple of trailer parks up there. That is why we're having the problem that we're having. So I would like to thank all the commissioners for having us on the agenda and let you know that we do have concerns. So
thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Nobody else? We'll go ahead and move on to our minutes, discussion, consideration, and decision regarding the following: is September 3rd, 2013 regular meeting. Commissioners?
So moved to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. We'll go on to item B, September 24, 2013 joint meeting. Commissioners?
Chairman?
Commissioner?
Yes, on page 9, I'd like to make a correction. It was Abra Road, not Abragadero. where the mayor, we're going to come together and work on that road. And it was Abra Road in Cuesta. Abragadero Road is in Cerro. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a change. Do we have a motion to approve as amended? As amended?
As amended, Chairman.
We have a second? I'll go ahead and second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
I wasn't present, so I'll abstain.
Yes.
I'll abstain.
Yes. Okay. So we just, next item is a presentation, under presentation, discussion, consideration, and decision regarding the following. Letter A, we have a presentation to our District 5 engineer, and he's not in the room. Commissioners, we wish to table this item at this time.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So item B, a presentation regarding the creation of a temporary E911 board and appointment of a dispatch director, Mr. Oscar Rodriguez, town manager. Mr. Rodriguez. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
How are you,
members of
Mr.
the Commission? Thank you for having us this morning. For the record, my name is Oscar Rodriguez. I'm the Town of Taos manager. I'm accompanied here this morning by Mark Fradrick, who is the village manager of Taos Ski Valley. And the purpose for our coming before you this morning are two things. One is to tell you in as respectful and yet serious manner as possible that we need a director, a full-time experienced director at our 911 center right away. To do little things and big things, just to give you a very quick update of where we are over there, we have at this point no director. We haven't had a director there in some time. We've had the assistant town manager functioning on a part-time basis as a director there. We have only one supervisor who is a permanently appointed supervisor. There's one other person there who is appointed temporarily as a supervisor. That operation needs at least 3 supervisors. There are 3 shifts, so there are some shifts that have to go on without a supervisor. There's a lot of effort that has to go into also just in bringing in new practices and enforcing our the procedures that we have in place there. And so that's something that is wearing on us. We need that person to be there as soon as possible. We tried advertising this spring for such a position, but respecting what we have going between us in terms of the negotiations that have been going on since then, we did not make an appointment so that the negotiations could proceed. But that time continues to wear on us, and so anyway, we just felt that it was important to communicate to you very directly that we need to fill that position. There is something that we've talked about among us, a way that we could do this that would allow everybody to maintain whatever options you have available now, whether it's going to be that we're going to go into a JPA together, or whether we would separate, but in respecting that everyone wants to keep all those options open, we do have a proposal here to make to you about how we could proceed with this very important, filling this very important position, very critical position. And I'll turn that over to Mark.
Go ahead, Mark.
Chairman Baroni, Commissioners. We had a meeting with the town a while back, and a couple of the staff from the county was there, but Mr. Archuleta wasn't, and Cuesta wasn't there. And the town of Taos expressed their concerns and their desires to try to get somebody on board as soon as possible as the director for the EOC. And I floated the idea of possibly putting together a preliminary board. Their main concern or task would be to hire a director. basically, we would appoint one person from each of the municipalities, one from the Ski Valley, one from Cuesta, one from town, one from the county, to basically go out and try to hire a director as soon as possible. And again, they would just be charged with this one task. They could help in setting up the JPA down the road or giving advice, but their primary purpose would be going out and hiring this person. You know, what I looked at when I was floating this idea to the town is that the JPA process, even there is some progress being made, but we're still looking at probably a good month or maybe 2 months before the JPA is signed and solidified. So now you're looking at 2 months down the road, and then you're going to have to appoint the board and everything, and then they're going to have to go out and hire a director. So now you're looking at 4 to 5, even 6 months down the road before you're going to get a director on board. Without that expertise backing this up and moving things forward, I think we might be missing a couple intricate things for the EOC. I know the town of Taos has received at least 3 resumes of qualified candidates. Chief Wallace, our public safety director up in the Ski Valley, has looked at those, and he says any 3 of them, their resumes look like they're very qualified to hold this position. It's also been stated that, you know, hey, the town of Taos has said that they've handled this, they can handle it, and all this stuff. They're not saying that now. They're coming and saying, hey, we need to bring somebody on board. We need to get somebody on board as soon as possible. It'd be like a football team saying, hey, we got our wide receivers, we're good to go. And then, you know, you come in and saying, hey, our wide receivers aren't cutting it. We need to bring in another wide receiver, a better wide receiver. So this is the time to bring in somebody to get this started. I talked with my Mayor King up in the Ski Valley. You know, he can't speak for the council, but he seems to think that our council would support something like this. Again, a preliminary board that would go out and hire a director. I feel we need to trust our people, our experts. I trust Chief Wallace to make a right decision on this and hire somebody and get somebody in here as soon as possible. The one thing that they're going to have to do is be able to guarantee them a 1-year contract, or we're not going to be able to get somebody in here. And in saying that, it's been floated, okay, how are we going to pay for this? The town of Taos, from what I understand, has put this in their budget already for the 911. And if the JPA doesn't solidify and the county and the town goes their own way, they keep this director on for them as one of their employees. If the JPA comes to fruition, that director can move into the position and move forward with the EOC. Again, this is just a suggestion. I know we're not one of the big players in this. It's something that you guys would have to work out.
And I do have Mark, is that basically it? I just have a concern that this would be a temporary employee because the JPA wouldn't be hiring this particular person. It would be a temporary board. So I guess the town has the money to move forward with this? Is that what?
Mr. Chairman, I hear 2 questions in that.
Yes, there is 2 questions.
Yeah, and one is, would it be a temporary employee? And I guess that would be a decision that would be made by this temporary board. If he's brought on a permanent basis, or he's brought on with the understanding that he's going to be the only temporary. So that would be a decision that we would leave to that board as to whether or not there is money for this. And make real clear, the fund that pays for this is a fund that the town and the county pay 50-50 with Ski Valley paying $11,000 and Cuesta $18,000. That's how the budget was put together. So in that budget, there was some $75,700 in there for a new director, which is why the budget went up to where it's at. And so there is that money in there. We have been using some of that money at this point to pay on a part-time basis, our assistant manager, who's been acting in that capacity. And as I mentioned to you, we are not stepping as strong as we should in that area with a part-time director. We need someone there full-time. It is a full-time job. It is a hard full-time job that would be hard even for a veteran, experienced director. And so that's what we need there right now.
And just 1 second before we go on. Mr. Archuleta, was this something that, it's under presentation, so we're just basically hearing it right now? Is that what the process would have been?
Mr. Chairman, under the Commissioner's report, we are going to actually do a presentation of where we are with the JPA. And so that will be heard later on today. This is something that Mr. Rodriguez had wanted to bring in front of the commission, and we allotted him that opportunity to come in front of the commission. The staff does have some recommendations on this issue if you'd like to hear them, or whenever you feel is appropriate time for that.
That was my recommendation.
Okay.
I want to hear from staff.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Rodriguez, before, and then I'll give you an opportunity to answer some questions if they have any. So we have our staff that was wanting to make some comments or recommendations on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we will basically be tag teaming on this, Mr. Malone and myself. In my opinion, and in opinion of the E911 staff that has been meeting on a regular basis, this is very premature. Part of the issues with the JPA is that we are in the process of the negotiations of the JPA. The town of Taos has not had an executive director in that facility 15, 20 years. I mean, as long as they've had it, they've never had it. They've always had a supervisor in place. Over a year ago, when the town was deciding to move over to Kit Carson and was also deciding to do away with the JPA, we had recommended that at that point we either bring a consultant or that we bring in an executive director to try to make those recommendations. Those fell on deaf ears. The town went out and hired their own consultant, and that consultant reported to the town and did what the town wanted them to do. The reason I say this is premature is because, first of all, we have no voting mechanism in place, and to establish a board of 4 voting members on some level is going to set a precedence for that, and that is one of the key topics on the JPA, is that we have not yet decided, and there's still ongoing negotiations as to how that voting structure is going to take place. The second thing is that we're going to hire an individual with a 1-year contract to come in and be the executive director for this. Well, then what happens after the 1 year? What if in 60 days we do have a JPA in place and this individual has other ideas that the JPA board doesn't have? I mean, it just really sets it up prematurely. One of the other issues that's going on right now is the fiscal agent and the employment issues. If the town goes through as the fiscal agent, hires this executive director, and then we need to transfer that because the county becomes a fiscal agent, then again, we've already had these problems, and these are part of the negotiation that's going on right now as to how do we transfer those employees, how do they pay out their annual leave, what structure are they going to do for PERA. And so I was asked by Mr. Rodriguez to attend this meeting that was going to be held of the stakeholders meeting. And basically I advised Mr. Rodriguez that let the process take its course. We are in the process of doing a JPA with the 4 communities at this point. Our attorneys, which Mr. Malone will talk about here in a minute, have been involved in this process. There are 4 major items that are in question per se in this JPA, and this one hits 2 of them, if not 3 of them. And so that's why I and staff's recommendation is that this is premature. This should not happen at this point. We should let the JPA process go along its way. And then hopefully if we come up to an agreement, then at that point, the JPA board will actually hire an executive director, will decide the budget, and will also set out the strategies for that director in the future.
Mr. Malone, and before
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Malone, before you go on, and Mr. Rodriguez, I guess the question I just thinking out loud here is, you made reference to the budget, and the budget you mentioned $18,000 for Cuesta, and I don't remember what you mentioned for the Ski Valley. 11. Has these already Has Cuesta agreed to this, or, I mean, we're spending the money before we actually have an agreement. I'm just asking the question.
Mr. Chairman, we are currently operating under an agreement. It's the old JPA. And that is still in force. And so when we put together the budget, we did it with that as the platform. And that's how we are moving forward with that. I would just let the Ski Valley speak for themselves about whether or not they put that money in there. I was in a meeting with the people in Cuesta way back in the springtime, and at that time they said $18,000 was what they would budget. Recently we did get confirmation that it is in fact what they budgeted.
Okay. Commissioner
So,
Duran.
Mr. Rodriguez, did the town do away with the JPA?
The town has given formal notice, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Duran on that, but it is in effect for 1 year, so that will be till February 29th of.
But they have disclosed that they would do away with it, right?
They actually voted on it, and yes.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Also, Mr. Rodriguez, how much is your budget for the town?
How much did we budget?
What is your budget?
$372,000.
Okay.
Budget for ourselves. I mean, if the question is how much we put in there, or how much is the total budget for 911?
Total.
$773,000.
Okay. You said Cuesta's 18,000, Taos Valley's 11. I'm looking at Cuesta. Why the increase? They were paying 11 before. What happened there? Why the big jump?
In talks with them, that's what we came to agreement with.
Did you talk to the mayor of Cuesta?
Yes, we talked to the full council.
Did you?
Yes.
And they're in agreement?
That's what they approved. We take that as an agreement.
Okay, I think we had different numbers when I talked to the mayor. I don't know. I need to get back with her. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman,
can I ask a question before council chimes in? Mr. Rodriguez, what specific problems that you're having with dispatch now do you anticipate would be fixed by hiring a director immediately?
I'll share some of them with you. I'll also invite Mark here to contribute as well. First of all, the 911s keep coming in, and that has not stopped. And so every time those calls come in, there could very well be an issue that would require a veteran expert to deal with.
And who's been handling that for the past 15 years?
At this point, nobody. Up until the last 7-8 months, we've had on a part-time basis our assistant town manager. And so, yes, it could very well be that we are lucky for the next 6 months and nothing happens. But at the same time, something could very well come up that we have to deal with. And I just felt that it was incumbent upon me to communicate to you that we are at that stage. But just to give you a flavor of the many things that a director would have to be doing, and that is to just enforcing, for example, the protocols that we have in place. It's not an easy thing to do. The environment that the operators are in right now has changed, and so it's going to be important to follow that up. There is no quality control effort, for example, right now. No one goes in and analyzes the statistics, where the calls are coming in, how the calls were addressed, et cetera. There's no one that's assigned to do that. That's a very important part of any 911 center, so that you can tell if you're trending towards an area of getting to a mistake. Endless. And so, look, I guess my job is just as a technical person to tell you we are not doing as best as we can in that area. This is one of the areas that I would recommend that we shore up immediately. Of course, I would respect any policy decision that you would make from there.
So the change in location is one of the things that's necessitated this?
No, sir. We have needed this now, as the county manager mentions, for the past 15 years. And as I understand it, and I would share this concern with you, that the operations there has not been to anyone's satisfaction.
No, I guess my point is, I know that we've needed it for 15 years, and now that we're on the verge of entering into a JPA, when it would obviously be more appropriate for the new JPA governing board to make this decision, suddenly we have to do it now. And you know, it's obviously problematic, and I think it's a result of putting the cart before the horse in the move, and trying to redo all of our emergency communications operations without being sufficiently ready. So, but with that, I'll hear more from staff.
Bob?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to comment on the issue, the policy issue of whether we do or don't need an executive director now, and I'm not going to comment on the broader legal issues that I was going to report to the commission on later about the status of our discussions between Mr. James and I, Brian James, the town attorney. There is one issue, though, that I think it's very important for me to comment to the commission about, and that is legally, there's no mechanism to have an interim JPA board. You can call it what you want, but it's not a JPA board because a JPA has to be approved by the Department of Finance and Administration. So whatever you call it, it's something else. And there's no way that an interim JPA board could be a legally enforceable JPA entity. That's number one. Number two, it seems to me that legally, even if you call it an interim JPA board, you're putting the cart before the horse in the following sense. There has to be some sort of an agreement to set up this entity, whatever it is. Currently, we have an existing JPA that serves through the end of February of 2014. The town is the fiscal agent for that entity, and that's who currently makes the decisions. If you're going to change that to let some board make decisions, there's got to be at least some form of agreement about how that board acts, what its powers are, what its powers are not. So the most important comment is that you can call it a JPA board, but it's not, because you can't have a JPA board until you have a JPA approved by the Department of Finance and Administration.
And Mr. Chairman, just to kind of make a conclusion from that, a possible conclusion from that is that, you know, the town has been basically making mostly unilateral decisions for quite some time now, and you've made a number of those decisions that have brought us to where we are today. You're still empowered to make that unilateral decision on the director now, but whatever decision you make will not be binding on the hopefully soon to come JPA. I know that puts you in a difficult position trying to hire somebody on that kind of a short-term basis, but I don't know that there's any alternative given the time frames and given where we are today.
Chairman, after staff's recommendation, so move to deny the request.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Now, Mr. Rodriguez, over the weekend, right outside Cuesta, there was an accident, and I got several phone calls on my phone wanting to know how come they couldn't get a hold of 911. Is this a constant problem that we're having, and if so, why? I don't know. You know, the only reason I asked is by creating this position, is this going to clear those, you know, if it wouldn't have been that it was just a, fortunately, nobody was seriously hurt. They hit a goat, I guess, one of the wild goats that are up there. There was animal all over the road. There was parts of the car all over the road. But fortunately, nobody got hurt. So, but they couldn't get a hold of 911. Several calls were made. Finally, they called me. I tried to figure out what was going on, and apparently they just drugged the animal off, and finally they got a hold of a wrecker and got the car moved. But by creating this new position right now, if somebody would have been hurt and it would have been one of my family members, you know, I'd be coming after somebody's head.
You bet.
But
you bet, me too. And what I can tell you at this point, there's nobody who, until I get a complaint like that, there's nobody right now assigned to chase those things down, to find out exactly why that happened. Look, I've been doing this for a year and a half, And that complaint that you bring to me is a constant complaint. Was it the repeater? Was it the handheld radio? Was it something at Central Dispatch? And inevitably, that is a big discussion. And at this point, what's been happening for the past 15 years is that you get this response. I'll look into it, and we'll see what needs to happen so that won't happen again. And that conversation will continue, sir. What I'm telling you, at this point, there is nobody assigned to to anticipate those problems, solve them permanently, actually take a holistic view of what's happening there. And I do think that 911 service in the county suffers for that.
Thank you. And we have a motion.
But I'll be glad to get back to you on that specific question. If you could just give me the, offline, just give me the details. I'll be glad to give you the details on that.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second on the floor. Further discussion, Mr. Archuleta?
Under discussion items, Mr. Chairman, I just also want to mention that Mr. Rodriguez had mentioned that there was a $773,000 budget for this, of which $372,000 is the proposed payment. We are under the old JPA at this point, so I'm not sure how he's making his numbers match where he would get the $72,000 to pay for the executive director unless he's going to use some of the reserve.
Mr. Archuleta, the explanation for that I gave you in detail, as well as the county manager at the time that we proposed the budget. At that time, the assistant county manager approved it. We took it to you. We discussed it. You said it was okay, and at that time, we gave you all the details to it. We're just thinking that that's what controls, and that's how we came to those numbers. We're glad to, again, also repeat that information and maybe send you that information as well, again, so that it can be really clear. It's certainly public information for us. Had you, at any time, back in the spring, when we first gave you these budgets, told us that was too much, that was not enough, you wouldn't do it, et cetera, we would certainly have made those adjustments. But relying on the information that we got from you at that time, that's how we came to these budgets. Be glad to, I have here with me the detailed budget that I handed to you and to the assistant county manager at the time. Be glad to give it to you again.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just have one other question. Have we identified the line that's going from the antenna to Kit Carson? Is it a shared CTL line, or is it dedicated?
Just to be absolutely sure, there are two lines that go from the antenna to Town Hall, and from there it connects to the rest of the internet. And so those lines go in whatever the course is most open. We're in the process right now of prioritizing, the signals that come from those servers in Town Hall to there. But to say that, I guess I would be inaccurate to tell you there's just one line. There are two lines from the antenna to Town Hall, one buried, one aerial, and then from there, the Town Hall is connected to the rest of the internet, and so it could go many different routes.
Do you attribute any of the problems to the separation between Town Hall, where the direct lines are, and the current location?
Sir, I don't know that there are problems with that. And this is sort of just the business of 911. There's new technology. There's always issues coming up with that. Everything from brownouts to, blackouts to people even trying to get into those lines, et cetera. And so that's just one of the things that the director has to
One final question. Do you think you're getting more complaints now than at the previous location?
No, sir. No, sir. In fact, having done this for now 30 years, I know there's two ways that you handle complaints in order to make them go down. One is that you anticipate them so they don't complain. Two is that you don't take them. Sir, in the past, there was not much of a process to take those complaints. There is now. We are developing that data right now, and I think people realize that we do respond, and so maybe that's why you're hearing more of those. Be glad to share all that information with you, and I just wish there was somebody there who could then take those complaints and tell us, look, the trend is this, or the kinds of things that you need to change is that, so that those things go down.
Call for the vote.
What's the motion again?
So move to deny.
So we're denying the
request
to set up a temporary board. Yes.
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 Yes. With that said, we'll go on to item C, presentation from New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange. Monica Griego and Tammy Jaramillo, Indigent Fund Coordinator. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I've invited Mrs. Griego, Monica Griego. She's a consultant with the New Mexico Healthcare Exchange to give a presentation to allow yourself and your constituents to have a better understanding of the big changes that are occurring now in January 2014. Ms. Griego.
Thank you, Tammy. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Monica Griego. I'm a Taos County resident and a consultant to the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange. We've just completed our Be Well tour, which was a 10-city and 7-day tour to kick off the new Affordable Care Act reform, which some people call Obamacare. I've created a 15-minute presentation that covers information about subsidies, premiums, eligibility, and enrollment with a period for 5 minutes after for question and answer.
Let me ask you, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
let me ask you a question. This is a law that's going to take effect January the 1st?
Yes.
Day or nay?
Enrollment opportunity is available now until March 31st. January 1st is when coverages begin for all the qualified health plans.
Let me ask you this question. How about employees within the county? Are they going to have to go into this, or are they going to care?
County governments and city governments are going to continue to keep the insurance mechanisms they have. They might have additional coverage options through the exchange, but for now they're keeping what they've got. Okay, let's begin. So just a beginning overview, the Affordable Care Act created health insurance exchanges to provide affordable health coverage options for people who don't have insurance or are looking for subsidized health insurance through the marketplace. The New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange was created by legislation in March 2013 and board members appointed in April 2013. So this has been a new and fast and furious development in our state to get our health insurance exchange underway. We've been developing rapidly systems for implementation, which started October 1st, and of course coverages for all qualified health plans begin in January. Exchanges will help individuals as well as small businesses. Our New Mexico Health Exchange has an individual and family marketplace and a separate marketplace for small business owners. The exchange activities are happening throughout the country to get ready for these new health coverage options and in Taos County today. So let's talk about the basics. The basics are that New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange is a new way for people to find health coverage that fits their budget and meets their needs. We have an online system that will let them see all their options and compare health plans and health costs. So they can compare what each plan offers, how they're different, and make a decision on what they could afford based on that comparative analysis. The New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange coverage is for people who don't have insurance today, can't afford insurance through their employer, who buy their own insurance individually and want more options, and for small businesses with 50 or fewer employees. Under the Affordable Care Act, states could also expand their Medicaid programs for individuals who are childless, 19 years to 65 years of age. In our state of New Mexico, we've expanded Medicaid to 138% of the federal poverty level, which is the highest expansion in the country. New Mexico chose this option, and the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange will help people know about that coverage too. We have a chart that we'll talk about later in the presentation about eligibility from Medicaid and into the exchange, but that was an important development in our state because 1 in 4 people in our state are covered under Medicaid, and about 70% of all births in the state are births covered by Medicaid. So that expansion was significant to cover many folks who were uninsured previously. Next is, I want to talk about making coverage affordable. There are premium subsidies to help people pay for insurance based on household size and income. So the premium assistance, the subsidy, assists people with affording the premiums to gain access to health plans as members of that health plan. Premium assistance is available on a sliding scale basis for all income levels up to 400% of the federal poverty level. And once access into health plans is obtained, there are additional cost-sharing subsidies that are available to individuals and families to help pay for co-payments and deductibles that are also based on income levels. So once you are a plan member with a carrier, there are additional subsidies that allow you to, that you can apply for to help cover the costs of co-pays, co-insurance, deductibles, and such. And of course, there are special provisions for Native Americans, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation.
Monica, before you go on, so a small business, let's say you have a small business, and a small business, those employees would still be eligible for this sliding scale as far as their health care, I guess, insurance?
Yes. Well, let me explain. Thank you, Commissioner Barone. The component of the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange that deals with small business owners is called SHOP. It's an acronym for Small Business Health Options Programs. Under the Affordable Care Act, small businesses are not mandated to provide health insurance for their employees. If they do so, their contribution towards that plan for each employee would be 50% of the premium. And if they decide not to do so, they're obligated to notice their employees through a form issued by the Department of Labor that they do not have employer-sponsored coverage. In that case, the employee would be eligible to shop on the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange and apply for and receive a subsidy for the premium based on their family size and income level. If, however, that employee has already been offered employer-sponsored insurance, as long as that insurance does not exceed 9.5% of that employee's wage or income level, then it's deemed affordable, and they would not be eligible to shop on the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange.
If they had been offered insurance, correct?
If they have been offered insurance, they're eligible but unenrolled, and that cost of the insurance that the employer is offering does not exceed 9.5% of their annual income, monthly adjusted gross income.
And the cutoff is 50 employees?
Right. There's a mandate for large business owners, so 51 employees would deem you a large insurance employer. You'd have to provide insurance for your employees for that company, and provisions do exist for penalties for employers who do not comply.
Let me ask a question. You said subsidy. Who's going to pay all this?
The subsidies that are available right now that are for the Small Health Option Program are based on a
because you said there's 73% on Medicaid here in the state of New Mexico.
Right.
Well, who's going to carry the buck for all those people?
For the Medicaid expansion or for the health exchange?
Huh?
For the health exchange? States have received much federal funding from the Affordable Care Act, and those funding streams both apply for our federally qualified health centers, they apply to hospitals, they apply for primary care providers that we have here in Taos to cover both the indigent costs of Affordable Care Act, and the participating health insurance carriers are also participating with the Health Insurance Exchange to find affordable health plans, called qualified health plans, to offer those who don't have insurance at a reasonable cost. And of course, if you are buying insurance off the Health Exchange, you are responsible for a portion of that premium. So this is our income level Medicaid and health insurance financial assistance chart. It's a visual to demonstrate where coverages begin and where they end on the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange. So for example, if there's a family at 138% of federal poverty level or lower, they would be deemed eligible for Medicaid, and that includes childless adults as a new expansion category. If you had, for example, a family of 4 who earned $32,500 annually, roughly, the maximum out-of-pocket cost for that that family on a monthly premium would be $89. And that would be because they are eligible and they have been granted a subsidy for that insurance that they chose. And these payment figures and premium assistance levels are based on a silver plan, which is a generous health insurance plan level. But this is a great demonstration of how you could see a family being responsible for 89%, and the federal government would pay through a subsidy to the health plan the difference between that cost that they are eligible for.
Wait, hold on. You said 32,000. That's the formula that they use for the indigent fund right now. So,
right, they would have to be 32,499 to be eligible for the subsidy.
And the premium would be how much?
Their cost of the premium, I would say, for example, if we were talking about a silver plan, for a family of 4, the premium might be $150 a month, but the maximum out-of-cost pocket for that family of 4 would be $89. So the difference between $150 and $89 would be paid for by the federal government through the form of a subsidy. And they would pay, the federal government would pay that qualified health plan and insurance carrier that difference for that covered individual.
Okay, let me ask you this question. A family of 4 and their income is $58,000 a year. Then what?
Okay, so that would be a family level at 250% of the federal poverty level. If you go down to the family of 4 in that category, their out-of-pocket, the maximum out-of-pocket costs, and again, these depend on which plan they chose and at which metallic level, but their maximum out-of-pocket cost would be $395
a month.
For monthly.
Make 100,000. Family of 4, then what? You're out of luck. You got to pay the whole thing. Right?
Yeah, there's full pay on premiums for those who make above 400% of the federal poverty level.
See, then there ain't no gain on this.
Well, it depends
like
on...
Right now, like people that are on Medicaid, they got it made. You know what I mean?
Well,
people that work and make a little bit of money.
Well, I would submit to you, Commissioner, that medical debt in our country, and particularly in our county, has been a serious consequence. For those individuals who have jobs and are ineligible for Medicaid, if you had a catastrophic accident, you weren't covered by Medicaid and decided to not be insured, you could be facing hospital costs in the hundreds of thousands. And anecdotally, a colleague of mine who is age 62 years old, who lives in Albuquerque, went in for a shoulder procedure. It was an outpatient procedure, a small surgical outpatient one-day procedure. They received the hospital bill, which was $16,000. So I'm not sure of how much savings a typical Taos County family has, but a catastrophic or a health catastrophe, such as an automobile accident, a hunting accident, even a broken arm on a school ground, could set a family back considerably if they don't have health insurance coverages. And again, these subsidies exist to make the monthly premium affordable for families, and there's additional coverages once you're a member as well.
And let me ask you this question. A family of 4, and you make $100,000 a year, what's your premium?
So according to the chart, for family of 4, that would be in excess of $94,000, so you would be full pay on premiums, and it would depend. There are 5 insurance carriers that offer qualified health plans, and depending on what level you chose, would depend on what the cost of that premium would be.
Or give me
I would say, I don't know, I don't have those costs in front of me. I don't want to hypothesize.
A little over $1,200 a month, Commissioner.
I could get you those answers.
And see, there ain't no gain on this insurance. You know, to me, it's people that work are the ones that pay.
Well,
people that don't work are the ones that don't pay nothing.
Well, we should talk about the penalties that we'll talk about in the presentation, because under the Affordable Care Act, there are federal penalties implied for people who don't have health insurance. So it could be a fine of $695, or it could be a percentage of your annual income, and that would be a compelling reason to get health insurance coverage aside from being protected and making sure your family has health
Let me
access.
ask you this question. Why should I pay $1,200 and say, $1,200 a month, and I don't see a doctor or nobody for 2 or 3 years. Why should I be paying this just not to get cited by the federal government?
I think that's a personal family
in other words,
decision.
We're living in a communist country now. They're telling you what to do.
Should I?
Monica,
Would you like
I
me to
have a
proceed?
question for you on
Yes.
on the. So say they don't lift the debt ceiling.
Yes.
You know, say, is this still going to be funded then? Or is it not going to be funded? See, that's the question everybody keeps asking is this really going to go through? Because, I mean,
It's absolutely going to go through. The
It is.
Affordable Care Act was upheld by the Supreme Court. We are implementing their health plans right now that are receiving premiums and offering care. This is absolutely not going to go away.
Okay, even if the debt ceiling's not lifted?
Even with current government shutdown, there are small delays in getting information posted on the website, but there are still people enrolling in the Federal Health Exchange. And in New Mexico, there's been thousands of New Mexicans that have now enrolled in the new hybrid health insurance exchange.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and I think if we can get through some of the rest of the presentation, there might be some additional information that will help. So there are 5 qualified health plan carriers that exist in the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange. In order to offer health insurance, they have to be approved and reviewed by the Office of the Superintendent of Insurance. So these qualified health plans include Blue Cross Blue Shield, Loveless, Molina, New Mexico Health Connections, which is a new nonprofit health plan, and Presbyterian. So a lot of the same carriers that we've been working with in Taos County for the past 10 years. To make it easy for consumers, we've developed metal levels to help consumers understand exactly what level of health insurance they can qualify for. So the metal levels are just like Olympic medals. They are bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Generally, the less precious metals offer lower premiums but higher out-of-pocket costs for deductibles and coinsurance. And the more precious metals, like gold and platinum, offer higher premiums but lower out-of-pocket costs. So essentially, if you're going with a bronze plan, for example, your insurer would pay 60% of your health care costs. You would pay 40%. If you're going with a platinum health metal level, the insurer would pay 90% of your health care costs, and you would pay 10%, but your premium would be much higher. All qualified health plans include 10 essential health benefits and comply with other elements of the law. And these essential health benefits are a baseline of what all health plans in the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange offer. They include doctor visits, prescriptions, laboratory services, prevention and wellness services and chronic disease management, pediatric services, ambulatory patient services, emergency services, hospitalization, maternity and newborn care, mental health and substance abuse, and rehabilitative and habilitative services and devices, which I think is a generous baseline for what plans will offer. Here we have information about the penalties, and the penalties begin for people who don't have coverage starting in January 2014. So the penalty per individual is the greater, so either or, of either a flat fee, as listed below, or a percentage of the individual's taxable income. So the minimum penalty for not having coverage in 2014 would be $95 per adult and about $45.50 per child, or 1% of your individual taxable income. And these fees and penalties grow into 2016. So by 2016, the penalty is $695 per individual, $150 per child, or if it's greater, about 3% of your taxable income. And of course, some individuals are exempt from the mandate, and one group would be Native American tribal members. I want to talk a little bit about the technology systems about the health insurance exchange. We have in our state right now what is called a hybrid system. A hybrid system means that our state health option program, our SHOP for small employers, is run entirely through our state, and our individual and family market of the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange is facilitated through the federal website. So when you open a New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange account, you will be connected seamlessly into the federal referral system. We have an interface now called Be Well, and for Spanish-speaking New Mexicans, it's called Seguro Que Si. And of course, the small businesses in New Mexico can enroll through the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange at any time throughout the year. By year 2, which we're working on diligently right now, we will have a fully integrated system, so we will not be a hybrid state. We will have both our individual and family market as well as our small employer market based out of and running through New Mexico. So this part of the presentation talks about small business owners who can apply for insurance for their employees through SHOP. SHOP is an acronym, again, for Small Business Health Options Program. Small employers with 50%, for 50 employees or fewer, including nonprofits, can apply for coverages through SHOP. Sole proprietors may not use the SHOP but are eligible to use the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange. And SHOP offers employers health insurance choices and tools for making informed decisions. SHOP has already started 292 small businesses on the first day of SHOP opened, which was Tuesday, October 1st, enrolled for health coverages for their employees. That number is up to 600 today. Coverage for these health plans that were chosen will begin in January 1, and for the months of November and December, we will have what's called a first-time introductory special golden enrollment period, which means that there will be no minimum requirement of participation for small business owners to gain health coverage options for their employees. After the golden enrollment period, employers will be required to have 50% of participation of their employees to offer health insurance to their workforce. The assistance of brokers throughout the state is not only available to every small business owner in every county of the state, but is also available for free. Many employers find it easy to work with agents and brokers to make health plan choices and enroll through the SHOPs. SHOP welcomes participations from agents and brokers. There are hundreds that are registering and completed their certification through the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange over the last month. The agents and brokers are registered with SHOP, can help employers sort through options and qualified health plan benefits. And to make it easy to find a broker, we have created BeWellNM.com as well as SeguroQueSiNM.com to help local business owners get connected with a broker in their county. Like the New Mexico Health Exchange, there are 4 carriers who have decided to offer plans in the SHOP. They are Blue Cross Blue Shield, Loveless, New Mexico Health Connections, Presbyterian. Molina has not offered a plan, a qualified health plan. And all of the plans, as well as their rates, can be posted and comparatively reviewed at NewMexicoHealthRateReview.com. Premiums would work differently for the SHOP. The employer would set a contribution percentage, a minimum of 50%, on what they are willing to pay for their employees' monthly health premium, and that contribution amount is based on a percentage of the premium cost for the plan that that employer picks. And they can decide which metal level. So an employer can decide, I'm going to go with a platinum metal level or a gold metal level, and then the employees of that company would be eligible to choose which type of gold metal level. Could it be Molina? Could it be Presbyterian? Could it be Blue Cross Blue Shield? So there's an element of choice for employees when they're offered employer-sponsored insurance. So since September, brokers have been setting up profiles. There are 200 certified in October. Employers now can start to choose a metal level for their employees. In November, employees can choose a plan from that metal level that they want to go with from any carrier of that metal level that they decide. And beginning in December, employers will receive a list bill of premiums and can adjust that list for who's been terminated, who's been recently hired, or if they want to include dependents of those employees. And in January, coverage will begin. To talk about enrollment for a little bit, we have a comprehensive outreach and education and enrollment initiative that has been underway since April, really. We have certified and trained over now 400 healthcare guides and at 200 sites for enrollment. There are healthcare guides here at the hospital, at El Centro Family Health, at Las Clínicas in our county of Taos, as well as, and they have been trained and certified by the federal government and through our New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange process on issues of maintaining HIPAA requirements and personal health information. We have a multimedia statewide marketing and public relations event. We have statewide outreach events for businesses, Native Americans, Cover New Mexico employees campaign linking businesses with groups and brokers, and statewide, our goal for the first year is to enroll 83,000 individuals. This is our New Mexico Primary Care Association. When we looked at what the best way was to outreach to individuals around health insurance, we partnered up with the association that has been enrolling citizens in New Mexico into Medicaid for the past 10 years successfully. So we have a partner network map that's also on my left, and it shows where our federally qualified health centers are, our partner sites are, our hospital sites are. So in any county you can go to, you have a choice of where to go in order to get information from healthcare guides and enroll into the SHOP or into the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange. Our Native American network is driven by our partner organization, the Native American Professional Parent Resource Agency, which has been working with and leading our Native American outreach campaign throughout the state. And so they're working diligently with each of the pueblos, including Taos Pueblo, to get information out about the Native American Healthcare Reauthorization Act, which enables them now to also gain access to the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange. Last, I'll close with a summary of our Be Well campaign. We have outreach partners, mostly in the chambers through the Association of Commerce and Industry, a variety of chambers of commerce, including the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber, the American Indian Chamber, and the Black Chamber. We are partnered with the University of New Mexico and the New Mexico State University and all of higher education, and are partnered also with the Association of Counties. Our radio ads are out now. Our billboards are out now. You can see them driving across the state. There were some on the way to Farmington, Las Cruces, Clovis. TV ads will begin the second week of October. We have a Be Well New Mexico song that was written by one of our staffers at the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange who actually resides in Taos County, Robin Hunn. And there's a YouTube video on that. This is an example of our billboards that you'll see come up, both in English and in Spanish. Our outreach materials are located outside on the right as you exit the chamber. The yellow information sheets are for small business owners and relate to the shop, and information in blue, white, and red are available in English and Spanish and are for individuals and family members. We have the Be Well website, the Seguro Que Si website. This is a full picture of the Be Well New Mexico website to show you how many features are available to you. Our Facebook page for social media, and you can contact myself or any of these websites or our new call center number, which was recently released in October and dials out to a call team in Alamo Gordo at the Xerox Health Center. The call time for pickup is less than 60 seconds, and we've got trained representatives that can take your information and help you get enrolled. And with that, that's the close of my presentation. Any questions?
Would you kind of give us a scenario how all this fits into the big picture, you know, by everybody becoming insured? You know, I know, Commissioner Duran made it, you know, but there is a bigger picture to this whole thing by everybody becoming insured.
Yes.
It actually lowers costs and.
Right. Right now, in many cases, if you were uninsured, you could go into, if you were uninsured and you went to a hospital and you were, let's say you were having problems with your knee and you wanted a knee procedure, they would check and see if you were enrolled in any of the qualified health plans, and if you weren't, they could say, sorry, you're not going to get access to care. I mean, from medications to inpatient to outpatient care, I think that the Affordable Care Act is created to bring affordable coverage to New Mexicans, both through Medicaid and through the marketplace. But it's definitely a way that we can start to get our hospitals reimbursed at higher rates. Many of the indigent problems that our clinics in our county, in our hospital in our county face, is they don't recoup losses from people who just can't pay. So people who go into a hospital after an accident or an injury or a domestic violence fight and they can't afford to pay, that's turned over to a collection agency that rarely turns money over to the hospital for recovered costs. And this new reform is designed to bring coverages to people so that doctors and hospitals and clinics can continue to exist and serve the residents of our county, and for families to have peace of mind so that if a catastrophic accident happens, you aren't left in medical debt. You don't have to file bankruptcy or give up your house or have your car repossessed because you can't afford to pay for the bill that your teenage son just racked up in the hospital in a minor car accident. So I think these kinds of coverages are things that the reasons why citizens voted for, and our elected officials in Congress and the Senate and the House voted for the Affordable Care Act. And I'm pleased to answer more questions or be available for future presentations for this group and any other group in Taos County. I would also add that all this information exists in English and in Spanish, and I can also deliver this presentation in Spanish as well.
Thank you, Monica. We appreciate you coming down and actually giving the presentation. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Good, Bob first,
Bob,
and then
I'm sorry.
I would like.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just had a kind of a nuts and bolts question. Can somebody sign up in January or February of next year? And if so, when would their coverage become effective?
So if they signed up in one of those months, and remember the open enrollment period ends in March 31st. So to be eligible for a subsidy, you would have to enroll anytime from now till March 31st. And if you enrolled in those later months, as you mentioned, January, February, March, coverages would begin in the following month. But if you lapse and do not get coverage by March 31st, you're eligible to buy health insurance out in the open market outside of the health insurance exchange, but you're ineligible for subsidies. So you would be paying the full cost of that premium without any cost-sharing assistance through the New Mexico Health Insurance Exchange, but you could purchase it.
So there's annually an open enrollment period, and if you
Yes.
don't do it within that period, you have to wait till the next year.
Right, or you can buy it on your own, but you won't have any premium assistance.
Does anybody know yet what it would be, what the next open enrollment period is going to be?
It would be the following year, so it would open in October again, and it would end in March. And these are the open enrollment periods that coincide with Medicare Part B and Medicare Advantage plans for seniors over 65 years old. So every year there's a chance for folks to understand if they're going to be Medicare eligible or if they're still on the exchange.
Well, let me ask this question. Say, okay, you work at the county and get terminated and
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question. There are special enrollment, there's a special enrollment period for people who face life events. So if you get married, if you have a child and you need to add a new dependent to your plan, if you lose your job that gave you employer-sponsored insurance, if someone in your family passes away, you move out of state, all of those would trigger a special enrollment period, and you would have 60 days from that triggered event to find and pursue health insurance. And a broker that exists in your county could assist you for free with making that enrollment happen.
Mr. Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Griego, for the presentation and say how encouraging it is to me to see somebody in your position who's obviously so knowledgeable and dedicated to the cause of the Affordable Care Act. I think it's long overdue, really important for us as a society to make sure that as many people as possible have the security and peace of mind to be able to cover these kinds of expenses. I know there's lots of questions about the numbers and how it's all going to play out, but like you, I have faith that over time it's going to be a big benefit to us as a society, and you know, it may well help alleviate some of the problems that we're having with indigent care at Holy Cross. So thanks again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Be well.
Thank you. You don't want to sing the jingle to us?
Sherry did.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, also, Ms. Griego, thank you so much for all the information. I know we got some folks out there that are going to need this. They're not working, so it's very important that we take care of those folks.
Those are the ones that are going to benefit.
Yeah, and we also will help enroll them in
And at
Medicaid.
the same time, right now, what's really going on with them, it's as far as, and I guess I bring this up, what happened to the people at the hospital just got laid off, Are they going to be able to pick up on stuff like this quickly?
Yes, and I help to oversee the healthcare guides that operate at the hospital, at El Centro and Las Clínicas. They are trained, they are aware of the same type of income pressures that many of Taos families face, and they are there to assist and find the right coverage match for each of our residents in Taos County.
Is there going to be any workshop for small businesses?
Yes, we are partnered with the Association of Commerce and Industry. We have already held 2 public events at the Taos Country Club. Our broker, Ann Sperling, who's one of the top brokers in the state, has come down. She will come down again October 24th, both at 9 a.m. is for the first presentation and 1:30 p.m. is the second presentation. Those presentations primarily focus on large employers and small employers. They've been well attended by different restaurant owners of Taos County, as well as businesses associated with the Taos Ski Valley and Sipapoo and Red River.
Thank you. And it'll be you probably put it out on the radio and in the newspaper so that there's more people informed
Exactly.
about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Gentleman back there.
Neil, you had a question or a comment?
Chair, is there any, where does it fit in on vets who have the VA as their health care provider? How does that fit in?
Veteran benefits will continue in the system that they have now. We work closely with the Veterans Assistance in the Veterans Benefits Program, but I can give you additional information about that after this.
Anything else? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Commissioners, can we take a 5-minute break?
So
Can we have a motion to take a 5-minute break? We have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
This don't help me a damn bit.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes, yes.
Commissioner, you got to vote.
Exactly. You don't help me. That's what I'm saying.
You're going to have to get your little push buttons. You can just vote yes.
Ready, Commissioner?
Yeah. Oh.
Do you have access to Candido?
Candio?
Yeah.
Not really. Yeah, just by phone.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it. Okay.
Commissioners, do we have a motion to come back?
Second.
Now, a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Present. Yes.
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 Estamos dormidos.
Department managers, discussion and consideration decision regarding the following Public Works Department. Mr. Rick Chavez, Public Works Director. Amber Lane Road Survey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. In following the state statute on road adoption, part of the requirement is if the commission is going to consider adoption, law is to acquire a survey for the road itself. That required, of course, us getting quotes from a surveyor and choosing the low bid. And he went out there and surveyed it and provided the survey last week. So there's also a requirement in the law, as I understand it, that once this is done, then we file it with the county clerk 10 days before the county commission meets to approve the survey and then to adopt the road as a county maintained road. So because of that requirement, then I guess this is just for information for you. But then also expect that at the next regular meeting or next meeting, that it'll be in the agenda for your approval. Any questions on Amber Lane?
So no action is required at this time? Okay, anything else on this item, Commissioners? No? Go on to paving a portion of Millicent Rogers Road.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for those of you who are not aware, we worked not so much extensively, but we have put significant amounts of money and effort on Millicent Rogers, particularly near its intersection with Rio Lucero. In that area, at the intersection of Rio Lucero and in both directions on Millicent Rogers from the bridge, we milled those areas, those sections of roadway, but we also overlaid them with cold mixed material that we obtained from a local provider. But further down, I guess south of that area where we did overlay it, was a section of roadway that was also severely distressed, and we milled that. And although people are reluctant to admit, the milled surface is a lot better than was the paved potholed area. So we have been getting a lot of complaints that's going to turn into a muddy mess. They say you just left it as dirt. It's not dirt, it's milled up pavement, and that should withstand the moisture that we get. In fact, we've had moisture events several times, and nobody's got mired down in mud. So there are those calls that I've received, that the county manager received, and perhaps Commissioner Blankenhorn. So I bring it before you to present that to you, and I guess receive a recommendation from you as to how you want that road to remain, or to get overlaid with pavement.
Chairman, on the cost that you did on it before, how much was it?
Mr. Chairman, I figured out the cost of it at 3 inches. It came out to $12,362.26, including gross receipts.
That's what you put into it already.
No, what we already milled and overlaid, it wasn't exactly like the $26,000 of the cost of the material, because probably used some elsewhere, but about $22,000.
And that came out of what line item?
That's on my budget line item for roads, improvement of roads and structures.
That one came out probably out of that 89,000 that they put in.
Well, the 80,000 was in there, I mean, along with whatever regular budget I had.
Now to do this other portion would be how much?
To do 4 inches would be $12,362. To do 3 inches, which correlates to 77 tons as opposed to 115, and it's 77 and then not 50 like the contractor may have suggested. But the 2 inches instead of 3 would cost $8,266 and 51, including gross receipts.
And this money would come out of what? Out of your
Same line item.
24,000 that you have left?
That's all I got. So what I have left is 28,000. Let me find it here. 28,551. If 88,266 came off of that, I would stay with $20,284.
And Commissioner, and Rick, did we already buy our salt and?
That's already taken out.
That's already taken out?
In fact,
so that's covered, and we'll, even if we have a pretty good winter, we'll have enough.
Yeah, and when they're delivering salt, and we're hauling scoria as we speak, and have been for the last couple of weeks, I think.
Okay. And Commissioners, I know we reviewed that road, and maybe Tom, you want to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the chairman and I and County Manager Steve Archuleta were out there with a couple of citizens, and the issue was that there's 2 lanes on the west side there's two sections of maybe, I don't know, 7 feet wide or 8 feet wide, which kind of take up half of the driving lane on the west-hand side of the road, and one of them is right before a curve. Now, what happens is, even though you know and I know that a portion that portion is more or less impervious to water, it still is a lip from the asphalt, and so drivers want to avoid it. Okay, I mean, a driver is coming down, sees the paved road, and then sees that section that has been milled, but it looks like dirt. They try to avoid it. They stay on the paved road, and it's especially dangerous near that corner. We were out there for maybe an hour, and I think everybody who was there can tell you that that road gets a whole lot of traffic, and Millicent Rogers feeds a lot of residences. It's like a north-south route that goes from Upper Ranchitos and connects to the highway. Plus, Millicent Rogers is on it. And Millicent Rogers is actually a pretty famous and popular museum, so that a lot of people who come to Taos visit Millicent Rogers. Most of those people are not so used to having roads that are partly paved and partly not, and they are the ones most likely to avoid driving their tire onto those sections that hadn't been completed. And so Joey Perovich was also out there, and he paced it all off. He said $68 a ton, and he estimated 40 tons to cover that up for the winter, so that people wouldn't continue to swerve into the other lane and make it really difficult to drive. I don't know, that arithmetic is closer to $3,000 than the 8, so I'm not sure. I know there's, it's not apples to apples, but I think it's a really unsafe situation, and I think it's important that we find the few $1,000s and the day of work that it's going to take for your crews to get that done.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I kind of tend to agree with you as far as how folks react to that. So getting back to that particular issue, then the portion that's paved the whole width of the roadway, that's not an issue that we need to deal with now.
No.
We'll concentrate and see what we can do with the other portion.
It's two sections, and Chairman Barone probably has a better memory than me on it, but I think there may be 7 feet wide and one's like 10 feet long right before a curve, and everybody pulls into the other lane. And then there's a straighter section further south of there that's a little bit longer. And so Joey had figured, I think, 30 yards for the second section and maybe 10 or 12 for the first. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it was a total of 50 tons.
Okay.
So that was the 50 for those, and not the one I...
No, not the one that we pulverized.
Okay.
No.
Well, we can certainly do that. The only kind of difficulty we would have is that, Joey will make cold mix from a tanker, particularly now that he's been paving, because he doesn't have 2 holding tanks. So what he does, he orders a tanker, connects it to the plant right from the tanker, and produces a whole tanker load. Now, if we're not going to buy a tanker load, which is another $26,000, $27,000, he'd have to make that and hope that somebody else picks it up throughout the winter rather soon. I'd have to have that discussion with him. The other thing is that he may have 400 or 500 tons there at the plant, which he produced who knows when, which may not be exactly how we want it to be able to make those repairs. So I will continue with that, that
This
discussion.
question, you guys talking hot mix or are you talking cold mix?
Cold mix.
You want cold mix, or would be hot mix?
Hot mix is hard to work with, but we don't lay it, we don't have a lay down machine, and you don't want to lay down machine on that. So we probably end up making a bigger mess if we can't work it quick. Besides, our roller doesn't have
you're
water,
talking
so
cold
we'd be
mix.
picking it up.
68 a ton, is that cold mix?
Oh, I tell you
That's-
one thing,
that's
if
how-
Joey
that's
can
what-
produce 60, 50 tons of cold mix, I'm sure Cooks can produce.
Yeah. Well, he seemed pretty confident that he could get it out there for $3,000, approximately $3,000 in materials. He said he told me he had put some extra in that, in his calculations, so he seemed pretty confident with that, and so my hope would be that you'd get together with him and try to schedule a day where you can put that down so we can alleviate that safety hazard on that very heavily traveled road.
Yeah, well, I'll follow up on that.
And I also had another issue. I'll agree to fix them 2 spots, no? But the thing about it is too that I needed some base course to do some spot loads on some of my county roads. And, I would like to see that done too, you know what I mean? Because you guys already put 23,000, now you're gonna do another 3,000. I don't have no problem, but, at least I would like to get a little bit, just a spot load on my roads.
Well, I understand. Millicent Rogers is my pick for my district in the ICIP. It's obviously a serious, it's an important road in my district, and eventually, someday, it'll get paved. And so whatever work we're doing on it now is going to make the paving project a little bit cheaper eventually. And I've been looking at the projects that the road department's been completing. It seems to me they've been getting a lot of work done. I noticed that Mr. Chavez had people from District 4 crew working on various projects in other districts. I think that's great. I want him to use all of the resources that he has to complete projects, to knock projects out, because all of them benefit citizens of Taos County. So, I kind of count on Mr. Chavez to allocate his resources and prioritize these projects and get them done. And I think we've been making some good progress, but this is just one of those that it really is an unsafe condition.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Also, Rick, I feel like Commissioner Duran, I also would want a little material there. In fact, I just amended the agenda earlier to add 2 of my roads that are up in my district that need attention. They're falling apart just like Millicent Rogers, I think all of them are. But, I've got nothing against Millicent Rogers getting fixed up, but I'd like to also take care of mine. I've got some up there in San Cristobal, another one in Costilla, and the other one I mentioned, that's, I'm going to elaborate on that one later on, but if there's any monies out there, then I'd like to a little bit of that.
Sure.
Also.
Chairman, Commissioner, before I talk about the remaining budget, however, would an option to those areas of Millicent Rogers be that I mill the entire width in those areas? Is a kind of a temporary or just?
I don't know, you're the engineer, but it seemed to me that from our discussions out there that day, that the least expensive and most effective solution would be to fill in those portions of those 2 portions of the lane that are causing people to drive outside of their lane.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, going back to Commissioner Duran's needs, I do have the list of roads that was provided by the county manager, and I did meet with your district foreman. Each one of those roads, he says, yeah, there's places where we're lacking, except for Nicolas Road. We did Nicolas last year, I believe, and we put base course the entire length. So the foreman says, instead of Nicolas, let's do Portecito, which
okay.
Again, in one of your roads.
You know what, I forgot to add on there, I drove through there, Roybal Road. That needs at least maybe like 100 tons of base course, man. This winter, they ain't gonna.
The thing about Roybal Road is that base course is going to go right in the river with the next event. Rainfall.
The school bus goes through there or no?
Could continue with, because that is the channel.
Let's pave it then.
That is the channel. The road itself is the arroyo.
Yeah.
So.
No, I understand. But the other day they bladed it, man, and I don't want to say this, but the blade hand brought in all the overburden into it, no? And that's what's going to make it difficult,
So going back then to your request, Mr. Chairman, with those tonnages, that would come up to $11,572,000, including GRT. And considering the budget, let's say not 8, but 3, I would be left with $12,000. Now consider that, $12,000 for the remainder of this half year and the rest of the next January to June, the end of June. So once this is done, then I don't have any more
Where's the
money.
finance director? Let's move money around because he didn't separate the $89,000 or 1/8 tax to a separate budget.
The other thing that's coming up, and you may notice it as you drive your roads, is that with the recent rainfall, there's a lot of potholes coming up that I need to get cold mix for that. Now,
I'm going to just ask you about that because there's a couple there that'll jar your teeth pretty hard. So
yeah, not only that, but we're getting
We are on it, so.
claims on tires and other things. So that's another thing that I need to deal with the budget that I have available. So.
Yeah, as long as I get half, instead of doing the 11,000, I'm gonna compromise. But this shouldn't have happened because the finance director did not put that money aside where it should have been put. So I'll settle, I don't wanna be greedy, if it's 11, I'll do 5,000 or whatever you can do.
This is very generous of you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Sanchez.
But next year, I'm gonna have to strangle that finance director.
He comes by your house every morning and every evening. So catch him there.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Rick, also I'd like to, I don't want this to be, I don't leave you out on this one, but Abracadero Road, the job you guys did there was getting a lot of calls, positive calls. Instead of getting bad calls, I'm getting some positives. It came out really good. Great job.
And Mr. Chairman, as Commissioner Blankenhorn noted earlier, that was done with all the trucks that we have from all districts.
Yep.
Unfortunately, our drivers are not very used to being pulled by a chip spreader, so there's a few difficulties. In one case, the dump veered away from the center and kind of punched a hole in the top, which can be repaired. But anyway, after a couple of runs, they were able to get pulled straight. They didn't go back and forth. So, and to follow up on that, that is part of the LGR funding, and also to mention that School Road in Penasco was done yesterday.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
And according to the foreman, it looks great. He says, I got to go up there and look at it. I will have to probably schedule in all the roads that we're fixing with LGRF a separate purchase order to stripe the center and the sides in the case of C-110 and Lower Hondo. So if you allow me, Mr. Chairman, along with that progress, first of all, Cajon Road is supposed to get paved tomorrow. We're now pulling in the material to work in the realignment. We'll work on the road tonight as long as we need to get it moisture and get it shaped up for paving. After that, they're going to do C-110, which almost, I think, in my calculation, might get you to Los Cordobas, maybe not. It'll be very close to Los Cordobas. And then they'll go on to Lower Hondo to complete that. So that's in the process.
Okay.
Well,
Any
Mr.
more on
Chairman.
this item? Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yeah, just that, this winter, when things are a little slower and you get a chance to sit down and really create a good plan for operations next year, where you choose roads that need to be prioritized, and you can use all of your forces to get them done and knock them out within set-aside periods of time. Of course, you leave contingencies in there for everything you have to. I think that we can make that $2 million go further next year like we did this year, and you can call me Commissioner Blankenhorn if you want, but the fact is, you know as well as I do that a good plan that you develop this winter, that you're so well capable of creating, will be really helpful, and I'm sure all the commissioners will look forward to seeing which roads you prioritize and when you think they might get done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Blankhorn, for the compliments. However, I'd like to correct you. Now that winter comes, it doesn't necessarily translate where things slow down. It's just a different cycle. You know, instead of coming to work at 7:45 or 7:30, we're up at 1 o'clock. So, but I will continue to work on that plan.
I meant on weekends then.
All right. It also snows on weekends, Commissioner.
So, Rick, again, thank you for all the work you've been doing in the county. You know, we can see, you know, some of the lay down that happened years ago and then the process that it's taken, and it's gotten better and better, and we really appreciate that. I mean, you know, a lot of our roads in Taos County were funded through federal money or through state money, and we get less and less of that. So we need to really try to find a way to start taking care of our roads within house. And, you know, I know that's going to be a big bite within our community, but I think if we really designate and show people that these are the roads that are going to be done and these are the roads that are going to be paved, that people will agree, yes, we need to fix our roads in Taos County, you know, as not only for the visitors, but the people that live here are the ones that take the blunt of it. And you know, and we need to, in doing that, we really need to protect our acequias, you know, from the overburden and our wetlands. So,
yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again. Commissioners, anything on this item?
I just thank you, Rick, and your staff.
Yes, sir.
Keep
Thank
up
you,
the good
Mr.
work.
Commissioner.
If they need any new work gloves, let me know.
We just put in an order this morning, Commissioner.
Okay. So approval of purchase order request for the purchase of tires for the Public Works Department. And
Mr.
was
Chairman, the reason this comes before you is because it's over the $20,000 limit where it has to come before you for approval. This order is a lot of tires, big tires, for graders, the tandem dump trucks, belly dump trailers, the bobtail. So we need your approval for finance or purchasing to go ahead and submit that for purchase.
Mr. Joe, go ahead.
Commissioner?
Chairman, Commissioners, Rick, do we buy these locally? So I know we have Silver's Tires, the Hills Tires, Discount Tire, Garcia Tire. Do we?
No, so, Mr. Chairman, we go with a price agreement that's already in place, state price.
And do these people, they're not on that state?
They don't.
Okay.
However, to answer your question, this does not include passenger tires or tires less than 10-ton flatbeds. So those 10-ton flatbed tires or like tires for my truck, which I'm going to be needing real soon, have come locally from Taos Tire Factory here.
Thank you, Rick.
We'll get local bids.
My question is, GCR on this 1122s. I know these are purchased under the agreement, the state agreement, right?
Yeah, these are all under the SB.
Okay, let me ask this question. When you take them off, that they're no good anymore, do you sell them back to them?
No, Mr. Chairman, we just pile them up there. I know that
because
a mechanic
you can get $100 a tire.
Well, we had discussion with somebody that would
Rethread
them, right?
Yeah, but I don't, you know, I wouldn't agree to rethread them, no, but that's what you can get for it, is $100 a tire. Maybe you can make arrangements with the guy.
Okay. And who is this person?
Well, they should buy them back.
The SBA? Okay, we'll look into it.
I sell mine. That's what they give me.
Okay.
They have to inspect them, make sure that there's not weather cracked or they have some kind of default in them for them to take them back, but they'll do the inspection. And
okay.
So do we need a motion to approve?
Second.
Just discussion, Rick, was this amount already deducted from the amount that you said we had left?
That is a separate line item.
Separate line item.
In fact,
Okay.
I'll tell you what I have in that maintenance of transportation expense. I still have $178,810. That includes, of course, that includes fuel, which we're going to be using a bunch of it now coming with the scoria.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item, Commissioners? If not, call for the vote. We have a motion and a second.
Yes.
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 Yes. So Commissioners, now we'll go on to, we amended the agenda, so we go on to item
A4?
8.
A4? I know.
Well, it was moved, yeah, 8. Sorry.
A4.
A4, and it, under County Manager's Report and Matters, Discussion, Consideration, and Decision regarding the following: Callejon Road drainage issues.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, this is actually Cuchilla Road.
Oh, yeah, Cuchilla Road, sorry.
Over the last couple of weeks, Commissioners, and as well as you guys know, staff has been working diligently with a lot of our partners and neighbors throughout Taos County because of the rains that we got and the amount of rains that we got within a short time period. And so because of that, we've had some issues throughout the county, but this is one that has really stood out in that aspect and wanted to bring that in front of the Commission. Part of the erosion that was caused off Cuchilla Road was due to the drainage that wasn't in place, and also because of how some of the different lots that are out there within Taos County have used some of the culverts that are too small. They've actually have 3 to 4 inch culverts that are silted over and do not allow for the drainage. We also don't have the bar ditches in place that have been in there. And so I'd ask you to look at the pictures that are in front of you, and then I'll ask some of the constituents to actually talk. This is a private driveway that drives down right off Ms. Martinez's house, but serves quite a few individuals. But as you can see from that driveway, a lot of the base course that had been put on that driveway was taken off. At the top of the picture, as you can see in picture number 2, that is actually Cuchilla Road. And you can see that there's about a 6-foot gap underneath our road that has been eroded away because of the lack of drainage. Part of that has also been because of some subdivisions that have occurred by Mr. Abeyta and removing the vegetation from that area, so that there's no hold back of that water in those trailer parks that he's put out there. And that water has actually come across the road, no bar ditch in place, and then over and hitting the hillside of that. I'll ask Conrad to change the other picture.
Let me ask a question. I don't know if you can answer it, Mr. Archuleta. When Mr. Abeyta did the subdivision, our trailer courts up there, who gave him the authority to put them 3 speed bumps on that road? You don't?
I don't know that, but we could find that information out, Commissioner.
The Planning Commission gave him, not the commission. Does anybody recall when they were put in?
We can look into that, Commissioner Giordano, to get back an answer on that.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Is it a county road that?
Yeah.
So that's not the forum to make that decision, I think, is what you're getting at, and I agree with you. It's not up to the Planning Commission to make those decisions, but it is up to the Planning Commission under the subdivision regs to make sure that culverts are put in the proper places. If a development occurs, it's part of the subdivision regs. So it would be interesting to know why these culverts were not put in at that time.
That's definitely something that we're looking into. Mr. Chavez might have that information.
Chairman, Commissioners, the culverts that have been pointed out as too small or whatever they've been silted over are not part of the subdivisions that have been in their, it's other private drives that, or even subdivisions. In one case, I think in particular, the one picture you saw, that is another mobile home park that's been there for quite some time. But last ones, whatever we require, they put in.
But we are sending actually a memo over to the planning department to have the inspectors go out there and look at those culverts, because that should be maintained as their driveway entrances and should not be silted over it, and should be a certain diameter and size on that. Again, another picture of the road coming down. One of the things that the constituents from that area will relay was that they had an emergency just recently. The letters that I passed out to the commission previously to that is that our ambulance had a hard time going down there to address the individual's needs that has some severe medical needs. I've also gotten reports of vehicles actually not being able to make it up the road and vehicle actually breaking some of their front end suspension because of the roads that is out there. We did, the Taos County Board of Commissioners did receive a letter from Ms. Nora Martinez, who's here today, and I'll let her talk about that. I did put that in the packets for the commission to consider. She is claiming, and Mr. Trujillo is claiming that a lot of the issues is based on our own negligence from the county as far as our drainage that has to go there, and that's why these issues have occurred. A lot of the base course that was on this road has since well, it's all the way down the road and actually into some fields that are down there. I went down there and took a look at that. I didn't take pictures of that, but it is at a lower end. And there's one with some fence posts too, Conrad, that I wanted the commissioners to see. This is just another picture of the road again. I wanted to give you a feel. No, it's actually a line of fence post. It might be behind one of those. Yeah, on the top of the road, one of the things that I also looked at when I was going up there is that these fence posts have actually been moved by the landowners, and they're actually encroaching on the county property at this point. So it would be difficult for Mr. Chavez or his group to get out there and actually do bar ditches in that area simply because those fence posts have moved probably, I don't know, Rick, would you say about 3 feet? 3 feet closer into the I took a look at the old fence posts that were out there and actually the lining up of that road, and it seemed like they had been moved about 3 feet closer to the road.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is the subdivision where they have double lines, and when they came before you a couple of years ago or more, there was discussion about line of sight for one thing. The other one was this location, and these are at property corners, or you got survey points at each one of these fence posts, or most of them. But the issue was if the requirement for the acreage would not fit if they would give the county easement or reduce that holding along the road. So those are, according to how it was approved by the planning department and the commission, at property lines.
So go back on that issue there. Well, I guess it's true what you stated, Mr. Archuleta, that, you know, that used to be the drainage there. You know what I mean? But when Abeta and them were gonna do this subdivision for trailers, because I argued that issue a lot, and that's where they said that their property point came up to. You know what I mean? But was like that for years and years and years, you know?
And as you can see from...
The fence was on the other side of the bar ditch.
Exactly, and as you can see from the pictures, the actual bar ditch is on the right side of the actual stakes now. And so I don't know if we want to look at maybe legal researching this a little bit to see, you know, if we have any standing in that. Based on the way it is right now, we basically cannot get a bar ditch into that area, which is causing some of the problems and the erosions that are occurring for the people on the other side of the road. I'll ask Ms. Martinez and Mr. Trujillo to...
Let me ask this question to legal. Can we,
Let me, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, let me answer that 2 different ways. We always have the power of condemnation. That's not what I would suggest in this circumstance, because to condemn, we'd have to spend money to pay for it. Most county roads, and I don't know specifically this one, but it's going to apply in 99% of the cases, we have a prescriptive right-of-way. We don't own them by deed or dedication. And the prescriptive right-of-way is based upon historical usage, not just of the traveled portion of the road, but the support for the traveled portion of the road, which a bar ditch could well be. So obviously, everything depends upon the details. The devil is in the details. But as a general principle, the fact that the property line comes to a particular point is not necessarily decisive. It may be that we have a prescriptive right to the bar ditch.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might, so if there's posts placed within the bar ditch that prevents us from properly maintaining the bar ditch, which
Hold on, Mr. Blackhorn. Before, the fence used to be on the other side of the bar ditch. See, when they resurveyed, it stated that their property line was on the other side of the bar ditch. But for years and years, the fence was on the outside of the bar ditch.
So it wasn't interfering?
Then, no.
No, but now it is interfering, and my point is that even if the survey shows that their property line goes through the bar ditch, that doesn't necessarily give them the right to interfere with our maintenance of the bar ditch, which keeps the drainage of the road safe. And so I know that gets a little sticky, but it comes up again and again throughout Taos County, and it would be good for us to establish that our prescriptive easement does include being able to maintain the road for public safety. And that would preclude people from putting fences within bar ditches, even if their property line comes up to it. And I think that's something that we need to take a stance on, because it's a problem in a number of places.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and going back to what you're saying there, Commissioner, is how long had that been, that fence been on the bar ditch to the right?
I'm glad you asked that.
And then why did they change it? If after so many years, can you not move that, right?
Let me answer that, and that's what I was going to say, is that this really isn't the old bar ditch. If you go over there and you look at that subdivision, it's got a ditch all the way along the perimeter, and they established that for security, because a lot of people used to drive through that property. So that really isn't the bar ditch that we used to have. It's deeper. They got a berm on the other side. But a possible solution to this drainage issue is for them to allow us to grade the road into the ditch. Because right now, the only outfall into that ditch is at that sign that you see further away, which is for a speed hump. And we got a little bitty trench there to let the water drain, and one further up. So if they would allow us, with taking care not to move property corners or markers, to grade the road to drain into that ditch, that would solve the drainage issue as we're describing.
How long ago was that there? When did they change the fence?
They did that, what, 2-3 years ago? Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah.
3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Mr. Trio?
Welcome. Commissioners, there's a problem with the drainage system on that road, and I'll tell you why. You know, up along by Gia Mondragon's and those people, they have culverts, bro, that are 18 inches, you know, 18-inch culverts. Okay, two or three entrances down, you have that 10-inch pipe from the Molycorp mine that they use as a culvert, you know. And the amount of water that we get down through that road sometimes can't accommodate all that water. It just can't. You know, you have a culvert this big, and then you try a smaller one down the road, and then, you know, it goes on and on like that. But none of them are functional. They're all covered. You know, and right where we live, they went and put like 5 or 6 speed bumps there, you know, and where there used to be a culvert that ran out down into the little arroyito where you guys saw that, you know, the second picture there. Okay, that was covered up. Then they came along, and you can see that there's a slope going down like this, and right at that arroyo, the terrain starts going up like that again. So there's a big, kind of like a pond that gathers there. Once it gets full, it doesn't have any other place but to send it down into our road.
And then it's because the speed bump is there, so it's...
And yeah, it's just like having un tapanco, you know, block it right there and send it down, you know. And if she wouldn't have put a berm like she did right in front of her cabin, that cabin would have been down at my dad's property probably.
I put a berm about 4 feet high this summer. I put a fence, and then I put a berm just to try, when the road, it comes down, all that water came down, and when it didn't go down, it made the turn to my house, It took half of the berm. It washed it off. And it grabbed all my gravel that I had put in it, it took it all, and then it made these big old ruts that, like you could see on the pictures. And there's been, like they said, the ambulance had a hard time going down. Propane told me, no way, they're not gonna take me propane until that road gets fixed. It's cold and I'm low on propane. And they said, well, you know, they're not gonna do it.
And
Not only I have propane, everybody else beyond me has propane, and we all need to keep warm some way.
And then the situation is too that the only two roads that go down into to the bottom of that valley are our roads, our road, and then my dad's next door. There's only two roads that from the main highway to Tom Holder Road. There's only those two roads that go down in there. Okay, our road has the most people that live down there because there's like 5 or 6 residents. Okay, the guy that's right by Nora, which he made a letter out here that I would like to give to. Go ahead and take it to Burke. Chairman, and John Antes, and that guy's always having epileptic attacks or something. He's always flopping around like a fish or whatever, but it's medical issues. I mean, the guy, you know, he's sick, okay, fine, you know. What I did was I purchased some gravel and had my neighbor, which lives way at the last entrance, you know, come and cover up a hole that was like a big old pond right at the bottom of that hill. And I filled it up, and but you know, there's only so much that I can do or we can do when stuff like this happens. But you know, when it's the county's responsibility to have all those culverts cleaned and prevent what happened, you know, we can only do so much, you know, and then we need somebody to help us out, you know, especially if it's not our fault that, you know, all those culverts are plugged, you know. And you know that sometimes we do get a lot of rain that, you know, the county can't help it or we can't help it for what Mother Nature does, no. But at least it would avoid a bunch of this trouble if those culverts would have been cleaned. And like they said, the bar ditch, you know, on the right side, which those people, when they went and built those trailer parks, they cleared it up completely, everything, all the chamis, everything.
All the vegetation.
So you know that all that water, and then it's at a slope, it's all going to come down into Cuchilla. You know, there's no other place for it to go. And now, you know, I've already put an alignment on my truck 2 or 3 times. And every time that a couple of times I go up and down that road,
And I can't use my little car. No,
yeah, well, people, no, you know, since this happened, people have had to use their 4-wheel drive vehicles. And luckily, most of them have them. Okay, you know, we wouldn't be able to get out. And you know, like I told the guy from EMS, you know, Joaquin, and the fire department, they went and saw it for themselves. You know, they got down off their vehicles and they walked the road, and you know, so that's, you know, that's what we're bringing.
So in this case, Mr. Chairman, in this case, what, anti-donation falls into this, or what? How are we going to help out these people on the road deal?
Bob?
Mr. Chairman, where there is a threat of a lawsuit, and that could be done simply by filing a Tort Claims Act notice, settling that avoids any anti-donation problem. So I would, you know, we could make the paperwork happen if you decided you wanted to go forward, but there needs to be a legitimate claim that's been settled, and that would avoid anti-donation. And I assume that the discussion is of work on the private property as opposed to the work on the county road, and that's what my comments are addressed to.
Well, the thing is, you know, we're not asking for $1 million. We're just asking for a dump truck load of gravel to fix that road, no, to be able to get in and out. But if need be, we can get an attorney and have him sit in here with us and discuss what, you know.
Don't misunderstand me. A tort claim notice is just a little one-page notice. That's all I'm saying. It's
yeah,
I'm not
one
saying.
little page notice can turn into a big stack like that too in a heartbeat. So, Yeah, okay.
I have another question. Right there where it shows that the water is coming down by the speed hump, if there's a way that they could, I don't know if it'll work, but they did this for Vicho Garcia.
Yeah.
The way they put that railing and then they put a bunch of stuff on there to hold it, because it is
It's eroding. You can, I mean, if you see the pavement, there's already been a few inches that has broken down into the arroyo already, because it's undermining the road. No, it's already eating under the pavement. And now, when that water came into our entrance, it used to be level with the highway. Now there's about a 3-inch fall right off the pavement into the dirt, into the ground. And what's going on is any vehicle that's heavy, like a propane truck or a big RV, they go up, it starts cracking that pavement right away. So, I mean, you know.
And another thing, it'd be nice, because that way when people go really fast, they hit that speed bump, and there's nothing to hold them back. About 3 years ago, on the other side, a truck went up from the top of the hill, rolled all the way down. Thank God the guy was all plastered. He didn't get hurt. Serious. But that could have been, you know, that was really scary for me. And I don't want to have all these descansos crosses all over down there. No.
Yeah, it's looking like a graveyard. No.
Yeah. And uncomfortable. Thank you.
Mr. Rick, do you have any solutions? I know we can Saturday night quarterback from here, but we're not the engineer, and I think is there some solutions that you can come up with and recommendations so that we can get this taken care of?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, in the case that they've been citing about that erosion coming off the road, we could put wire enclosed rock, gabions there, and use it as retainage. I've mentioned this before in previous meetings that they say that there was a culvert that existed there, which has been plugged, the inlet has been plugged, and also that there's an additional culvert going through the private easement, which they're very willing for that to happen. However, that drains into the acequia, which might be an issue with the association. Not only that, but that acequia goes all the way to the next complainant, which is Gil Tafoya. And at his property, it goes from a ditch this big to just a little bitty ditch where the water then starts to outfall near his property. Correcting all these issues, as I said, that would help, at least. It would take some of the water that goes down Tom Holder onto the field, but it would just simply redirect it on the acequia down there, but it might be an improvement. The other thing, making these other improvements, all the other drainage that hasn't been mentioned there, but is related to Cuchilla, is that we allow it to continue to flow downstream, which then goes to Giovanna, which, if you look at a orthophoto, is right at the tail end of the Llano Quemado acequia. In other words, she built a house or bought a house that was built on an acequia. So all these issues are issues of floodplains. They're built in a floodplain, Gil's in the floodplain. So now we have to deal with that issue. So to answer your question specifically, yes, we need to, and that is not, I don't think, a case of anti-donation, because it is the slope that naturally existed there, or that was enhanced perhaps by the driveway that ramped off the Cuchilla. So yeah, we can work on that, but that's just part of it. We need to also address drainage in that area and others as well.
And can we then direct you to look at that and bring back some ideas to us so that, I know there's all this takes money to do, and also that maybe Mr. Malone could work with the Trujillos on that tort so that maybe we can address that other issue so that there's not a lawsuit, and then bring that back to us. I guess that's the way it would work, Mr. Malone?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We can do that.
We'll do it.
Mr. Blankenhorn, did you have something?
I just had a quick question for Mr. Malone. Is there an emergency exception also to the anti-donation clause that comes just short of the Tort Claims Act?
Well, there is an emergency exception, but it has to threaten health, safety, and welfare, and that may be applicable here.
Yeah, propane, winter, all that stuff seems to...
I do think the tort claim notice would be the easiest. I understand that the property owners are concerned that it might escalate, but it's not going to as long as we get a small tort claim notice and then go ahead and fix it.
That's the cleanest, quickest way.
That's the cleanest, quickest way to do it.
Yeah. You know, to me, if the drainage of Cuchilla isn't fixed for another 3 years, that's not my problem. What I want to know is when am I going to get my road fixed to where propane trucks, ambulance service, fire department, any other kind of emergency personnel can get down there and assist the residents that live down there.
So, Mr. Trujillo, if you'll work with Mr. Malone and get this filled out, and then we can move forward, it sounds like. Commissioner Duran?
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, because I don't want to wait till my wheels fall off on my truck and then have to sue the county. No, I want that to prevent that, okay?
So if you'll work with Mr. Malone.
All right, thank you,
He'll take care of it. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you.
Appreciate it. Commissioners,
Break for lunch.
I know that we have a few people here, and I think they, under item, it would be 9A. I think there's a lot of people here that would like to hear that, and I think we can do that before lunch, and then we can go to lunch. If we can move that to the present, if we could amend the agenda.
So move.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll go.
Yes.
We'll go on to resolutions, ordinance, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Resolution number 2013-49, a joint resolution on the development of renewable energy in Taos County and North Central New Mexico. Mary Emery, Renewable Taos.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mary Emery, and I'm a member of Renewable Taos. And I'm here to talk to you about a joint resolution for development of renewable energy in Taos County. And there are many good reasons for us to develop renewable energy in Taos County. We've got abundant sunshine. But just a few points I'd like to make before the commission makes a vote on this. Probably the primary one being financial, and that is that $60 million annually leaves Taos County in energy and transportation costs, and it can stay home if we can produce energy locally. And we have enough energy, solar energy capacity here to, export energy from Taos County. Solar energy is now price competitive with natural gas. The prices have come down on photovoltaic technology. And Taos can become a leader in the next decade and an energy exporter with help from our leadership and our elected officials. There's a town in Kansas called Greenburg, Kansas, that was recently destroyed by tornadoes, and is now 100% powered by renewable energy in the reconstruction of the town. And in Kansas, they have more wind. We have plenty of sun, but any combination of those two would be excellent for our economy. A solar array the size of the drive from Santa Fe to Albuquerque and 50 miles wide is enough to power the entire United States of America. That's a very small portion of the landmass of the state of New Mexico. And our abundant sunshine is, it just makes so much sense to be able to do that. So we'd like to thank the Commission for considering the joint resolution put forth to promote renewable energy and a comprehensive plan for more Taos County, to move Taos County forward as a leader for renewable energy development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have any?
So move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second.
I'll second that.
Discussion,
A little bit of discussion. I'm very much in favor of this joint resolution, and I'm glad that the town is also going to be a part of it. The formation of the committee makes a lot of sense to me. Obviously, the biggest, I think it's obvious, maybe not, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that the biggest obstacle is the contract with Tri-County, or with the
Tri-State Generation and Transmission
that limits the amount that we can produce. And so it appears to me that that's one of the points that the group would intend to focus on.
We are focusing on that, actually, and we have the first community solar array located at the Taos Charter School. It's the first solar array in the state of New Mexico. And Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association limits Kit Carson Electric to 5% of the renewable energy that they can purchase, the purchase power agreements for these types of facilities. So UNM-Taos is now writing legislation, and Bobby Gonzalez, I think, is going to carry it for us to this legislative session that would not count community solar in the total that Tri-State counts against Kit Carson for the 5%. But there are ways around this. We can encourage business to do their own solar panels on their own business. We can encourage the county to do solar on the courthouse, as it's already prepared to do, and even in the acreage behind where parking exists. Because if you do it on your own facilities, Tri-State can't count it. So it's, they call that behind the meter. So if you do it on your own business, if you do it on your own home, that's what we're trying to encourage and promote as UNM-Taos. And Tri-State can't count that.
But we are going to go forward with that legislation anyway, for the possibility of us keeping some of these dollars here, like
right.
Mr. Bob represented earlier. Instead of putting a plant like in Colorado, we can actually do something here is what.
That's right. That's right. We can, $60 million is a lot of money to leave this small economy every year. And that includes, gas, electric, propane, and transportation expenses. So, we just installed a solar array at my husband's law office, and we now charge an electric car. And so the county can do that also, for some of their county vehicles, and gradually over time move toward more vehicles like that. Currently our electricity comes from coal. Right, so there are 2 coal generation plants, Escalante and then San Juan generating station, and they're in remote corners of our state, pretty much hidden from view, but they're big polluters. And sunshine is a clean, renewable energy that shines all day long in the parking lot here at the courthouse, and there's no reason we shouldn't be utilizing this to its fullest potential where we live.
Thank you. Anything else on this item? Anybody else in the audience? Go ahead. Just state your name for the record.
David Cortez, and I've been writing about UNM-Taos, and I participate in a lot of their organizing. I'd like to mention that PNM intends to build 40 megawatts of solar by 2016, and I was just on the Navajo Nation. The National Renewable Energy Lab has a plan for 4,000 megawatt array that would mitigate the coal that goes out over there. Secondly, some of the organizing that we're doing regarding attempts by local communities to break through that 5% renewable cap are happening all around the country, frankly. And I invite you November 3rd to a talk that Gabe Romero is supporting on November 3rd at the Ag Center, as well as another event with Louis Reyes and Bill Brown, November 7th at KTOW. If you want to be progressive and you want to lead, you need to get involved in what they're doing, because this is the way things are going. The problem are dense, litigious barriers that are mostly put there by the industry to prevent us from doing what we want. And again, to reiterate what she said, Taos is leading. We were just teleconferencing with a group in Gallup. They haven't even hit 1% or 2% or 3%. Mora County, no one here. So we are the vanguard in this region. So we hope that you support our endeavors. Thank you.
And if you'll keep us informed on the meetings and the different groups that are meeting, so that we have an opportunity to be there and actually listen in. So we'd appreciate it. There is a motion on the floor and a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes and yes. So commissioners, do we have a motion to break for lunch?
So moved.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second to call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you, guys. Commissioners, we have a motion to come back into
So
session.
move.
We have a motion and a second. I'll second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Move on to item B, Grants Administrator, Anita Padilla. We'll start with the Village of Cuesta Legislative Appropriations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. We have been approached by the Village of Cuesta. Right now, they have $150,000 in legislative funding that can be removed from their entity and reverted back to the state. They have asked if it might be possible for Taos County to act as their fiscal agent, as we do on with some of the other entities. I myself didn't feel that it would be a problem. The three appropriations that they are asking us to administer are $50,000 apiece, and it's probably a one-time purchase for each of one of those items. So it's not like it's going to be a long, drawn-out ordeal to administer these three projects. So I spoke with Mr. Archuleta last week, and now I'm speaking with you.
So what is it that you're...
I'm asking for approval to act as a fiscal agent for Village of Cuesta in order to spend their funding.
How did they do it in the past?
I believe in the past, Mr. Chairman, they were not in the financial crisis that they're in now. They've had some audits that haven't been turned in, so that there's some oversight that hasn't happened. So that's why if you will see the letter that was sent to them, the only way they can spend this is for is that they are recommending, DFA is recommending to have another entity act as the processing agent for them.
Is there matching funds that are required?
No, sir.
Chairman?
Yes.
Being that's my area, I so move to approve.
I'll second that.
Legal, everything. Bob?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have any documents per se. Anita's just asking for permission. I assume documents will follow.
You are correct. What will happen after this point is we will submit a letter to DFA saying yes, that we will act as their fiscal agent. They will then release the grant agreements, probably in the timely manner that they released all of ours. So, and then it'll come back before you. And at that time, we'll be able to tell you exactly what we're spending it on.
Mr. Cordova, no.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may, I actually have been included on a string of emails as of last week in regards to this situation. The executive order issued by the governor's office a few months ago in regards to capital outlay kind of disqualified Cuesta at the time because of their audit status. And so DFA has actually questioned one finding out of our audit from last year, the one finding that we had aside from the Housing Authority. So I went ahead and cleared that up as to how we have cleared the finding. I let them know that it won't be a reoccurring finding for next year. And it also, just so you know, it seems like it may be a positive sign for us going forward, even if the Housing Authority isn't the cleanest audit. At this point, DFA has given me the opportunity. I went all the way up to the CEO, Mr. Sanjay Bhakta, and we kind of went through the process of them approving us as the fiscal agent. It's not officially in writing yet, but he asked if we would be willing to do this for other agencies and stuff. I didn't extend our help that far yet, but he also asked for fees, and I told him I didn't think we needed a fee on this. I felt like it was something that, as long as Ms. Padilla is okay with it, we would go ahead and step in and do this for the town or the village.
Any other questions?
Just what our responsibilities will be?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, the responsibilities will be, as with any of my other legislative appropriations, making sure the money is spent as the scope of work states in the grant agreement.
Well, I'm glad that we're able to assist the Village of Cuesta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to reiterate or to expand on that a little bit, it seems like it's two $50,000 grants.
It's three $50,000.
Three $50,000 grants. It seems like it's only going to be probably one contractor that would be doing that. It's working with their sewer, their water, and I forget what's the third one.
One of the appropriations is to purchase a public works truck for the village.
Right.
So that's a one-time purchase.
So it's not going to be a lot of staff time, but we'll make sure that they go through that process. I did get an opportunity to meet with the mayor and with their manager up there to talk about this. We were kind of under the gun because they had received a letter dated October 1st, which is in your packets, and they had to have a response back to DFA by the 21st, and so that's why we needed to get it on this commission agenda and discuss it with the commission to see if that was a viable possibility.
And if I may just add, this may be the first of many of these type of requests coming to the county. Because of that executive order, any local public body that isn't up to date with their audits, including water sanitation districts, any of that, will not be issued capital outlay this year or going forward accordingly. So if they ask Taos County to be the fiscal agent in the future, we may consider acting and receiving a small fee at that time, depending on the complexity of the future grants. But I do anticipate there will be further requests for us to be this fiscal agent for some of the smaller entities within the county.
And I'm just asking questions. I know that this is a good thing, but in the event if something happened that could it be a finding on our audit? You know, if
yes, if we don't follow the county's procedures, policies, and procedures, then yeah, I mean we would be subject to not following our own. Now that we are the fiscal agent, it is subject to our policies and procedures, so it's the same procurement, but our procurement policies are pretty much the same as most local governments. I mean, we follow the state, and so but yes, we would do it the way she would do any other grant, is how we would administer this grant, so it would have to be done correctly.
Okay. Any further questions? None. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So we'll go on to NMLA 13L 1787 purchase and equip vehicles for the Sheriff's Department. Ms. Padilla.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, this is yet another grant agreement coming out of the 2013 legislative session. Funding is $80,000 to purchase and equip vehicles for the Sheriff's Department. The reversion date on this is June 30th, 2016.
Don't move for approval. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Not.
Thank you.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. I wish the sheriff was here because then we could ask him for Cajon, now that they paved it, to if they'd patrol that road because it's going to become a speed.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I can put in that request for you.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Go to Indigent Fund Department to Ms. Tammy Jaramillo, Indigent Fund Coordinator, and we'll go to Indigent Fund Report, changes in January. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm still on morning, but good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner and Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I just wanted to give you an update on some of the changes that will be happening in June of 2012. This morning, you had the presentation of the Affordable Health Care Act. I hope that that presentation was informational and helpful, but we are also doing other things. I just want to clarify two things in regards to that presentation that was not touched this morning, and one of the things on those plans that she was discussing on the health care insurance plan is that it does not cover dental or vision on any of those plans. That was told to me on one of the seminars that I went to. The second thing is that you will not be denied for pre-existing conditions. If you already have a pre-existing condition, you won't be denied health coverage.
That's just during the open enrollment, though?
No, it's in the act itself.
Oh, okay.
let's just say that you're late enrolling, the reason that you do the open enrollment prior to is in case if you can qualify for any of the subsidies. So I wanted to really clarify on those two issues. We are looking into applying for a grant. The New Mexico Association of Counties is working with the New Mexico Healthcare Exchange to provide funding up to $3,000 for counties to conduct public awareness initiatives during the upcoming healthcare enrollment period that began October 1st. So we're looking into applying for that grant. We have already started to educate the public. In your packets, I did attach some literature that stated informational, the contents was for informational only. All those, that literature we do have in my office, and we do give it out to the clients if they come into the office. We're also working on a letter, English and Spanish, that will be sent out to the clients and to former clients to give them that information on the Medicaid, because the majority of our clients will qualify for Medicaid. Any questions on the healthcare reform?
I have a question.
Commissioner?
On the first page, on the packet, it says here, HSD proposal to intercept the county second 1/8 GRT, what?
Yeah, I'll be going to that next. So no questions on the healthcare reform? On the HSD proposal to intercept the county's second 1/8 GRT, the state has proposed, New Mexico Human Services Department proposes to redirect in statute the second 1/8 encumbered to fund hospitals in two ways under Centennial Care. Uncompensated care will be a pool formerly known as sole community provider, and the second would be the Medicaid base rate increase for inpatient services. So those are the two components that will be changing. I did extend an invitation to Brent from HSD to come and address the commission. I haven't heard a response yet. I know that he's gone to other commissioners' meetings.
But my question is, where's this 1/8 gonna come from?
I'm not quite sure what can you repeat the question?
Yeah. We already collected. Yeah, now we're gonna have to give it to the state.
Yeah, where you basically collect that GRT presently, and that's what funds our sole community provider. And what's happening, Commissioner, is the state is now wanting to capture that and use it at their discretion. And I believe the Association of Counties has filed or is getting ready to file protest to that. I, in my opinion, think that money should, because we don't know once it gets to the state level where it's actually going to go. So it is a concern.
Right, Chairman, Commissioner, at the fall workshop for the healthcare affiliate, we did work on language for a resolution to present to the board of the Association of Counties to adopt the resolution, and then once that's adopted, it would go to the county commissioners for adoption as well. And the biggest concerns that we discussed or we touched on was the GRT monies are not guaranteed to stay within the county. The second one is GRTs do not only fund sole community providers, it funds the inmate care, the unclaimed burial, and then also the EMS and other hospital claims that are not enrolled into the sole community providers. So there's other funding that is used for this second 1/8.
ask this question, how much is collected on this 1/8?
About 750, 780, around there.
I don't have the,
Half of the 1.8 million, I
Yeah.
think. 1.5 million, half of it is collected.
So now what the state wants to do is do whatever they want with it. Communist again. Second time I checked this.
Commissioner Dudan, let me just, if I could just enlighten the commission a little bit. I actually sent an email out to the commission last week inviting them to a meeting on the 22nd in Santa Fe. Ms. Jaramillo was influential in getting a meeting or a conference call with me and Senator Cisneros and also Representative Gonzalez, who are both opposing, so saying that they don't want this 1/8 tax to go away from the county. The New Mexico Association of Counties is also opposing it. There's going to be a hearing that's going to be held with HSD and the LFC and was it LFC or? Senator Cisneros is actually chairing this hearing that's going to be on the 22nd. And so we asked him for 30 minutes of his time during this hearing that we would attend the hearing, and then as soon as they take a break, if we could spend 15 to 30 minutes with him, basically just informing him that the commission, in my opinion, would want to oppose this tax from going over to the state and keeping it here locally. The senator assured me on the phone and the representative that they are opposing this. They do not want it. But the other thing that they do want is that they want us to come up with some alternatives that maybe we could recommend as to how this is all going to take place. This sole community provider, or 1/8, we actually have two of them right now. We have a 1/8 that the state already gets, and then we have the 1/8 that the county gets that are both county imposed taxes. The other thing that's interesting about this tax is that not every county in New Mexico has actually imposed this tax. When Ms. Jaramillo went and asked, well, if that's the case, then, and the state takes that 1/8 tax, will all that money come back to the county? And they said they couldn't assure us of that. And so that's, some huge concerns there. And so she's been working with the affiliate to work with them. I've been working with the manager's affiliate to work with them on opposing this. And the New Mexico Association of Counties has basically said they're going to oppose it. So it seems like the senator and the representative from Taos County are opposed to this. There's going to be some hearings on the 22nd. And again, I'd invite the commission to let me know if somebody can attend that hearing with us so that we can actually get a chance to talk to the senator and tell him that we're in opposition of that. So if that's what the commission chooses to do.
And what would be the result if we don't send it to them?
The result, if we don't, well, actually, I think what the
hardball here.
I think what the state is requesting, and they have no other alternative because we've asked them, is that they're just going to capture that money and take it, and that's what they're wanting to do it. But it's going to take a legislative action in order to do that.
Okay, let me go back a little bit. How many counties do not impose this tax right now?
I believe there's three.
Three counties that doesn't
do not
know,
participate.
Okay. And what if this commission was to, we don't impose the tax? Because I don't think it's right that, we tax our own people and the money don't stay here.
Commissioner, that is an option. To repeal the tax.
I think we should look into that because it's not fair. I could see it if it was a guaranteed thing that money would come back to the county. But if we're going to have to use it somewhere else, I don't think it's fair.
Susan, you had...
I think that you might be misunderstanding because the tax, this 1/8, we already have a fund for it. And that is what funds actually the administration of the indigent fund here in Taos. And like Tammy said, out of that money, the EMS gets paid for any ambulance runs or the burials, right? Unclaimed burials. So we already have a fund. We've been operating with this fund in Taos County. That money, if that money goes away, that whole fund goes away from Taos County. And that's something that we need to take a look at.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, okay, if the state intercepted the 750, would that eliminate our requirement to do indigent fund coordination? Would they take that over?
There's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee, but that's a possibility.
We have talked to Brent and have suggested that, and what has been told, I mean, basically, there's no response in regards to, the unburial, the inmate, because we do the inmate care as well. So basically what they're looking at is the sole community provider pool.
So what's the approximate amount of the 750 that we normally use for in-house operations such as the burial and EMS? I mean, I'm assuming that in a normal year, most of that 750 goes to the sole community provider fund. We don't really get to spend it anyway. I want to know what the difference is, if you have any idea.
I don't have the numbers right now, but they're not talking about just taking that little portion. They're talking about taking the whole second 1/8.
Right.
So we would have no sole community provider, we would have no indigent fund here, and that's exactly what Susan was just saying, is that would completely go away. The state would overtake that whole process. Anything going to Holy Cross Hospital, anything for our constituents that we're paying would go away, basically, and the state would make those determinations as to where those.
But do keep in mind that we are still obligated to do the inmate care, the unburial by state statute, and so we're still obligated to that, as well as the fund itself. State statute states that it comes to the county.
Well, hopefully on the 22nd, you'll be able to get some clarification about what the state's plans are in case this thing goes through, as far as how much reimbursements the county would get. What kind of a burden would it place on our budget? Aside from the fact that we'd have to find Ms. Jaramillo another place in the county to work.
Well, and I think it's a bigger issue than that, Commissioner, because the reality of that would be then that all the indigent claims that we are currently now paying, every one of those people would go to collections through Holy Cross Hospital because they have no means of paying that. And so it's not only how that would affect our program here, it would also affect our constituents and their credit ratings, all of that stuff would be, and that's what we try to explain to Brent, is that we understand where the state's coming from in the aspect of they're looking for new monies to fund what they want to fund. The issue is that they're hurting the local communities and the local constituents by doing this. And so it becomes a bigger issue than that. Yeah, our general fund would have to fund for inmate care. We'd have to, the ambulance service wouldn't be able to draw down any of that money from the indigent, so any of those ambulance rides that aren't paid for, those people would go to collections, and those people would also, be hurt, but our ambulance service and our staff would be hurt in that aspect also. And then the third one is, I forgot what the third one is off the top of my head, but it has bigger impacts than that, because if you talk about, how many claims people do with Holy Cross Hospital, and none of those are coming back and none of those are getting credit for, then that means that every one of those constituents, some of them children, some of them adults, and some of them elderly, would all go to collections through Holy Cross Hospital because we're no longer able to pay for that. And it would have huge impacts throughout the community. And that's why the New Mexico Association of Counties, the sole community provider affiliate and the manager's affiliate is fighting this at all levels. Yeah. And the senator and the representative are on board at this point. They're saying this is ridiculous. But when we asked Brent from the state, what are your alternatives? What are your other options? He says, we don't have any. And I said, well, maybe we should sit and talk. We even offered to I was going to be one of the managers, and we're going to have another manager from another area, southern part of the state, to sit with them to look at other alternatives. And he hasn't wanted to sit down. He says, no, we'll just take this to the legislature and we'll just make them decide on whether or not they're going to pound this. So that's why this hearing on the 22nd is such an important hearing.
And Steve, does any of this health care have to do with this? Because, if we don't have anybody on indigent, because everybody is insured now, and all our inmates are insured or paying a penalty.
The inmates can be insured because they're inmates, and so unfortunately HSD's regulations also state that if they were on Medicaid prior to going into incarceration, that then becomes a burden of the county, and they're going to stop them from actually paying for that insurance as soon as they are booked into our detention facility. So any inmate that's in there, it's the county's responsibility whether or not they had insurance prior to them coming in. But Medicaid is the same thing, that they cut off that insurance for them. And so the question that we have had was, in looking at Obamacare and looking at this whole new insurance that's out there, is that going to lower? Are more people going to have insurance when they go to Holy Cross Hospital and maybe not have the indigent claims? And nobody can give us the answers to that. I mean, that's part of our questions to Peter Hofstadter and to the staff is, what have you guys done to look at the number of people being enrolled? How many of those are going to qualify for service? But also keep in mind that a lot of those services are going to be for catastrophic illnesses or issues. There's not going to be your routine, and it just depends. You get the silver, the gold, the bronze, or the platinum. If you can afford the platinum, great, and you'll have all those services. If you get the silver or the bronze, then who's going to pay for those services, and where's that money going to come out of?
Let me ask this question, Mr. Chairman. You don't have a figure of what we pay on a yearly basis on the inmates?
No, we can get that for you, though. We didn't break it down for this presentation.
See, we're going to have to look at that, because if this goes the other way, that's what we're going to have to fund out of the general fund.
Well, it's not only the inmates.
Yeah.
Commissioners, not only the inmates, it's also our ambulance service, like I said, and what's the other? Burials. And the burials I don't think is that much. I think it's, maybe a couple thousand a year. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. But when you're talking inmates and the ambulance service, we're talking about some significant, hundreds of thousands of dollars, quite honestly. Significantly.
There went your road there, Commissioner.
I know, there went your new dispatch center.
Yeah, but see, this is not fair at all.
Yeah.
You agree?
Chairman and
Commissioner
Commissioners.
Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This is going to be next week, Tammy?
The 22nd.
22nd. At what time we have to be there?
The agenda stated on that particular item, it was going to be, I believe, at 10 o'clock.
Could I put my name in there and go with you folks, or whoever's going up there?
Absolutely.
I'll be going.
Thank you.
One thing, Chairman, Commissioners, that I've been pushing is to do a memorial, to do a study to see really what is the impact in regards to the fund taking away the second 1/8, since there is other components other than the sole community provider. We had some discussion. I know that they're doing the resolution, so hopefully they'll take that into consideration in regards to memorial.
Is that all on this item, Tammy?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
You have more on this item?
On the sole community provider, just I wanted to share some information in regards to an email that was sent to Lisa Gomez, which is the chairman of the healthcare affiliate, from Brent. So what has happened is that we, on the sole community providers payments, we do it quarterly, 4 payments within the year. Well, since January 2014, they're doing away with sole community provider and wanting to do this pool. They had submitted the first 2 quarters amount that the county has owed. So, and they wouldn't give us any information on the second half of the year, but an email was sent to Lisa from Brent on September the 27th, and it stated, and this is part of the email, the whole email was not sent to me. It states, HSD still needs county funding for hospital payments in the second half of fiscal year 2014. So while sole community provider goes away in the Medicaid program, a replacement program is being developed, but not under the same by the county by hospital matching process. We are working on some specific estimates. So HSD is still, at this point, as of September the 27th, not clear on what they're going to implement January 1st. So I wanted to share that with you guys, with the commission. And on the first sheet, you can see on the right-hand side, it states what the GRT provides funding for on the right-hand side corner. So I'll go to the second page on future planning. The things that I'm planning for the future is to establish written office policy and procedures. I've already established policies and procedures, but I want to put it in written form. Well, you just don't know what could happen. And anybody that walks in understands what the process is when you receive an application from start to finish. And also with the claims as well. When you receive a claim, what you do with it from start to finish. So I will be working on that. The second item is Taos County Commission will need to formulate a position on HSD's proposal to intercept the second 1/8 GRT. I did, in your packet, put in Lee County's information that they submitted to the Legislative Health and Human Services Committee for your review. I just thought for informational, I don't know if you guys want to do something like that, but it gives you some good ideas. The third, review the impact that the Affordable Health Care Act will have on the Taos County Indigent Fund. At this point, there's a lot of unknowns, so this would probably come into play. I would say we'd definitely have to monitor it January 1st to see what the impact is going to be with the fund. And that's it for the presentation. Any questions or stand for questions?
Mr. Chairman, so what we're gonna need is how many ambulance claims we paid, the amount that we paid, and then the amount on the inmates. And what we're gonna have to do is look at next year's budget. But the way I look at it, they're gonna keep it. You know what I mean? So the county's gonna have to come up with the money to pay these two claims, or if not, it's the same thing from the general fund, help out the ambulance.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I think, in order to effectively oppose this thing, we really need to be able to show the burden. What are we going to have to make up the difference for? It sounds like we don't really know, but we can guess, all right, if you're going to take it, then we'll have to do this, this, and that. So it would be good to get those numbers in place so that the state can see the kind of burden it's going to have on the local government. Maybe then they'll come back and say, oh, no, we'll pick up all of that. It sounds like it's still in flux, but it'd be good for us to have the best numbers that we can come up with.
Commissioner, I can get you those numbers. I can email them to Steve, but by the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for them personally. I'm just saying that, in staff's presentation of the matter, and maybe go into the meeting on the 22nd with those numbers.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else on this item? Not. Thank you, Tammy. So we'll go on to the request for approval of EMS ambulance claims.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I come before you to request the approval of the ambulance claims for the following provider, Taos County EMS, in the amount of $3,924.63.
So move to approve. We still have the 1/8.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion on this item? Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Approval of sole community provider hospital claims?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I come before you to request the approval of sole community providers claims as follows. Holy Cross Hospital in the amount of $55,983.53.
So moved to approve.
Second.
And a second. Discussion, if any? Not, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So,
Thank you.
thank you. We'll go on to Planning Department, Mr. Bellis, Deputy County Manager, discussion, consideration of the New Mexico Main Street Letter of Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have revisions to the two documents in your book with minor changes made by the county attorney. He has not finished his final edit, so I'm going to ask you for approval of the letter of agreement today, which is sort of an inspirational document and less of a contract, and then permission to go ahead and provide copies to the town of both the LOA and the Joint Powers Agreement and establish a date to publish, and that a JPA follows the same guidelines as an ordinance. So I'd also ask that the county attorney be allowed minor editorial changes to the documents.
Mr. Bellis, one of these doesn't have any, well, you gave us just joint powers, and you gave us this other one, but one doesn't bear any weight against the other one, right?
They do in the sense that the JPA, which you're not approving today, refers to the letter of agreement. The letter of agreement is simply an intent provided to the state of New Mexico in which they itemize the resources that are made available to the local programs and tell you what their expectations of you as the contractor and of your staff and the boards will be. And it's primarily an outline for people of the program, both programs. The Main Street program, which we are just entering into as a new entity, and the Arts and Cultural District, which has been in operation for 3 years almost 4 years, I'm sorry, in the town of Taos.
I guess it was my misunderstanding because I read this and it says joint powers agreement, and I was understanding this was to do with the
not the 911.
911. That's it.
No. It would be really nice if we could work all these out and have one big kumbaya fest where we have a joint meeting. And I've told the mayor that we could meet in the plaza, the old courthouse, and sign all these JPAs all at once. But you'll be the JPA is available for your review because it outlines what our obligations would be. And quite honestly, the county would be providing the staff and myself as a certified Main Street director and probably one of our other planners, along with $40,000, which you set aside in the budget for promotions and economic development. The town would be providing a minimum of $50,000, $40,000 in cash for promotions collected in their historic district, and $10,000 for travel and miscellaneous per diem costs to meet the training requirements in here. We would also be providing, which we are already doing, a office in the old courthouse for the Main Street and Arts and Cultural staff, and 10, which is assisting over there, a copier and some surplus furniture that we have in storage. We would also serve as a conduit. It may actually be coordinating the downtown master plan study, to which the state will provide $70,000 in cash. the full cost of Charlie Dean's and Mr. Palacio as an architect to delve into how to solve parking, congestion, retail, parks, some of the bigger problems in our downtown. And that study will make the town and the county eligible for that target area for additional economic development and redevelopment grants. The Economic Development Department of the state actually receives its own capital infrastructure allocations out of the legislature and then targets those towards Main Street communities without us having to compete for them, which is one of the advantages of having this designation. So you can think of the $40,000 you're putting in as advanced matching money to attract these other dollars. The letter of agreement is typically a standard format provided by the state. However, we've done, upon consultation with the town and county attorney, some substantial revisions so that we reflect a model which is a municipal model. We are not giving money to a nonprofit group of which we have no control. It would have a common board advisory board to meet the state requirements, which would be appointed by the governing bodies to the JPA jointly. I think that covers the majority of it. I will say that I've worked for probably 10 years with the Main Street model, and it is the most successful downtown redevelopment or economic development model in the country. 90% of the organizations that have joined it throughout its 20, 30-year history are still participating and have improved under it. It's truly an example of getting together partnerships between the government, the local government, the state, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, volunteers, the property owners, and the business community. And it radically changes empowering people to become involved in creating the solutions to their own problems, which is always nice to hear when you're an elected official, is that eventually at the end of the 5 years, they should not be asking you for any money. It's a self-sufficiency model. And this is year 1 and 2, in which the state and the town and the county put in what would be anticipated to be the maximum amount of resources.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner?
Thank you. So there's 90,000 that's going to go in initially, and is that actually going to be set aside to match grants, or will some of that be used up for any operational expenses?
Yes, almost all of it will be used for the operations. The $10,000 meets the training and travel requirements for getting the board developed, an elected official to participate. It also, the 40,000, other 40,000 from the town is used to actually pay for the cost of promotional events, all of which either break even or generate additional income. The Arts and Cultural District, for example, was involved in helping coordinate all the downtown promotions for the Mumford & Son concert. So those events tend to become fundraisers in and of themselves. Our $40,000, most of that likely will pay the salary of a consulting director, which was formerly the Arts District director, to plan and carry out those events.
So if we do get grants, then we will need to come up with additional matching funds. It won't be out of this initial 40,000.
I don't anticipate coming back to you and asking for matching funds. Last year, the Arts and Cultural District got 2 legislative appropriations on its own. Our legislators are very familiar and very supportive with the program. In fact, they sponsored the legislative appropriation to the state Main Street program.
How will we identify the projects we're going after?
That is, the Arts and Cultural District already has developed a plan that identifies some of those as far as marketing and promotions, but the completion of the Downtown Master Plan will identify infrastructure improvements, water, sewer, sidewalks, lighting, trees, landscaping, that sort of thing. And those automatically become eligible for capital funds from the state, as long as they're in a state-approved plan.
Is there any way the old courthouse will play into this and be a beneficiary of any future grants?
Absolutely. The participation of the county is focused around the state court, or the old county courthouse, and the state was very impressed with our donation of space, using that as sort of the focus for tourism and the museums to come together and the business incubators. And everything will radiate out from that, literally. I mean, you'll see, like when you see the blue line around town now for the galleries, there's a plan to do something like that. That will become the tourism center. It'll also become the hub for the businesses in the downtown to congregate. TAN is putting together, along with Kit Carson, the high-speed internet, the copiers, for the business assistance programs. In fact, this Wednesday, and I invite any of you that are in town, Wednesday at 6 o'clock, Taos Entrepreneurial Network, sorry, I should explain that acronym, and the Chamber will have their first meeting of their monthly meetings at the old courthouse. The Alley Cantina is donating the food and the wine, and I think we've got plays scheduled there, poetry readings. It's really starting to take off.
Well, it sounds promising, and we look forward to the results.
So, Rick, what are you asking specifically today, to approve this LOA?
I would ask for two separate motions. One would be to approve the LOA, allow you as chairman to sign today, to give the county attorney discretion to make any fine tunes that he sees or that we get back from the state or the town to satisfy their attorney. And then I would secondly ask for a second motion, which would allow us to go for publication of a date to hear an ordinance to approve the JPA that actually would formalize those terms that I've described to you between the town, the county, and the state as far as who contributes what. I would point out that we serve as fiscal agent in this project since we're providing the employees. So this is one we don't have to argue about. We're running it. I do want to say, for those that might not understand, beyond the obvious of our having an interest in what happens to the courthouse and the historic district, why we would be doing this economic development program for Main Street when it's primarily, actually we will be the only county that's been involved, other than Harding County, which sponsors 3 towns. The state has been willing to accept the idea of a county being partner to this and do what they call outliers or frontier communities, which means that we could extend this program and all the benefits of it, I'm hoping by next year, to El Prado, maybe Seco, to Ranchos, and then in the following years, I'm hoping that we could extend it to Cuesta, Red River, Penasco, and some of the other communities, and then actually develop a circuit as was intended with the Enchanted Circle tours, so that we're all working cooperatively together and marketing together. I wish Commissioner Romero was here because we'd had a little bit of this discussion about us all putting our marketing dollars together, and the other partners, Red River, Ski Valley, all seem to be very interested in that, as well as the town.
Commissioners?
I'll make a motion to approve the letter of agreement.
Second. You want to include the wording to give me the authority to sign off of it when it comes back from the attorney?
Yes, the approval of the letter of agreement would give the chairman the authority to sign off on it, so that the county attorney can proceed.
Mr. Malone?
I think what Mr. Bellis was also asking, because the town attorney hasn't seen it yet, that I have authority to make minor changes. If the town insists on anything major, we'll of course bring it back.
And I'll include granting the county attorney authority to make minor changes in negotiations with the town attorney.
We do have a motion and we do have a second. Any further discussion? Not call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. And the second one is you're looking for a date for publication, and we have a date that needs to be published by.
I would actually defer to council.
Mr. Chairman, I think that on this one, I don't think that the town attorney has seen this draft at all, and there may be major changes on the joint powers agreement, and so I think it would be premature to do anything more than authorize me to give it to the town attorney and get his comments and work on it from there.
So do we just give you direction, or does it need a motion?
Direction is fine.
I'm open. Direction to do that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you. We'll go on to Treasurer's Department. Ms. Susan Trujillo, our County Treasurer. Department report. Good afternoon, Susan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the information I have on the You know what? I'm going to go ahead and bypass this because I didn't bring the keyboard, but I do have it on the other, that we can just put them up. And that is, yes, please. I don't use the laptop very well. I'm a keyboard type of a person. Uh-oh. Anyone else in the audience, would they like a packet? While Mr. Ballas is assisting me, I'm going to go ahead and the tax bills for the 2013 tax year are going to be mailed out at the end of the month, and they will be due on November the 10th. And those taxes, the first half, if not paid, will be delinquent after the 30 days. And then the second half is due on April the 10th and would be delinquent after May the 10th for the 2013 property taxes. And what is being afforded to the taxpayers is the 30-day grace period on the first half from November 10th to December 10th. That's the first grace period. And the second grace period is between the April 10th and the May 10th.
But you said 213, or is this?
It'll be the taxes for 2013.
Oh, 2013.
Yes. And with that, the first presentation I have for you is the Taos County General Fund account, and these are the cash balances. But first, I just want to show you in a graph form exactly where how the graph moves along. And let's see. And I'm just going to go ahead and point out, we start out way up here at the very top. And that dollar amount for July was $6,165,026.62. And then for August, it was $5,537,509.22. For September, it was $4,376,560.62. So you see the first, which is July, August, and September. So it goes down. And understandably so, because we do not get any major revenues until we start receiving our taxes. And because we really rely on our the PILT monies to carry us through those initial months, which is July, August, September, October, and then in November we start receiving our tax monies. And the first part was the graph form, but here you will see the numbers that I addressed, which is your July was a 6.1 million, and in August the 5.5 million, and then in September the 4.3 million. And I went ahead and I did some analysis here, and I took the difference from one year to the next, and that was that variance, which is $381,393.14 between the beginning of last year's fiscal year, the 13 and the 14 this year. And so these are the differences that you will see there. And then we have our 312s reserve, which is on the fuchsia or pink line, and that is we have a reserve requirement per statute to leave $2,663,899, and as a reserve, a cash reserve. Again, you'll see that it's consistent for all the 3 months, and it will be consistent to the end of the year. And the balance remaining, so if you take the difference between our cash balance, let's say in July, and in what it should be, we have a remaining balance of $3,501,127.62. And then if you go further down, I went ahead and I considered the 412s. So the 412s would be $3,009,960.58, and we're still have that in place by $3,155,068.04. So if you go down from July, then August, and then September, we're meeting our required reserves. Any questions on that?
Susan, I just want to clarify something. Commissioner asked you if these taxes that you're talking about were 2013. They're actually 2014 taxes that we're getting ready to pay. We don't pay them in arrears, do we?
They are the 2013 taxes that are being paid. The assessment, you know what, let me double check on that.
Okay.
The next item that I want to present to you is the detail of receipts for the property taxes. And as you see, the property tax current is, we budgeted to receive $9,293,457, and the property tax, and so it's all budgeted. It has not come in because it has not been billed, and we're not allowed to take payments until they have been billed. So that is why there is year-to-date zero, and there's nothing against that budget. And then we have we've been collecting monies for prior year, and it was budgeted to receive $725,000. To date, we have received for the quarter $281,154.40.
And Susan, can I ask a question there? In the current property tax current, you have 9 million roughly?
Yes.
Does that include the PILT in there also?
No.
Okay, so our budget basically is in excess of $10 million.
Yes. Because the majority of our revenues comes in from property tax. And in fact, I have a graph, and I'm going to go ahead and update it for this year's budget that would show you exactly how much of the pie the property tax is. It's a huge amount. And then you have the PILT, which is a fraction, but it's a very significant part of our budget. And then the next one is property interest and penalties. Again, we budgeted for the portion that comes to Taos County is $250,000, and to date we have collected $68,042.91. And if you look over here, the year-to-date budget percentage, the property tax prior already, we should be at 25%, which is a quarter of the fiscal year gone by, and we're over, a little over. We're at 39% on the property tax prior year, and then on the interest and penalties, we're at 27%. So we're doing well with that budgeted amount. And with that being said, I want to go ahead and look at, have you look at the outstanding tax report. And this is the delinquencies. And this extends further. I was able to start capturing the information as of April, and I thought I was going to be able to go back and get the report all the way from January for each year when I came on board, but I can't, the system won't allow me. So I have the information all the way from April forward, and which I'm going to continue, because to me it's, as I've said in the past, we're looking at a pool of money in delinquent taxes. And if you take I'm looking at this fiscal year alone, and if you take the difference between July and August, July and June, the amount that was collected was $254,261. And it was significant enough because then if you look at the difference between August and July, it's $80,000. But this is 3 years. You're looking at 3 years. You're looking at the delinquent taxes for 2012, 2011, and 2010. So those are the ones that we're targeting to receive. But you see how it went down, and then if you take the difference between September the 13th and August 2013, it's $89,342. And the point that I'd like to make is that I used my temporary monies to focus on the delinquent taxes. And we worked, our temporary worked, let's say it was May and June, let's say April, May, and June, part of April, May, and June. And there was significant monies they were able to bring into the county coffers. And then in between July and August, I assigned her to do another task. And so initially it dropped. So what I'm seeing by this analysis is that there's a pocket of money there. And if we do not work those accounts, they just stay there. Those monies stay there. And to me, we're going to be hiring another temp, and she hopefully will come on board by the end of this week or the first of next week. And again, I'm going to assign her to the delinquent taxes, which is Juanita, but also she's going to be assisting in helping out at the front end during our busy time. But to me, I see that another person being utilized in this in the delinquent taxes is very effective, and we can see that by the numbers.
Excuse me, Susan. So there's about $2.7 million uncollected. Is that as of September 2013?
Correct.
$2,687,000.
Correct.
And you're collecting about $80,000 a month. Is that?
Yes.
I'm reading that right too.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so, what's your goal to be able to whittle away at that per month?
250,000, if not better.
That's a 3-month.
Yes,
per quarter.
for the 3 years, and that's from 1 month to the next. Yes, per month.
But it's more like 80,000 a month, which is significant.
Well, it's more than that, because if you see that in between September and August, it was 89. Between August and July, it was 80. And then between June and July, it was 254. So if they're being worked, and letters are being sent out, calls are being made, it's reminding people that they have a delinquent, that they're delinquent in their taxes. It becomes very effective.
I can see that. Those are big numbers. So the $9 million that we budgeted for property taxes, does that include catching up on any of these delinquencies?
No, that's on a separate line item. If you will look at here, let's go back to this particular one.
Susan, if I may, just real quick for clarification purposes, that's before actual disbursement though, right? Because we don't get that full amount from the county. That goes also to the municipality, it goes to school, and it goes to the county. So that number that we're looking at, which is the 80,485, is not a true number that the commission could look at as actually coming into the county.
That we'll get our disbursement. I mean,
From that portion,
from that,
correct.
From that portion.
Same proportions as out of the total $9 million. In other words, the $9 million in property taxes, that gets divided up also.
No, that one comes directly to us.
That's all ours.
Yes.
I see.
But, excuse me, but this amount, the manager is correct, it is before distribution.
Okay, and after distribution, our take of that is about?
Again, we have to do the percentage, and I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but if you're interested, I will get those numbers for you for next time. And so I thought that would be worth noting. And then we're also looking at, for informational purposes, again, the detail of GRTs. And the report is against the budget, what we budgeted. And this report totals in percentage the 7.125, and that's county. And so for the general fund, what comes in, the monies that come into the general fund, and that is that first number is the 3/4 of 1/16. And for the three, which is the infrastructure, and then part of it comes in from food and medical, that kind of dribbles in. The total amount is, for the quarter, is $76,673.14. That is you're going to see that right, and where it says July, September, first quarter. And the budgeted amount was $253,500. And so the budget remaining to receive is $176,826.86.
So does that put us ahead or behind as far as?
It tells us that we are a little ahead of our budget, because it's like a 30% against a 25. We should be at 25, we're at 30%. And the next one is going to be the Fund 102, which is the county health care. And that is the 50% of the third 1/8. And we're budgeted to receive $359,500, and we've received to date in the first quarter $102,300, and $2.46, and we're at 28% received to date. And the Fund 103, which is the GRT Judicial Complex, the access monies that come in are, it was budgeted to receive $533,000, and we have received $355,628.54. And I'd like to note that the equalization monies have come in, and they came in, and the portion that goes into the Fund 103 is the excess, and that's $278,528. And the other portion of the equalization was intercepted for the complex loan in the amount of $101,000. And so that goes to Fund 420 to help pay the debt service. And any questions on that?
Well, we're 85%, and we're only a quarter of the way through the year. So why are we so far? Why have we collected such a big percentage?
Well, right now there's going to have to be an adjustment made on the budget for the equalization because we budgeted $375,000 to come into the excess, and a portion of that goes to the debt service. So that is why that portion is high, but also too because it came in all at once. The other ones usually come in monthly increments, and this one came in all at once because we only get it once a year. Because if you see the other excess GRTs were actually, if you look at the second one, which is $150,000, $73,000 has come in. We're at 48.7. You're correct on that. That's almost 20% over. And then also the GRT food and the GRT medical, again, those are way better than we anticipated. As you know, for the excess, but we are meeting then the debt service because the monies are coming in at this time to cover the debt. So the excess is what goes into this fund. Okay, the next one is the environmental GRT. This money goes into the 202, which is the solid waste. And in total for the quarter, it was budgeted, we budgeted to receive $174,250. We've received $58,743.20. We've received 34% against the 25% quarter. And then the next GRT is the Public Works, and that's the 1/4 of 1/16, and that is what Commissioner Durand is always alluding to. And what has been budgeted was $91,500, and to date, $25,557.72 have come in, and it's 28%, almost on track with a few 3% over. And then the next one is the Indigent Fund, and that's the second 1/8 plus the 1/16. And I'm going to explain that. So if you look across that second 1/8, $1,015,000 was budgeted, and $274,629.51 has come in, and it's 27% has come in. And then the second line, the one that I have highlighted in bright orange or rust, not kind of a goldish color, that is intercepted directly by the state. And if we allow, or not necessarily if we allow, but if the state has accomplishes what it's indicated to Taos County, that it will take that second 1/8, exactly what occurs here will happen, and they intercept that money. We'll not see that that second 1/8, because that is intercepted. We don't see it. It's taken immediately by taxation and revs. All we have to do on this site is record it as income. And approximately on that 1/16, 400,000 was budgeted to come in, and of that, $107,726.74 has come in for the first quarter, 26.9%. And the other one is GR.
Commissioner.
So, Mr. Chairman, now, so out of what Tammy was talking about, that was the 400,000?
That, no, this, they already get the 400,000.
Okay.
What they want is the second, the second GRT.
Okay.
And that is the one that we budgeted $1,015,000 for, plus the $90,000 on the food and the medical at $12,000. So that's, in fact, I think what I'm going to do next time is just totally separate it out on its own and separate that medical at the top, so we can have a separate line and total that and kind of track that separately. But being that it all goes into the same fund, that 220 fund, the indigent fund, that's where I made my analysis for. The next one is the fire excise tax, and that's a 1/4 GRT, and that goes to the fire districts. And the budget was 400,000, and to date, 404,500. And the quarter, we have received $123,702.96. We've received 31% in total. Then in the Fund 226, which is the Jail Detention Center Fund, because this captures the excess of the correctional, because the first portion goes to pay the debt service, and whatever is not needed for the intercept comes to this fund. And that's budgeted at $89,500. To date, $34,680.26 has come in, and we've received 39%. And then the complex loan is the next one, and that's Fund 411, and that's the first 1/8. So we have 3 increments. The first 1/8 is dedicated completely and solely to paying the USDA loan, and that used to come to the general fund, and now it's totally dedicated to the debt service payment of that loan. And we budgeted $750,000 to come into that fund, and to date, $204,533.28 we've recorded as intercepts. And the intercepts are $164,200 per month. And that's the debt service payment that comes out of that. And so it's 27.3%. And the next one is the complex fund, which is Fund 420. And that there's a 1/4 capital outlay that was dedicated for that, and a 1/16 correctional and 1/16 infrastructure, and therefore it was budgeted to receive $1,950,000, and that's to pay the portion of the debt that comes for that. And so far, $328,406.12 has come in. And you know what? I just caught myself. The debt service for the USDA complex is a different payment that goes in the $204,000. I can't recall, but those are 3 payments of intercepts. The one for the complex, that $378,406, that payment is $164,200. And so these 2 payments here make up our debt service, our entire debt service for this complex. But we're, so you see, there's only like a 17%, but because what is not in here and is up here is that needs to be recorded is the $101,000 that we have not received our statement for yet, which will be coming next month, and that is the equalization. If you add that equalization to it would be where we're supposed to be at 25% or a little better. So we are on track with our budget, I would say. Any questions?
Sanchez.
Chairman, Commissioners. Susan, can we go back to the fire excise tax?
Okay.
You're saying you got 404,500? Well, that money is that for, I don't know, is that for all the fire departments in
Correct.
the county? And
Actually it's divided in two. 50% goes to the EMS, to the ambulance, and the other 50% is divided by, I believe, our 11 fire districts at this time. I don't know if they've included the other one yet. They have?
Carson.
Okay, which is Carson, then it would be, we have 12 fire districts, and they get each a portion of that fire excise.
That's divided into
That is divided
11.
equally.
Equal, okay, all right. The remaining half of that. Thank you.
Gentlemen, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions for me?
I guess it looks like we're several points ahead of our total budgeted, what's the total budgeted amount for gross receipts tax?
Well, it just depends, and they all go into the different funds.
Right.
And in fact, if you look at the general fund, the only monies that go into the general fund of all these gross receipts tax is the 3/4 of 1/16, and that's way at the top, and which is we budgeted $253,500. And but the rest are go to all the different funds.
Anything else, Commissioner? Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Oh, let me add, if there's any other information that you feel that you would like me to present, would you please just let me know, and I will be more than glad to provide that information.
So we'll go on to item 9A. Oh, we already took care of that item. So we'll go on to item 10, contracts, agreements, MOUs, bids, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following: a presentation and request for approval of a juvenile adjudication fund grant agreement number 14J30. Herbert Valdez, DWI coordinator, and Darlene Trujillo, DWI teen coordinator. Say that 3 times fast. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman, Board of Commission, I'm Darlene Trujillo. I'm with the Taos County DWI Teen Court Program. I'm here to present the approval of the Juvenile Adjudicated Grant Fund. We got funded this year for the fiscal year 13 and 14 for a temporary position to assist with the Teen Court Program. We've been expanding. We have 2 teen courts here in Taos County, and we're in the process of opening up a teen court up in Cuesta. There's a big need for our community with the youth committing offenses, and also a need for an assistant to run this teen court program. I'm here once again to present for the approval for the Juvenile Adjudicated Grant.
Approved. Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Just like to thank you guys for the work you guys do. I see you out in the community quite a bit, and it's good to see that. I think we have a presence within the community, so thank you.
Well, thank you.
Staff. So we have a motion, we have a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Request for amendment number 1 to professional service contract with Floyd M. Lopez, PA. Mr. Malone, our county attorney.
So moved to approve. Okay, no second?
Second.
You had a second. Any further discussion? No?
I'm happy with it.
Yeah, everybody's happy with it. Call for the vote.
Yes.
We just wanted you.
Yes.
Wait, hold.
Yes.
Hold up 1 second. Let him walk down there again. Yes. So we go to a request
No
for,
vote to deny on this one.
request for approval of a contract TCC 2013-102 with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps for the thinning of defensible space in Taos Canyon in accordance with the Wildland Urban Interface, WUI,
So moved
and
to approve.
Hazardous Fuels
Second.
Reduction Grant on Padilla. We have a motion and a second. I guess most of you guys know what is going on here. They're doing some thinning in the Taos Canyon area, and contracts were broken up. There was originally 4. Is there only 3 that?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, there are 4 contracts, but the 4th contract is only in the amount of $12,600, so the county manager will be signing that contract.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the first item. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes, so contract, request for approval of contract TCC 2013-103 with Canyon Forestry LLC for thinning of defensible space in Taos Canyon in accordance with the Wildland Urban Interface and Hazardous Fuel Reduction Grant Program. Anita?
So moved to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If done, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. And E, request for approval of contract TCC 2013-104 with Watershed Dynamics LLC for thinning of defensible space in Taos Canyon in accordance with the Wildland Urban Interface and Hazardous Fuel Reduction Grant. Anita Padilla, Grants Administrator. We have a motion and a second. Is this like a consent agenda?
Yes.
We
good.
have a motion and a second. Call for.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you, Anita. It's a great program. Thanks to everybody who put it together. It's really
I think
a great
that's a
program.
win-win for the community in that, I mean, it is, it really is. I think we'll get some good work out of it. There'll be some good work done up there, and thanks. So we'll go to budget matters, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following DFA resolution. Mr. Corda, our finance director, number 6, resolution request to adjust the FY 2014 budget to increase revenues and expenditures an additional $180 to account for community DWI project agreement. Mr. Cordova?
So moved to approve.
I have a motion to approve. We have a second?
Second.
And a second. Discussion? None. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Number 7, a resolution request to adjust FY 2014 budget to increase revenue and expenditures to account for 2 special elections held September 3rd, 2013. We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. These are the 2 elections for?
Yes, the 2 water and sanitation districts.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Number 8, a resolution requesting to adjust the FY 2014 final budget to account for a Taos County Educational GRT Improvement Revenue Bonds.
So moved to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
If I may, just since I did pass out one slight change to that, the bond issue was for $22 million. The bond actually sold with a premium attached of $34,563. So this is more of an accounting clarification, which will actually take place at the end of the year. But we went ahead and gave it to you in this budget adjustment so you could see that the bond did sell with a premium. I'd like to just at this time point out the total cost of issuance of that bond issue was $510,000. Part of that, there was an underwriter's discount that the county paid for. However, the underwriter happened to also be the purchaser of the bond. So they were willing to pay a premium because they did receive a sizable discount. It's kind of one of those situations where if you're going to trade in your car and you want more money for your trade, and they say, well, we'll raise the price of the new car you want and we'll give you more for your trade. Kind of that situation. I just wanted to point that out to the commission in this sense. So it did sell at a premium. The premium wasn't ours. The premium went to the underwriter. So if there's any other questions, I'll be happy to address them, but I just wanted to point that out in transparency.
For discussion, anything else, Commissioner, on this item? We do have a motion and we do have a second, so call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Number 9, a resolution request to adjust the FY 2014 budget to establish the budgets for the Capital Fund Program Grant Fund. Mr. Cordova?
So moved to approve.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
And a second. Discussion? If no, Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Why don't you tell us a little bit about this, Leandro? I'm not real clear on the Capital Fund Program.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, this is for the Housing Authority. I may have to defer to Mr. Bellis for more detail, but it's basically the capital money we get to do capital improvements for the housing. And at time of budget, because state budget and federal budget are a few months apart, we didn't have a clear picture. At this time, we did have a clearer picture, and we have a clear path of spending the money. So we're presenting it today based on a clear path of revenue and expenditure.
Yeah, just to add that, I mean, this is a positive thing. We had a 3-year backlog of money sitting there not being used. And so we thought we might lose it, and we were able to reprogram it all and keep it.
And we're going to use it to improve our housing stock? And
Yes, a parking lot in Cuesta.
Is that coming up?
Yeah, we're free now to go ahead. We're just waiting for a bid from Joey Perovich, and we're rushing to the end of the season here. So we will get that done, and a lot of other work that's been backlogged.
Is there a deadline when this money has to be spent?
We can't be more than 2 years in arrears of spending it, or at the end of that anniversary, we lose 1/12 of the money in the following year till it's spent. So right now, we've got 2010 all spent. 2011, we have 90, just under 90%. We got to get to 90%. So with this parking lot, that'll take out the 2011, and then we have roughly, how much is in there? It runs roughly about $200,000 to $300,000 a year, and it's been slightly diminishing.
So what's the next project that we're going to spend it on?
We're going to gut all the bathrooms and kitchens and replace those. We have stucco to replace. We're getting rid of all the sheds and the fencing, replacing that. Have to fix parking areas, and there's something they call a REAC inspection, which is performed by HUD and us, and that dictates what gets priority for getting replaced. We have a couple of roofs, a lot of stucco work.
I see. So that'll be identified by that program.
Yes.
And shouldn't be hard to spend the money, sounds like.
No, we've got it all programmed. We were just waiting for the okay to let contracts.
Thank you.
It may be difficult to reimburse if the government doesn't open up again, but we can spend it.
We'll just split it up.
We can use it for beer money.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second to that item. That was number 9. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Budget line item adjustment, Mr. Cordova, Finance Director, or Taos County Fire Chief.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this budget adjustment is basically taking money out of our equipment and machinery costs for the newly created Taos County Fire Chief Fund. This is money we do receive from the State Fire Marshal. So we're taking $10,000 out of the equipment and machinery to allocate towards safety equipment, uniform linen costs, subscription and dues and non-capital furniture and fixture equipment. We're also taking $5,000 out of the supply line item to fund those others that I mentioned.
So moved to approve.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Mr. Cordova, I'm just curious, we have ratings for our fire departments, and do they receive funding depending on the rating?
Yes.
Through the fire excise or through another fund?
This is from the State Fire Marshal's Fund. It's a fund created by that small premium attached to your insurance, your home insurance premium, and that's where the ISO rating comes into play. The lower your ISO rating, the more money we get for each district.
Okay, and is that why some of these fire departments have pretty good balances in their budget?
Yeah, that's a big
looks
part
like,
of it.
according to the fire excise, they get about $19,000 annually, but then they get additional from that ISO rating.
Yes, and from my perspective as finance director, I would prefer to spend the state money first and leave our county money for last and bank the fire excise tax as opposed to banking the State Fire Protection Fund, but there's more restrictions on the State Fire Protection Fund. It's really meant for equipment, and that's how a lot of fire districts throughout the state are able to have the nice new equipment that they have. This is one of the more progressively funded programs at the state level, and the money they get grows every year, and so they put more money out into the community. And it is all based on it's basically you get more money, you buy more equipment, it lowers your rating, and you have access to more money. Or you open a substation, that lowers your rating, you have access to even more funds. And so it's really to continue to purchase new equipment and then rotate out the aging and old equipment or buildings. And it's good for a lot of our supplies, our smaller supplies, and training. That's how we.
Probably the question would be good for you, but since we have the town fire station, and then we have all these subsidiaries around in the county, does that lower their rating and then they qualify for more money?
The town would have their own allocation, and ideally, I kind of get where you're going, ideally it would be beneficial to all fire districts within the county, whether it be a municipality or a county, to kind of work together to maximize every district's lower ISO rating. The lower each district gets, the better the total amount coming into the county will grow. So,
plus, the better our insurance rates become.
Yes, and that's the ultimate for the consumer and the taxpayers. Their insurance premiums go down with the lower ISO ratings.
Okay. Thank you.
Still the county commissioner, not the mayor yet.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next. Do we need a vote on this? No, yes. Yes, we need to vote on this.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So we'll go on to Sheriff's Department and Law Enforcement Protection Fund.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the Law Enforcement Protection Fund, somewhat similar to the State Fire Protection Fund. It's money coming from the state. In this case, the sheriff would like to move money out of non-capital equipment and put it into equipment and machinery for the purchase of holsters for his handguns and also for cameras that the officers will be wearing on, body cameras, uniform cameras. And a side note is, down the line with these cameras, I understand it could potentially down the road lower our insurance premiums by having that in place for our officers. So it's the kind of thing that down the road, having that liability protected through video may help the county's insurance.
So moved, Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Community DWI.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is just an allocation out of per diem into non-capital furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the DWI CDWI 1378. It's basically to align with the agreement they received from DFA. We over-allocated the per diem.
So moved to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Further discussion, if any? None. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. The Tier Fire Department?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this budget adjustment is we're taking money out of non-capital to put into supplies and equipment. The money that this represents was money they thought they would be losing at the end of the fiscal year. They went ahead and applied for a carryover. The carryover was approved, so now we're allocating it into their budget so they can expend it.
So moved, sir.
Second.
Motion and a second, discussion, if any?
I just had a question. So when you say it moves into capital, so that means it's coming out of an otherwise operational funds?
Yes, the original budget, they had put the money into non-capital furniture and fixtures and equipment, hoping that they would get this. And then they did get approval, but they had already purchased the original equipment through a different fund, and now they want to reallocate the money that was approved for another allowable use.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Any further question? Call for the vote.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Commissioner, soon for a 5-minute break.
Second, I'll second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 No, it was Mr.
Thank you.
What's that? Oh, that was for you? That was for you?
I don't know if they're hanging open.
Ready, Commissioner?
I can't think of it.
Commissioners, we have a motion to come back.
So, second.
Second, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We're under county manager's report.
no,
No, I'm sorry. We have housing, low rent.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this budget adjustment is for the Housing Authority. We're basically taking $7,500 out of full-time positions to put into temporary positions for the low rent.
So moved to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Mr. Cordova, thank you for all you and your staff's work.
Thank you today. You made it easy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, when you have your stuff together, it goes fast. County Manager's Report and matters discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following letter regarding Chamizal property. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I could yield to Susan just real quick. You guys had a question about the 2012-2013 taxes or 2013-2014, and she has an answer for the commission, so wanted to yield to her and also get it on camera.
Thank you.
Again, for your benefit, they are the 2013 taxes that are going to be billed on, that are going to be going out on November the 1st for payment. The first and second half, again, is due November 10th, and the second half will be due on April the 10th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, under County Manager's Report, we have a request from the Chamizal Mutual Domestic Water Association. It's a nonprofit corporation in good standing, registered with the New Mexico Public Regulations Commission, requesting assistance from Taos County for the cleaning and fencing of a 1.2-acre vacant parcel of land owned by the association. It's my understanding that the schools had given this property to the association with the understanding that they would build some type of a community center for the people from the Chamizal area. Part of that cleanup, though, was that they had to have, there was some structures on there, and there was some cement objects that were on the floor that needed to be taken out, and they're requesting that Taos County assist in removing some of those so that they can meet their requirements. I know that they had met with Commissioner Duran in the past. This request had actually come to Taos County on July 26, 2012, and then when I came in October of 2012 is when they actually approached me. And so, Commissioner Duran, I don't know if you want to make a statement on that or what your thoughts are.
Well, I'd just like to add a little bit. They were thinking about donating it to the Taos County Road Department, but then since they couldn't get big vehicles in there, they decided to donate it to the domestic water, no? And what it really needs more than anything is cutting of the weeds. And maybe this way we don't, maybe the best way to do it is maybe just send a dumpster out there and have the.
I believe there was also some cement foundation structures that needed to be
There used to be a
removed.
basketball court there.
Okay,
but I don't
so
think
that needs to be pulled out and taken out of there, so.
So move to approve?
Is this work that's going to be all done in coordination with them? Are they going to help, or is it just?
Yes.
They're going to help, or?
They're going to help.
And what department will we be
My
using?
district will take care of it.
It'll be
This would be Public Works Department,
Public
of course. Mhm. And then the Mutual, they hope to build a community center there in the future? The Mutual Domestic? That would be an expansion of their normal duties, but I'm sure it would be a good thing for Chamisal if they can pull it off.
In the letter, they call it a community enrichment center, so whatever that is.
Okay.
No further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, Commissioners, we go to E911 update.
Under this line item, I'll yield to the county attorney.
Mr. Malone? So move for approval. Wait till he gets down.
Discussion.
No, I didn't.
I know, the walk, I get it.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to summarize for the commission what's occurred basically in the last couple of weeks in talks with Brian James, highlight some good news, and then highlight some issues that are still obstacles and get your input on them. First of all, I do want to report, just as a general proposition, that Mr. James has, in my opinion, engaged in this exercise in good faith to really try to achieve a JPA. And the first point that I think illustrates that is that he agreed with some modifications that I want to address with you, but he agreed with the concept that this commission talked to me about at our last meeting 2 weeks ago of 3 votes, 2 votes, 1 vote, and 1 vote. That is 3 for this is the weighted voting portion of the JPA. 3 votes for the county, 2 votes for the town, 1 vote for the Ski Valley, and 1 vote for Cuesta. His modification, and I think it's a reasonable request, was that it not be based on one person carrying those number of votes, but that total number of people. That is to say that the county would appoint 3 people to the board, the town would appoint 2 people to the board, and Cuesta and the Ski Valley would each appoint 1 person. The further refinement of that concept, based on the idea of trying to depoliticize this board, was to restrict the groups from which those members could come. And specifically, it was that each of the entities could choose from among their administrator, deputy administrator, or any of the people that would fall on the technical advisory board, which is the fire chiefs, the police chiefs, the sheriff, EMS, people of that nature. So for example, just to use a simple example, if the county wanted to, it could appoint the county manager as 1 member to the board, the county fire marshal as another member, and the sheriff as yet another member. That would be an example. So that, to me, was substantial progress. I thought that the issue of weighted voting was going to be substantially more difficult. I've identified 2 big picture items that I do think continue to be difficult, but before I turn to that, I wanted to talk about the concept that has emerged for the employees. You will recall that 2 weeks ago, Steve presented to you his recommendation on the employees, which was that if they were going to become county employees at a point in time that the county became the fiscal agent, they would have to come on board based on our rules, and that is to say that there would be a 6-month probationary period. They would be entitled to our benefits, but we couldn't just transfer the town benefits over. And it turned out that that was something that the town understood. They understood that we couldn't take people on that had been their employees based on a different set of rules. We couldn't violate our own personnel policy, and we couldn't violate our agreement with our union. By the same token, the town had a concern that if they just terminated all of the dispatch employees, they would face the possibility of complaints, lawsuits because of a violation of their personnel policies. The concept that emerged, and I just want to run this by you and explain it to you, is that the JPA would set up a separate legal entity. That's what the state statute provides for. And the employees could be employees of that separate legal entity. Santa Fe County, I didn't talk to anybody there, but I reviewed their documents when they went through this same kind of process. And in one of the periods of time when they set up their JPA, they established that the employees of the authority, the employees would become employees of the authority. The authority would, in a reasonable period of time, adopt its own personnel policies and procedures, but that until that happened, the authority would use the policies and procedures of the prior fiscal agent. And so translating that to our situation, the employees and the executive director would be employees of the authority, not of the town, not of the county, but of the authority. And initially, the town's personnel policy would apply until the authority was able to develop its own personnel policy. And so they then could transfer those employees. They would have their same benefits, accrued leave, et cetera, in the initial setup. To me, that seems to be a reasonable approach. The town attorney, because they're the ones that under that circumstance would face the most potential legal risk of transferring employees, they wouldn't become our employees, so it wouldn't be a problem for us. The town attorney is still pinning down the details on that. He tells me that his initial conclusion is that it's doable that way, but he wanted to reserve judgment because he's still, I guess they're talking to para and the health insurers and that sort of thing. Let me turn to, let me stop there. Does anybody have any questions about the employee part? Any strong reactions one way or another?
I have a question.
Okay.
On the PRA.
Yes.
Then you said they would go to
the authority. Call it the authority.
Authority. So what happens with their PRA? I mean, because the authority have to buy into the PRA, wouldn't they, or how would that work?
That is one of the things that the town is checking into, and I don't know the answer. I'm leaving that up to Mr. James to say that that works from their perspective. But you're right, that they would have to transfer, the authority would have to have funding for PERA contributions.
Because their PRA would have to stop for a period of time till the authority kicks in. If they're, no, it wouldn't work that way.
It would be one day and then the next is the way it would be envisioned.
That's what Mr. Malone was basically saying, was that they would stay under the previous fiscal agent until the authority was in place. And so they would still be receiving the town benefits because that's the previous fiscal agent until the authority takes them over. So it would just be that one day, the next day they would transfer over. So there wouldn't be a break.
But then these employees wouldn't be under no probation.
That's correct. They would not be under probation under what I've outlined for you. They would have to be addressed.
See, I mean, what would happen if, maybe they're doing okay over there, then they don't really like the way authority is running. So in other words, you're stuck with the employee.
Well, there would, presumably the personnel policy would have the same provision that any other personnel policy has for dealing with employees who are not doing a good job. They would be subject to progressive discipline. They would be subject to reprimand and other higher levels of discipline if they were not doing a good job. And so, yes, you couldn't just fire somebody because they were a probationary employee, but if they weren't doing the job properly, you could terminate them in the same way you terminate any other employee who starts to not do their job properly. More difficult, obviously.
And the executive director could be under a contract like yours.
Exactly. And in the case of management level, the executive director, he would be similar to a county attorney or a county manager. He could be easily, you could have an at-will contract with an executive director.
This is what, let me ask this question. We do come over here to our own building, but we're planning on having an executive director there. Do we need one?
Are you talking about under the JPA, Commissioner? Or are you talking if we just went on our own and did that?
Yeah.
If we went on the own and did it, we've discussed a couple of issues. I mean, initially when we were outlining the budget, we had looked at the possibility as the fire chief possibly serving as the director or supervisor of that facility. As things have continued to progress, I'm probably of the opinion that we will and should hire an executive director, but we should hire that person from the beginning if we are going to build our own to work through that process with us so that we're building it with the expertise that we need. And, as the town's now finding is that they didn't do that. They had a consultant, but now we're having some other issues. And so I would rather err on the side of caution and have somebody with those expertise guide us through that process as we move forward, if that was the case.
Let me ask, okay, that is for Mr. Malone. The JPA does come into an agreement. This is for what time limit? Are they going to tie us down for a year, 2 years?
That was my next subject. So if everybody's satisfied with the discussion of employees, let me launch into that next subject, because that's the biggest stumbling block that I've run into thus far. And let me set the groundwork here, because I think that this commission has been very clear in its guidance and its position in terms of a 90-day notice to leave the Kit Carson facility if the JPA chose to exercise that 90 days. That was something that this commission gave me direction on even before we wrote the MOU. The MOU that was agreed to at the joint session with the town has in it a provision that says that if we go to Kit Carson for some period of time, with 90 days notice, we can leave. And when I say we, I mean the JPA can leave. If there is a JPA, this all assumes that there is a JPA. If there is one, the JPA can leave on 90 days notice. That is something that the town is being resistant on, even though they signed the MOU agreeing to that. And quite frankly, that presents a problem. And they have suggested a variety of, I'll call them compromises for lack of a better word, but they're certainly not willing to go forward, at least insofar as they've disclosed to me through Mr. James. They're not willing to go forward on just a straight up 90-day notice of termination of the sublease and leaving the Kit Carson facility. So that's a major stumbling block, and I'd appreciate the commission's input on that. Let me describe the call them compromises. I don't know if they're compromises or not. Suggestions, that's a better word. Let me describe the suggestions that the town, through their town attorney, has put on the table on that issue. Number one, they talked about having some kind of a extra majority vote required of the JPA, the board of directors. Quite frankly, I don't think that that's much of a compromise, because that would basically do away with what this commission has talked about in terms of weighted voting. But they've talked about having an extra, like a supermajority, 3/4 rather than a majority kind of like the problem that they have in Washington now, because you can't get 60% to vote for anything, and so nothing happens. They've suggested including the requirement that one of the county's members of the executive board of the JPA, out of the three, be the sheriff, because they believe that since he's elected on a countywide basis, he would be above the politics. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's one of the suggestions that's been made. Another suggestion that's been made, and I don't know how to assess the one about the sheriff. I wish I had some insight for you as to why that suggestion was made, but taken at face value, the presentation was that he's a countywide official. The other suggestion, and this one has some appeal, I think, and I want to explain why I say that, and that is that as long as the decision to leave is based on some technical deficiency at Kit Carson, that the 90 days would still be in place. And that's pretty much always been what staff has reported to the commission, that it has grave concerns about the technical situation over at Kit Carson. I mean, one example that really struck me today was when the town manager, Oscar Rodriguez, was asked the question about the line between the Kit Carson facility and the antenna downtown at the old dispatch center. And he acknowledged, and it's the first time I've heard an acknowledgement, that the way that's set up, it goes from the antenna to the town's network, and then from the town's network, it goes out into the internet without any special dedicated line. And that would be a great technical concern. It may turn out that it's not a problem, but from what's been reported to us, it could be a problem. So one suggestion has been that we have the right to leave on 90 days as long as it's based on a technical concern about the Kit Carson facility. That's really what's on the table in that regard, and I've got to either go back and say, look, it's 90 days, period, that's the end of discussion as far as we're concerned, or we are willing to talk about some of these alternatives.
Well, let me voice my concern now on this 3211. You already know, the town managers was here, who they have with them, if not Ski Valley. So they got that vote on their side already. Right now we're looking at a 3-3 vote. I mean, the only other way, I mean, Village of Cuesta would have to hang in with us, but on the other hand, they might turn around on us. You know what I mean? Then we're going to be like the landfill board. You know what I mean? Outvoted, we're going to get tied down over there. I don't agree with that. You know, and I think this commission, I don't know, all of us, but I think 3 of us, that we have to have the majority. On the other hand, it's got to be on a 90-day. Because why are we going to invest in our own here if we're going to be tied up over there for 2 years? That's what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? You know, that's the way I look at it. The town is for the town, and that's what they're trying to do. Then, after 2 years, they're going to try to figure out, after we invested over there almost $1 million, then why are we doing that? You know, if we're still going to move on, and this majority of this commission says we're going to come over here, then that's the way it's got to be. There ain't no deal.
Mr. Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. See, the purpose...
When you going on vacation?
Pretty soon, but not quite yet. So, see, the thing is that the JPA, I mean, if we're going into this with good intentions and good faith as a county commission, then what we're saying is that we're going to allow the new governing board of the JPA to consider the operations as it stands now. That's their first order of business, right? We've got a dispatch center that's not working very well. The first order of business for the new JPA is to look around and see what's working and what isn't working, and to use the expertise of the advisory board and try to make some decisions about what to do. But those decisions should be made not at this board. I mean, I know that there was a prior vote that directed staff to move towards developing our own center at the planning department. And of course, staff has done that. They brought us some estimates. They've continued their work. They've shared with us their concerns about the current location. So all of that has already taken effect. But at this point, if we do enter into a JPA, we have to allow, it's not our decision anymore. Then it's got to be the decision of the board. The reason, in my opinion, that the town would like the sheriff to be one of those votes is because the sheriff is not directly beholden to us. And so they feel like, well, if it's Mr. Archuleta and Mr. Bellis and Mr. Sanchez, then, you know, this board can apply sufficient pressure to all of them and possibly to Cuesta and make a very fast decision. Let's just give notice and move. But in my mind, that defeats the purpose of the JPA. The purpose of the JPA is to analyze the situation and make the best determination for the community as a whole. And I'm certainly willing to accept whatever decision they come up with. I'm not going to continue arguing for the rest of my term about something that's decided by the JPA that has the fullest information about the dispatch operations. Right now, we know they're not working well, but we don't have all the information at our disposal as to why. We think, well, part of the problem is the line between the town building on Civic Plaza and the Kit Carson building. But when the JPA gets together and starts discussing that, maybe Kit Carson will step up to the plate, like they said they would, put in a tower, directly wire it, and that would eliminate that problem. This is all hypothetical. The other problem is nobody likes the basement. Well, in that case, Kit Carson might say, in order to get everybody to stay here, including BLM, we'll give you the top floor, we'll make certain improvements. This is all hypothetical, but we have to leave it open as a possibility, and we have to let the JPA do their job. No individual entity can have the majority vote. That's why we came up with the 3-2-1-1.
Let me ask this question. I know there's been instance 3 or 4 times already where there ain't no communication. No? Say something major happens. Somebody, they don't get the call out there. Somebody dies. Then who's going to be liable? The people that run the JPA, or is it going to be the county and the town? Who's liable then? By the time, you know, I understand what Tom is saying. We got to let the people that run the JPA do their thing. But say that this problem ain't fixed 3 or 4 months down the road, 5 months down the road. All of a sudden the radios go down. There ain't no communication. Somebody dies out there. Who's liable?
The act, the statute that allows for establishing a JPA specifically envisions setting up a separate legal entity. And that's why I called it the authority. And so the authority would have the legal liability. That's not what exists under the current JPA. The current JPA doesn't have a separate authority. It's just got 4 parties who signed it and 1 party that runs it. The new JPA, if it comes into existence, provides that it would set up a separate authority, and that authority would have the legal obligations.
But let me ask this question. Then this legal authority would have to go out there, buy insurance, right? Buy whatever it takes.
Exactly.
Or in case they ever get sued, right?
Exactly.
Who's going to provide the money for this legal authority to go out and buy their own insurance and whatever they need?
That's going to have to come out of the budget, which is the last item that's of concern to me. But I don't want to leave this point about the period of time in which we could leave, because, again, to put it in very stark terms, the MOU says 90 days period. It doesn't have all these nuances about, who's on the board and whether it's for technical reasons and things of that nature. And in going back and having my discussions with Mr. James, and then we have a even number of people on the commission today, so I don't know how this would come out if everybody expressed their opinion, but in going back and having my discussions with Mr. James, I either have to tell him, look, we expect the town to stick with what it said in the MOU, or we're willing to consider one or more of these alternatives that I've outlined for you. And I need some direction from this commission in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Malone, I got off on that tangent and didn't even begin to address the issue of notice. But my idea on that is similar in the sense that once the JPA takes effect and the board has a chance to assess the situation, if they determine that there's no realistic possibility for us to safely do dispatch in that building, at that point, they would have to give notice. And so the appropriate length of time for that notice would be the amount of time it would take us to be able to move. That's my suggestion. And I don't know the answer to that, but we got at least 5 people in the room sitting behind you who know quite a bit about it. But that would be the practical end of it, right? So you get in there, you say, okay, this building is horrible. There's no way we're going to ever make this work. Luis is not going to do any of the things we need for him to do. We have got to make the decision that we're going to relocate. So we're going to give Mr. Reyes notice to get out of the lease. Well, how much time are we going to need? I mean, it's not likely that 90 days, we would have another place to move into within 90 days at that point. So anybody wants to shoot holes in that, that's my...
But let me...
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Ask this. Staff has been directed to move on, right? Got to do here, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
So then I say that's all we need, is 90 days. Town signed the MOU with 90 days. Now they want to go back under word. You know what I mean? Mr. Malone and put a gun to their head and say, hey, it says over here 90 days, you sign. Right now, they're not doing their part because they read it and they signed it and it said 90 days. I don't know, go ahead,
Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to touch on what Commissioner Duran just said earlier, Here he's got that vote already, Mr. Rodriguez, the 11,000. First it was requested that was at the 11,000 in Taos Valley. Now all of a sudden it's requested the 18,000 that they have to pay into this 911, and Taos Valley's 11. So I asked Mr. Rodriguez, you were here, as he had talked to the village, and he said he had. Okay, at lunchtime I called the Mayor Cuesta, and they have not committed to this. So what's he trying to do? Trying to pull the wool over somebody's eyes, So I have to agree with Commissioner Duran. Something's not right out there, that he's trying to get that one vote. And I think it looked like from what we had earlier, he got it. But I just don't agree with this, so thank you, Chairman.
Bob, I think, the weighted vote, however we determine that weighted vote needs to go, we need that weighted vote. I think that's, it's a proven formula. It's used in a couple of the other entities. I think even the Los Alamos, the coalition uses that. And I think that weighted vote is the way we need to go as far as that goes. You know, whether it's, I don't see a problem if we made the sheriff one of the voting members, provided we have that weighted vote. We do control the sheriff's budget. And I don't want to.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I guess I have one question on that is, would they allow for an alternate person on there? Part of what I'm sort of envisioning is that if we have to have 3 people there for the vote, and one of us is on vacation, one of us is sick, isn't there that day, could we have an alternate? And that was just a question that I had reference that.
That would be.
And that detail hasn't been discussed, but obviously it could be. You know, one thing that I can do as your lawyer is I can come up with the best document that can be drafted given whatever the town will agree to without me agreeing to it. I can bring it back to you and say, look, here's the best that we could do, and you can decide. And the other alternative is to just say, here's our position, we're not going to give, and the negotiations over the JPA are over with. So those are really my alternatives in terms of this.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thanks. I got a solution. This is really actually very easy. I mean, what Commissioner Duran is saying is that regardless of what the new JPA decides, this county is investing $1.2 million in the planning department building. Come heck or high water, regardless. That's what we're doing. We're not even going to ask them what they think. We're going to invest $1.2 million into that planning department. Well, once we do that, it should be easy. That JPA, they'll say, all right, let's move in. I mean, 90 days shouldn't bother the town. If you go back to the town and say, in my opinion, Taos County is going to invest $1.2 million into that building, and so why do you care what the notice is? Whenever we're within 3 months of being able to move in, there'll probably be at least 4 votes on the JPA board that says, well, let's move into that building. It's already done. We don't have to invest any money. None of the other entities have to invest another dime, because Taos County is doing it all for all of us. And what's the point? Let's not mess around with this lease anymore. Let's just get out of it and move into that building supposedly for free, or whatever deal we're giving everybody. So I don't know. I mean, the town, the reason the town, I think, is balking at the 90 days is because they're concerned that they're going to enter into this JPA and we're going to push our 3 votes and get Cuesta to come with us and vote in the first meeting, we're out of here. And, that's visually kind of, a little bit off visually, since we've gone through all of these negotiations to enter into the JPA, and then if that's the first move, I think they would feel like it was all for naught. But I don't know. I'm not obviously in favor of investing any money until we get something from the new JPA board to tell us what to do, and maybe split those expenses between some of the entities. But I'm only 1 vote, and if I'm going to be again outvoted on that, and we're just going to push ahead and find that $1.2 million at the expense of other projects without even listening to the JPA, and the town knows that, then really the notice requirements are pretty much a moot point.
And Mr. Malone, I think the main focus of everything is the health, safety, and welfare of our constituents. And I think we need to keep that in focus. I think that's the most important thing. And I think the JPA, I agree that the JPA needs to be formed. I agree that the JPA needs to have a weighted vote. I do agree that the JPA needs to then make recommendations or take a vote on how it's going to move forward. I don't think that that's why we would have those professionals that we would hopefully are seated at that board to make those decisions. They know all about the E911, the way it should work, the way it has to work, the way it works in other communities, so that we don't continue to have these fails that we have presently. And so, I mean, we need to move forward with a JPA board. And Mr. Bellis, do you have something to add?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to refer back to the meeting in which you were before the mayor and council, and to remind everyone that this group voted by a slim margin to go ahead to that meeting and present an MOU. And the purpose of that was to say, is there a basis of it that we can find a common ground to have a discussion? And we took all the controversial points, including wanting the opportunity to get out on a 90-day notice. A lot went into that. The mayor then asked you about 2 or 3 points and started negotiating, and you just said, no, if I have to go back to the county commission, there's no negotiation. This is it. It's a take it or leave it offer. We've made 3 take it or leave it's. You take it and revise it and give it back to us. My caution when we came back here was that we could find ourselves in a situation where we have a system over there that doesn't work, that's endangering people. We get into prolonged discussions and we run out of time to provide an alternative, or we agree to go over there and they're out of time because of the winter. And then the county running it has to make a decision, do we pump $1 million into that facility so that we're not liable for the things that are going to go wrong, and then we're stuck there? Or do we have an alternative? And I would really caution the county commission, as much as I want to see this work, I think that's where we're going. That the presentation today, where you heard the mayor, for those that weren't there, and the county manager was there, say he didn't want 90 days. He didn't want 6 months. He wanted to do this in a week. He wanted everybody in that building in a week, and we could get this resolved. Now, it starts to go that way, and today you see the county manager come forward lobbying Taos Ski Valley to get another vote to say, no, we want an interim board based on the rules we want for voting to put a director in there and move forward. Well, if the mayor wants to get there as soon as possible, why are we even having that discussion? And I just don't want to see us get into a 6-month negotiation and run our opportunities out, or agree to get in there and stay. I believe that you have really good staff here, and we have spoken to all the vendors that put that equipment in. We can't know everything that's wrong, but we know a lot of the things that are wrong. And one of the things that you were promised by the town is that we could ask those questions and get answers. We haven't gotten those answers. We've been told you may not get them. That we could go over and look at the building and find out what was wrong before you obligated yourself to it. We haven't been allowed to do that. So it's a stall. And you're being asked to buy a car that you're not allowed to drive or look under the hood, and to commit to it for 2 years. And once you do that, you're going to have to put the engine in it and whatever's wrong with it, and then you won't be able to go out and buy another car.
Chairman.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
This could go on a little while, but it's important. So, yeah, Mr. Bellis, I understand that you want to make the decision. You want to go with the decision to invest the money now, regardless of what the new JPA governing board comes up with. I mean, I understand that.
No, I don't, Commissioner. I just sat there and heard in a public meeting the mayor say, we have approved this MOU. And I sat there before him twice before that and say, we have approved these conditions, we can live with them. And now we're renegotiating again. And this commission had some basic rules that they would enter into those negotiations with. And once again, we're renegotiating everything from the start. And that's, to me, that's a concern about the good faith of the partners we're dealing with.
All right, I don't want to get into an arguing match with you, but in my opinion, that's a gross overstatement. We have substantial agreement on every point, okay, except for this crucial point of notice, which is what we're discussing now. So I don't see why, you know, you're coming on as though we should throw everything out the window because the mayor said this or somebody else said that. Frankly, you know, I'm not interested in that perspective. Let's focus on the fact that the two attorneys have done a good job in crafting the MOU. You were part of that. Steve was part of that. A lot of good work's gone into it, and now there's been a lot more good work that's gone into it, and we're very close to entering into a JPA. So it's not time to throw the towel in until we figure out this last point of notice. And so I don't appreciate the movement towards just saying, let's forget it because we can't deal with those jerks. But if I could just, I'm sorry,
It's okay, go ahead.
Let me just finish the point. Even if we decide to invest all of the money into the other planning department, and it's not a choice between 1.2 there and $1 million in the other place, but I'll let that one go too. Even if we decide to do that, it's better to do it under a JPA than not, right? Because then there's a better chance for DFA to work with us in the future. So, you know, I'm fine if we end up going to that other building, but if we go to that other building under a JPA, it's better than if we do it unilaterally. So we still have an incentive to get this JPA done. And so what I'm trying to do is figure out what's a realistic time frame that we need to be able to get out of that building if the JPA decides to do so. And you know, that's one approach. That's one approach, is to say, well, we're never really going to be able to move in just 90 days, so we can negotiate a little bit up, or we can stick to the 90 days and see where that goes, and explain to the town that regardless of what the JPA says, we're going to invest that money, so that's going to make that building a lot more attractive for the JPA. But, you know, even if it was done in that fashion, which obviously I'm not in favor of, but even if it was done in that fashion, at least it would be done under a JPA that DFA could acknowledge that we're making an attempt to regionalize.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Let me ask this question. Okay, in 9 months from here, say we got everything ready, planning department. Then we ain't gonna need these people that we have on the JPA then, right?
Except for DFA, right? That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, there is some advantage.
See, what I'm trying to get at is we're going into all this trouble. I mean, you know, taking a lot of our attorney's time when he can be doing something. And say that 9 months from now, we're ready to move into our building. I mean, that's a lot of time wasted when Mr. could have been doing something else. Because then we're not going to need a board. The county's going to do their own 911, and we're not going to need a board then to direct me what to do then. Why do I want people tell me what to do? No, that's why I sit here on this commission. That's why the commission makes the decisions.
Mr. Archuleta, did you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I guess I just want to make a statement, which is that we're not willing to throw in the towel, Commissioner. Quite honestly, this staff sitting behind me here and on this side of me have put in countless amazing hours, in my opinion. I mean, we have sat in 3-hour, 4-hour behind the door meetings. We have tried to work every aspect that we could. We have negotiated everything that we could negotiate with the town, and yet the town still comes back. Mr. Rodriguez this morning admitted that they have serious problems over there and have had them for 15 years. But now he wants you as a commission to do a temporary board. He wants you as a commission to let him hire an executive director. He stated that I didn't go to the meeting. You're right, I didn't go to the meeting because it's a waste of time. We have more important issues to deal with. And he keeps coming up with these meetings. He keeps coming up with, as Commissioner Sanchez says, with these budgets. One of the things that I was trying to explain to Oscar, but it wasn't going to go anywhere, was that the $700,000 budget that's out there has not even been approved, yet he's operating under that $700,000, which means the county's going to not pay $281,000, but $378,000 to this board. And he's expecting that money now. He's expecting $18,000 from Cuesta, and he's expecting the $11,000 have not even been discussed. And it's a continuation of the town coming to the county and saying, we understand what you said, but we want you to renegotiate that. We understand what you said, but we want you to relook at this. And I don't mind during the negotiations, and I don't think Mr. Malone minds, and I don't think any of the staff minds, because we spend time and time and time and time again. But at what point are we going to say, we're done? This is it. This is the final chapter, and that's what you as a commission need to tell us as staff, because we'll continue to work E9. We're doing double duty. We're working E911 here, and all of us were at a presentation. All of us have scheduled presentations for the commission, and then we're also trying to figure out the problems over there. I was sitting at lunch with 2 individuals today, and guess what? The radios were down again today at lunch. Oscar had told me that he would notify me anytime that dispatch was down. He hasn't done that in over 2 weeks. And so our constituents are not being served. Commissioner Brony, you're saying public safety, the welfare of our constituents, it's not happening. And so we either say, let's get this done, wherever we're going to get it done, and let's do it right. And because we're doing double duty. We're addressing 2 separate issues going down these parallel tracks, and it's killing staff, it's killing time, and the constituents of Taos County are not getting the services from the county that they need to be getting. And we just need a stand by the commission, a policy from the commission to tell us, please move in this direction, and that's it, and we're done.
What's your advice?
I've been trying to stay neutral in this aspect. I'll tell you, and part of this is why I've taken the management style that I've taken with this issue on the 911, and it started a year ago, is that I don't feel that the town is true in everything that they disclose to us, and that there's always an ulterior motive. And that's my honest opinion. I feel that they try to hide things, and we have, as staff, gone back to them time and time again and proven them wrong. And because of that, you know, I think the money that we're spending on attorneys and staff time is more than the $378,000. If we truly want the best service, the most regional service, including Forest Service and BLM, we have to come to the planning department, we have to invest $1.2 million, or we have to invest $2 million, whatever that amount is, and get over here and get it done. That's my opinion.
So are you suggesting or advising that we drop negotiations on the JPA?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that I would love to have a joint powers agreement, and I would love the joint powers agreement to make those decisions. I'm not qualified, in my opinion, to make that, but from a management perspective, we are using up way too much resources, way too much time, and we just keep going back and forth and negotiating. We're running out of time, and somebody is going to die, and somebody has already died, quite honestly. But somebody will continue to die of our constituents, and that, to me, is just not, I just can't.
On the 90-day, what is your advice to us on the issue of 90-day notice?
I think if the JPA decides that they give a 90-day notice, they give a 90-day notice. That's up to the joint powers agreement. I think that's what we signed in MOU. You as a commissioners unanimously reported on that and said that this was what we were going over there. Commissioner Brony, myself, and the deputy county manager went to the city meeting. They agreed to it. We had a joint resolution here. They agreed to it, and now they're coming back and saying no. I don't understand that. I just can't.
And Commissioner,
continue.
When I went to that meeting, one of the analogies that I used is let's quit kicking the ball back and forth to each other.
It's crazy.
And that's what we continue to do, is kick the ball back and forth. And, and they're going to continue to do it till we grab the ball and say, hey.
Take it away.
You know, and
Right.
again, that MOU, when you guys were very clear to me when I went to that meeting, you were very clear to me that say, you know, this is what we'll agree to. And we went in good faith to the town, in good faith, to present that MOU. I know these commissioners had a very hard time signing that MOU because they were resistant, but we, as a combined body, went over there in good faith to have this MOU, and basically, they signed that MOU, and now it's that MOU, the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, they're trying to change what we agreed on.
Mr. Chairman, you've said it exactly right, and it seems to me that I have a clear majority of the commission that says stick with the 90 days and don't negotiate that point further.
Mr. Chairman,
Works
I
for
only
me.
want to make
Go to the last one.
one comment. No, you stated a while ago, public safety, for our constituents, and that's what we got to stick with. Because if somebody dies out there, even though we're going to invest $1 billion or 1.2 here to move over here, but we're going to have the state-of-the-art equipment. But say somebody dies out there, you know who's going to pay it. And we're going to pay more than $1.2 million because we could not respond.
Well, we're all in favor of the best public safety we can come up with, and that's why we've committed to make capital expenditures. I just want the capital expenditures decision to be made by the proper body. And I agree with the rest of my colleagues here that let's stick with the 90 days. I take our county manager's advice on that, and I'm sure, Mr. Malone, I don't know if you have any other issues on the JPA that you need clarified.
But before you go on, Commissioner Sanchez, I've been neglecting you. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, you did mention something. We've already lost an individual. That has happened. Do we need to lose another one? I don't think so. Thank you.
Mr. Malone?
The final issue is the budget for the JPA. We have been moving forward with this $742,000 figure as a 2-year budget for the JPA. In speaking to Leandro, it's very clear that the way that that formula works just doesn't add up. And Mr. James and I actually are in agreement on that. And so Leandro made the suggestion that if we go forward with these discussions, there should be a meeting between the finance directors for the town and the county to figure out exactly what this thing really is supposed to cost. Because we can't just take a number, and I'm sure that people in good faith came up with this number. I don't know how they came up with it, but we can't just take a number and plug it into an agreement if the number is not a realistic number. That's just defies common sense. It's not even a legal proposition. It just defies common sense. And so the idea that Mr. James and I have agreed to suggest to our respective bodies is that the two finance directors sit down and go over the last year's budget by the town with a fine-tooth comb and come up with whatever a realistic number is that the two finance directors can agree upon. And I certainly hope that you would support me in that kind of a...
Mr. Malone, I will support you 100% because we need to know exactly what it's going to cost, because there is a reserve amount that was a reserve amount from the last few years, and those reserve amounts basically is what they're using or they use to move. And those reserve amounts, I'm sure, came from the county's coffers. So I would support that 100%.
Mr. Chairman, another thing that we got to look at, I think, staff's already know what direction to take, and the town thinks that we're going to pay $378,000. They got to provide their service till February. If we need only 6 more months to put everything in place, the town's only going to get from the county half of the $288. That's all they're getting from the county. We're not going to give them no $378 for 7 months.
And Mr. Archuleta, that amount that they made reference to was only if the JPA was signed, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's not necessarily the case. And that's the point that I was trying to make, is that Oscar's using that amount in order to try to hire an executive director at $75,000 a year. And so when you look at that, the numbers don't add up. And the finance director can come up and we asked him for his sheet right after, and immediately, I mean, we started looking at some items. Part of what Mr. Malone's also asking for is doable, but we also have to make sure that we agree on the number of staff and what the JPA is going to call for. And so it's a little bit of a difficult situation because you know, basically the number that we have is what the town has said, these are the numbers, and that's what we'll sit down and talk to them. I believe they're basing it on 15 staff, they're basically basing it on 3 levels of supervision, an executive director, all of those things. I don't know we have the right figures on all of those things, and I don't want to throw another monkey wrench into the whole deal, but those are the issues that we were dealing with, and so now we'll, you know, the finance director can talk a little bit more about that, but we'll try to do the best that we can with the information we have, but unfortunately they don't share that information openly either, so.
Chairman, Commissioners, I mean, even if we do need to have a budget of $742,000, that may be the number we need to operate this, but in the budget they've prepared for us, I mean, one example was he came to you this morning asking for money for a director. They've already allocated 50% of that into the budget that he gave us, that he is presenting to us. I mean, perhaps what the 742, how they got to it and how we can use it are two different things. I guess that's why I need to sit down. I feel more comfortable sitting down with their finance director and finding out how did you get to this number, because when I look at your budget, I see 4 vacant positions in here. You're allocating for 4 vacant positions. I see the largest operating cost being the rent at Kit Carson, $33,000. That's still part of this 742 number, which they have agreed that, through the MOU, I believe they had agreed to pay that. The other large cost of operating is their fiscal agent fee, $21,000. I mean, that's a significant cost for a fiscal agent fee. Between the rent and that, and the 50% allocated for their director, we have the money within the budget that they prepared. But it's about how we look at that budget and how we utilize the money in there. I guess that's how I feel. So with your direction, I'm more than happy to sit down with their finance director, the town of Cuesta, village of Cuesta, town of Ski Valley, and all together figure out if 742 works, maybe we even need more. But I know that you want me to be able to tell you exactly where it's going to go. So if I come to tell you that the budget needs to be $800,000, I'm sure you want me to tell you exactly where that $800,000 is going to go. I can't follow it in the budget they've given us. I can't follow that. And that's why I would like more clarification from them, how they built this budget and how we can rearrange what we have here to better utilize the money that is being spent. It's taxpayer dollars, but a lot of these costs don't need to be there. We don't need to pay them. That's where I stand on that, and I do appreciate that direction, and I'll be more than happy to sit down with them and we'll figure it out, hopefully together, and come back. And at that point, if it makes sense to me, I'll be more than happy to recommend whatever amount we come up with when we build it from scratch. But I feel it kind of needs to be rebuilt from the bottom up. So that's my opinion on all of this.
Thank you. Mr. Archuleta, did you want some of your staff to address us, or?
The only thing I'm going to say is that we know the consoles are old at Gusdorf. The town manager has told us that they had no plans to relocate the antenna, and the radios are old. The radios need to be replaced, the antenna needs to be replaced, the consoles need to be replaced, the software needs to be replaced. The only thing that leaves is the telephony that that DFA paid for this year. That's a shame that they paid for it to put it over there, but you're either going to have to put $1.1, $1.2 million into that building plus rent, or you're going to end up putting $1.4 million into our building. That's all the equipment that they need. Everything is old with the exception of the telephony. It's just the way it is.
Bob? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Reflecting back this morning on what the town manager, Oscar Rodriguez, said, and it was finally an admission that there's a problem with this link back and forth. Additionally, on top of that link, just as a reminder, that carries the NCIC data and it goes through the internet. We don't know if that is encrypted. It's supposed to be encrypted. We don't know, and those are questions that we're still pending from the town, which hasn't been brought forward to us, and so we need to get that addressed. But you know, it shouldn't be. It should be a dedicated line, which it isn't, and we need to get that resolved. So the NCIC data is still ambiguous as to what's happening out there and where that server resides. I believe it's still back over here at the town of Taos, but I don't know. We haven't been given access to either facility to really look at anything, and so I just wanted to bring that to your attention too, that should be looked at.
And have you invited yourself?
Yes, we have climbed the fence a few times in the past, but we ceased to do that. But no, we've actually asked for that, and the deputy city manager there, Abigail, says, yes, you can come over at least to the Gusler facility and look, but we need to be escorted, and we're not unrestricted. And she says, we're welcome to go over there day and night at 2 in the morning if we want. All we have to do is call her.
And look, but don't touch.
Yeah, you know, it's exactly, that's what it is. It's window shopping.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, getting back to the budget, is there any way that we can continue to work under the current budget until the new JPA determines a budget for operations once the JPA is up and running?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the one thing that, and I don't know why you weren't told that this morning, other than I think you tipped your hand early that you weren't going to approve it, but in Mr. Rodriguez calling, and I spoke to him, and he requested to speak to you, he stated that they were running out of money and they may have to do layoffs. They needed a director, which he said here today, because they really don't know what they're doing, which I don't know why they're paying somebody to be a director that doesn't know what they're doing and using half the money. But that the source of the money to pay the director is coming out of the reserves. And if you remember when you signed the MOU to take the dispatch, the repeaters, they assured us that they would leave our half of the money in there. In fact, we gave them some of our money to pay their bills for the repeaters that had already been worked on. So I guess 75 out of 110. So that doesn't leave much. But again, as the county manager said, it's very difficult to know what's real or not real because I sit on the stakeholders committee and you just can't get a financial accounting of any of this.
Okay, so the suggestion is that we have the two finance directors sit down and come up with an appropriate budget, or is the suggestion that we allow the new governing board to establish next year's budget? Or is there another suggestion? I just want to get past this budget one because it's like the last one we got, right?
Chairman, to the extent that you're asking about suggestions, my suggestion, and the town attorney joins me in that, is that the two finance directors sit down together.
Okay.
I think that we would be doing it backwards to agree to a JPA and then find out some number that just didn't make any sense.
Mr. Chairman, why, look, Mr. Sanchez just stated now, either we put 1.4 million in here or we're going to have to put 1.2 million over there. You know what I mean? He just said it now. Why are we trying to accommodate the town when they don't know what they're doing? You know? I mean, to me, these people are just wasting their time over there with the town. You know, he just stated a true fact.
Yeah, it's not a question of trying to accommodate the town, Commissioner Duran. There's a $400,000 difference, first off, which is what Mr. Sanchez stated. And the $400,000 difference, of course, comes from the grant. But in any event, it's just trying to get a JPA with a governing body that can make that decision based upon full information and a board that is designed to make those decisions. That's been my position all along. I anticipate, I hope that we get a JPA, and I eagerly await the recommendations of that governing body. Simple as that.
Chairman, Commissioners, from the way I see it is the reason why we're here discussing the JPA is because of the pressure you guys have put on the town by saying, you know what, we have the money, if we need to, we'll spend it there. Personally, and I've had this discussion with some of the commissioners, I'm a worker bee. Where you guys tell me I need to go, that's what I'm going to focus my talents on, and that's where we're going to move to. So I really don't care whether it's one building or the other. My concern is that the reason why we're here is because you guys have put the pressure there. I would like to see a JPA there and bring all the entities together and have them have their input in where the future of this 911 center is going to go. The reality is there's a lot of hesitation from other entities in wanting to go with what the town wants. Put that aside, the one sticking point that I have with a JPA, and this is something that I don't know if it's been mentioned to Mr. Malone, is this is the only center that would be in a privately owned facility. There's only one other center that is not a municipality or a county entity, and that's for Eddy County, but they're in a federal government facility. So I don't know how DFA's view is going to be with this being a privately owned facility and what that may bring in the future. I do agree that to get DFA funding, we have to be in a regional facility with all the parties involved. But my own personal opinion is I don't think that's going to come to fruition at Kit Carson. I would hate to also speculate that, or what the view is going to be if the JPA is formed and the board decides to move, whether that's in the first meeting, the second meeting, or a meeting 2 years down the road. There's going to be some bad taste with everybody saying that this was a plan hatched 6 months ago. So I think as long as we agree that whether the board decides to move as of day one when the board's set, that's the board's decision. Whatever the political and public outcry is, we'll just deal with it at that time. And beyond that, I think we just need to continue putting that pressure on. My personal belief is if we continue on the path that we are, putting that money into our building, that 90 days will be sufficient. My goal, and I've talked to the county managers, is I want to be ready to go at the end of February, ready to throw the switch and we can start broadcasting and dispatching on March 1st. So that's still my stance. I don't want to be putting time off saying, well, if we put another 3 months here, another 3 months there, then it's going to stack up where we don't have 90 days down the road. We're going to be facing 6 months or 9 months to get where we could be by March 1st. So I'm just wanting to get clarification on what the direction is going to be.
I think the direction was that there was 3 votes taken 2 months ago. And the direction was for you people to move forward. We're going to move into the plan department. That vote has not been rescinded. So I think that vote still stands.
Mr. Bellis?
Mr. Chairman, I fully support the idea of the finance directors looking at the budgets. There's just 2 problems with that. One is their finance director didn't put that budget together. That was put by town manager and assistant town manager who are not experts in 911. Secondly, for there to be a budget to the point where the finance director can sit down and calculate personnel and benefits and utilities and details, he needs to know what he's figuring a budget for. And at this point, we don't know what building, we don't know for how long, we don't know how many people, we don't know what improvements are needed, and we don't know what capability of staff. Whether we have to use their staff, we can hire credentialed staff. Big difference. They had, if I recall, $75,000 in there for training for their staff. Or do you pay higher paid staff? There's just too many variables at this point. So I think you need to conclude the big points. First of all, do we want to take 3 weeks to argue over a budget that may be meaningless because Bob may go back and his counterpart tells him tomorrow afternoon, sorry, we're not agreeing to the 90 days. It's 2 years or nothing. I think it's an important stage, but we're not ready yet for that.
Okay. Just, Mr. Cordova, before we go on anymore, Mr. Malone, just in the event, I know that there was, in the MOU, and just for public's sake, commissioner's sake, if we don't agree on this putting this JPA together, and if it falls, what is the process? What will happen? This JPA passes its, I think it was a 90-day time limit. Where will we be? What will we do?
Well, the most obvious thing is that nothing will happen. There will be no joint effort between the town and the county. They will continue to operate under the existing JPA through the end of February. The MOU says that an additional 90 days beyond that date will be, they'll continue to provide service to us for the same cost that prorated over those 3 months. And they also
So what I'm referring to is those 4 points on the MOU that pointed to if a agreement wasn't reached.
Right, and that's what I'm focusing on. Number one, there's an additional 90 days where the cost to us, if we're not ready to go somewhere else, the cost to us would be the same as it is under the current JPA for a period of 90 days beyond the February the 28th or 29th, whatever it is. That's number one. Number two, we would have the option of taking over as the fiscal agent over there at Kit Carson. I can't imagine from the discussion we've had here today that that is an option we would exercise, but the MOU has that option. And there is a recitation, it's very broad and very general, that 911 service will not be interrupted. I don't know how that exactly pans out, but those are the main provisions of what happens if the JPA isn't agreed upon. There's an additional 90 days beyond the deadline. The JPA won't exist, but the services would be provided for the same price. There's a general statement that we could take over as fiscal agent if we wanted to, and there's the general statement that 911 services will not be disrupted to the citizens of Taos County.
So if we gave you direction right now and to follow out the direction that was previously given.
The 90 days, yes.
So we wouldn't, that, with the discussion that I'm hearing today, I think.
That's very clear.
Okay.
I mean, I'd be
all right, without further.
dense if I didn't pick up on that.
So now you have
I have the direction that I need.
Okay.
I think we still have the direction on the finance directors. There's been some.
I don't think at this point, and Mr. Cordova can make that comment, is basically, with what we heard from Mr. Bellis and Mr. Cordova, I don't think at this point we can make that educated, I want to say it's going to be an educated guess, because we don't know what the JPA, or if there's a JPA, how many employees, what kind of budget is really going to be necessary. But I'd like to hear from Mr. Cordova on that.
But if I may, I'll just make the point that really, Mr. Bellis made a great point. I'm not promising we're going to hammer out a budget by me sitting down with him. My point is to try and answer the questions I have about the budget they prepared. And, just to get to the bottom of how did you get here, and the fact is that, they aren't operating under this budget as far as the revenues go, because none of the other entities have agreed to this. And so they are struggling. I'm not doubting for a minute that the town is struggling to provide the services if this is the budget they're operating on. But I need to know how they got here so that I can explain to you guys how they got here. And then we can take that next step and determine, is this even a reasonable start? Also, to me, it's important to get over there and find out how they got here if we do go out on our own. It's going to be our responsibility at that point to fabricate that budget, and we need to have a very accurate starting point. And so,
Commissioner?
Thanks. Yeah, I think, Mr. Bellis and And Mr. Cordova make excellent points here, and, you know, it's going to be valuable, Leandro, for you to go over there and find out everything you can. That's going to be important information for the county, but I don't think it should hold up the JPA negotiations. And I understand that the attorneys had a concern about the realistic nature of the budget, but what we're hearing is it's pretty impossible to get a realistic determination right now. So is it possible for us to just go with the numbers that are already in the JPA, that are already in the MOU, and find out whether the 90 days is going to fly or not?
Well, it's certainly possible to go forward with the discussion about the 90 days, and that's obviously a threshold question. Either it's yes or no. But assuming that it's yes, then we turn to the budget question, and we didn't get into that detail, and maybe Leandro can explain it, but the formula itself just doesn't add up. Leandro raised that question a few weeks ago, and very quickly several of us said, oh, it's just a cap. And again, Mr. James raised the question with me in our discussions, and I went back over it with Leandro, and Leandro has convinced me that the formula just doesn't add up, and that's why we need to know, because the formula talks in terms of a cap. It doesn't really matter whether the 742 is right if the cap works. But the way the formula is set up, it doesn't work. And I'm not a math guy, so let Leandro explain that if he can.
I'll try if I can. You know, it seems pretty obvious. 742 divided by 2 is the 341, and that's the number that keeps coming up. I'm sorry, it's 371. But in the MOU, it states that we're going to pay 55% or 371, whichever comes first. 55% of 742 is 408,000. So there's already a problem on that. The town says they will pay 371 or 45%. 45% of 742 is 333. So I mean, just the simple math in the MOU doesn't calculate out. If we do go by that, say we take 55% of 371, we're really committing to a max budget of 674, not 742. So I mean, I just want to clarify those simple points within this agreement. I don't think you go forward on an agreement that doesn't calculate out. And that is my concern on that. I mean, it needs to be clear, I feel, and not say that there's a cap when the cap doesn't jive. The numbers don't calculate out.
So then the avenue, Bob, that we would be looking at, so you'd go back with them, you'd talk about that, or basically tell them 90 days. If they agree on the 90 days, then we can get Mr. Cordova over there to meet with their staff and get that worked out. It'd be beneficial for us to know anyway. So if we have our own facility, we have the numbers, we know where we're going. So is that kind of the timeline or the?
Mr. Chairman, the only modification I would make to that, and I don't want to commit Leandro's time, but it sounds like from Leandro, whether we have the JPA or not, the discussion with the finance director for the town would be a useful one. So I think they just ought to go forward parallel rather than one after the other.
Okay.
You got to fumble with the ball so you get it and run like hell, man.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can clarify that, and Leandro's figures are absolutely right. What it would mean is that the cap would be 37,000 short, which the county would have to pay under that. But what happened is Mr. James just cut and paste from the MOU, which is intended to be a bridge agreement that either we were fiscal agent or they were fiscal agent, and he had planted that in the JPA. So instead of it saying the town will pay and the county will pay, it doesn't make sense. The MOU is to say that we had a safeguard at a cap of 371, the lesser of the 371 or the 55%, but then the mayor insisted the town wanted a cap of not more than 371 or 45%. So the way to resolve it is you drop the cap or the percentage, one or the other.
So, commissioners, the direction to Mr. Malone would be to go in 90 days, and then right alongside that, we'll have Mr. Cordova meeting with their staff to get clarification on the budget. Is that the direction? Okay. Have your working orders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission. Next item under the manager's report is the Lodgers Tax Bridge Club. In a bit of a quandary on this, and I'll let Mr. Malone and also Valerie and Anna chime in on this process. I was approached, or Valerie was approached, I think about a week and a half ago, and myself last week, by the Bridge Club, who held a very important and a really good tournament here in Taos County that people from all over the nation actually came to. With that, they estimated about 1,200 tables of bridge players that came to Taos County. Of that, they booked up the Sagebrush Inn, the Comfort Inn. They also subsequently booked up the Hampton Inn, the Quality Inn, and there was also people booked up at the Witten Inn and some of the other areas. And I know that because I had family coming in and they wanted me to book them a room, and it was booked all over town. So there was a lot of money and people that came to Taos County for this week event that occurred here. Unfortunately, part of what they did was that they went and did their advertisement during a time that we had not issued the lodger's tax money to them. There's, I believe, Valerie can correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's $4,000 that's in question that they had spent prior to actually being awarded that in August. And so I know that this commission has also, with Los Jardineros, denied them that money based on that they were actually spending the money prior to them actually being awarded that money from the lodger's tax. And so although this was an excellent event, and although this, really helped Taos County and exactly what the lodger's tax was supposed to do, I can't recommend the reimbursement on that because it was putting the cart before the horse, unfortunately. But I wanted to bring this to the commission to let you know. And I know Mr. Malone also has a legal opinion on that, and so I'll let Mr. Malone also touch on that.
Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, it's clear to me that we can't reimburse them for something that they did before we made the award or before we entered into the contract. It would just not pass muster. And we made that same decision with regard to another group, Los Jardineros, I think. And so in addition to the legal point, I think we just need to be fair and consistent.
Don't we have any money we can still take away from the mayor on that one?
We've got 3,500.
Just kidding, just kidding. I take it back.
Since we're on this, this lodger's tax thing, 3 or 4 years ago, I had recommended, there used to be signs, I think there's still one in TP, and that's the only one, maybe one in Costilla. But there was one in Costilla, one in Tres Piedras, one over here at the Rio Arriba County line, one in Trampas, one over at Los Alamitos, coming in from Mora. And it showed all the points of interest in Taos County. And I had talked about this, but then it went underneath the feathers. But I would like to, with them $3,500 that Mr. Darren Cordova ain't gonna use no more, see if it's possible that we can redo them signs. I mean, because it's an attraction for Taos County. And anybody coming into Taos County can stop and see, hey, well, these are points of interest.
Mr. Malone, Valerie's deferring to you. I think that would be something that an application would have to go in front of the Lodgers Tax Board. The Lodgers Tax Board would have to then make a recommendation back to the commission, or?
Well, there's a portion that the Lodgers Tax generates more money than the Lodgers Tax Board distributes, and I don't know exactly how that breaks down. And the statute that provides for the Lodgers Tax allows for certain money to be spent on things other than advertising. I'd have to double check that and make sure that what Commissioner Duran is suggesting falls within what the statute allows. But if it did, it could come out of that portion that's not distributed.
Because it's advertisement, no.
But Commissioner, I just don't want to put a wrench in here, but that $3,500 has already been allocated to the Mother's Day celebration. The Mother's Day celebration, as I understand, is still moving forward. They just didn't, they took it from our park to their park. That's the only thing they did. It's still a go. I think it's still allocated.
That line, you know what? He said he wasn't going to do it here no more.
And it's
But
still,
when did it move? Who gave that direction?
it's up to them to where they held it. They moved it to their park,
To Kit Carson Park.
and but it's still within our community,
Well,
so.
he wasted a box of Kleenex that day crying to us over here that he was going to move it somewhere else.
But I think we can.
But I didn't vote on that.
I don't think it needed to be voted on where it took place, just that the money was allocated to that. And I think, Mr. Archuleta, that this is, I know Commissioner had brought this up in the past about those signs. I think that's something that the state provided, and I think we can go back to the state and ask for them to be replaced. I think they've been knocked down or the posts rotted out and they just removed them for some reason or another. And it'd be nice if we could get them.
Staff will look into that, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, and we'll also verify the issues with the lodger's tax money on that. So if we could, go ahead, Mr. Malone.
Well, if that money is not freed up, then my comments are not relevant. I mean, and apparently, according to the chairman, that money is not freed up. It's still allocated.
But Mr. Malone, you were going to elaborate a little bit on the Bridge Club as far as, since we didn't do it for one, we can't do it for the other. And is there a way that we can remedy that for next year? Because I know several of those organizations have functions before the money is distributed. So is there any way that we can kind of remedy that somehow?
Will do, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and prepare a letter to send back to them on this event that took place.
Okay. So the Cuesta Police Department, is that the next item?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, going on to the next item, Cuesta Police Department. Cuesta Police Department has not been able over the last couple of years to train and hold police officers within the Cuesta PD. They were given notice by the chief at the Cuesta PD, Mr. Gallegos, that Frank Gallegos, that he's going to go ahead and retire in December of this year, which would mean that Cuesta would have no police force at all within that community. Myself and the sheriff went up to Cuesta to meet with the mayor and their city manager up there to see what they were requesting from Taos County. The request that Cuesta has put forward is that they would want to see if Taos County Sheriff's Department would consider putting 2 sheriff's officers up there full-time, and that the Cuesta municipality would actually reimburse Taos County for that. When we came back, I basically went through and worked with Mr. Jaramillo and Mr. Leandro on the actual amounts of money. For a sheriff deputy, we pay them $14.64 an hour with an annual of $30,451.20, with an average benefits of about $23,000. So for one sheriff officer up there, it'd be about $53,451. In speaking with the sheriff, he also said that he wouldn't want an officer out there without a senior officer or a sergeant within that area also. And so the second amount of money that we looked at was a senior deputy at $15.82 an hour with an annual salary of $32,905.60, average benefits of $23,000, so it would be about $55,905.60. What we said that we would look at possibly for Cuesta would be that they would have to provide the annual salaries, which would be about $115,000. They would also have to put in approximately $10,000 for overtime, They would have to make 2 vehicles available to Taos County, and they would also continue with the clerical support and also with the paying of utilities up in that area. That is what Cuesta is looking at this point. That's something that I told them that we would take back to the commission for consideration, and those are the numbers as they add up.
Let me ask this question, Mr. Chairman. This is only on an 8-hour shift, or they're going to run 3 shifts?
No, they would only run 2 shifts. Out there, they would actually have state police cover anything else beyond that. And then we also cover for Cuesta. I mean, right now they have 1 officer out there that's running these shifts, but he just can't keep up that pace, and is actually only running about a 12-hour shift right now.
Okay, let me ask this question now. On the village limits, say the deputy gives a ticket on the village limit.
That's correct. No, that would go, because they would be given powers. We talked about that, joint powers. To do that, that would go into the village. The other thing that Cuesta said that they would also with was, because it is a sheriff's deputy, that person could respond to other calls outside of the Cuesta city limits, with a priority being on Cuesta city limits since they're paying for it. But because it is a sheriff's officer, if we had an accident up in Amalia, we would dispatch one of our sheriff officers from town or from that area, wherever we have an officer in. This would give us the availability of actually covering the northern part of the state, of the county, a little bit better, which would hopefully free up some officers to cover, Commissioner Duran, your area in Peñasco or some of the southern parts of the county also.
So these would be 2 new officers?
2 new officers, and that's...
Now, just, Cuesta buys their officers' vehicles over there. Would they then buy our officers the vehicles?
They have 2 vehicles right now that are in excellent working condition. They would probably change just the decals on those vehicles for us. The caution that I have to the commission, and I told this to Cuesta, is that my concern is bringing on 2 officers within Taos County, putting them in Cuesta, and then a year from now, and they're wanting to sign a 1-year contract to do this, but a year from now, they do hire their own officers, and then we basically have to absorb those 2 additional officers into our general budget as covering for that area. Cuesta basically came back to me and says, unless something drastically changes here in the near future, that's the problem. They have not been able to recruit and retain the officers that they have over there in that area. And so they think that this is something that's going to be an ongoing dedication from their community to ours. I asked them what their budget was, and it was about $240,000 right now. So in this process, Cuesta would have a cost savings to them. Our hope is that it would also help enforcement on the northern part of the state, but it would also help us spread more officers on the southern part of the state, since we would have 2 officers stationed within that area. They do have a secretarial staff that's there. They would keep that staff on board. They would provide 2 office spaces for the deputy officers to do their paperwork and access to computers within that area. So it really would be a substation that the Cuesta council or the village of Cuesta would continue to provide as part of repayment for this service in their community.
Then a budget for replacement of vehicles in that area, or vehicle repair, or tires, or that type of stuff?
Yeah, the vehicles would continue to belong to Cuesta. Julian actually does their service also in their area, and they have contract money for that to provide that service to him. So all that would stay in place. One of the other things is that the sheriff didn't want to commit past his time as to being the sheriff and allow the new sheriff, whoever that is, coming in, because he's timed out, to make those decisions or recommendations. So that's why we're just looking at a 1-year process for doing that.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Also, Mr. Archuleta, so you saying that these 2 officers, that Cuesta has the funding, correct? Is that?
They actually have funding for the chief and 2 other officers, yes. So they have a bit more funding. The thing is that I want to be real careful also that if the commission decides to go this route, that we don't commit to something we can absorb in the future if we need to.
And also, Mr. Archuleta, I had talked to a councilman here the other day. I don't know if this can be done or not, is maybe recruiting Cuesta seniors, you know, with a 3-year program, you know, contract, and keep them locally because they do know the people around the area. And then another thing I'm looking at that's a positive, we've got somebody that could cover the Amalia Costilla, because I know we've had a lot of problems up in that area, and the officers can't get up in that area. But being in Cuesta, that makes it more accessible for them to get out there. But I don't know if Frank's going to retire. I'm sure he's going to retire, and so we need to work on something up there for my constituents. You know, we need that the safety. We talk about safety and welfare of our constituents. Well, I'd like to see what we could do to push this effort, you know, to keep our constituents up north and safe. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner, well, with that being said, no, if they're going to do the funding, no problem, no. You know, but, you know, we got to be real careful that if they do decide one of these days to hire their own, the money to observe the other. That's the only.
Well, the way I look at that is that we would have some turnover here, so you know we could put something in there. And again, the details, we'll have to work out all the details of this. I wanted to bring this to the commission and see if you were even amenable to that as a possibility, because if we would ask them for maybe a 90-day or a 6-month notice that they're going to go ahead and hire and they're going to retain their own police departments, and they'd have to do that anyway to get them trained within that time frame, then if we have vacancies, we wouldn't have to fill those vacancies. Or if we're looking at expanding our police department, I know that we've been talking about that a little bit, and how many constituents per how many officer and those kind of things. I think we pretty much meet that threshold at this point, but we could look at it within that time period of losses that we have to our department here.
So basically, that wouldn't impact our budget.
It shouldn't impact our budget, and that's why I would caution the commission that I didn't want to commit to 3 officers up there. And so we would have to work with Cuesta on the days and times that these officers would actually be out there. But the reality of that too is that the sheriff, and he's well aware of this because he was part of the conversation, would also have to know the dates and times when those officers are off, because it's his staff, so that we have officers in the area that can cover Cuesta and can cover the Amalia and Cerro area, where we cover anyway. I mean, we have that area of coverage. It would just actually be the municipality that they would know that we wouldn't have an officer available there.
Then at the end of the agreement and fine print, that vote comes.
On JPA.
Swing vote on the JP.
You got to be on fine print, Mr. Muller.
Very fine.
Do the commissioners have any other questions or concerns about that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think there's a number of advantages to this. I understand the risks over the longer term, but I like the idea.
Okay.
Again,
would this be like through an MOU or something? Would Bob, what kind of an agreement would you end up drafting with the village?
I would envision an MOU. It'd be similar to a mutual aid agreement that we often have, like with fire departments and that sort of thing.
anytime we can work together with the community and share funds and save money, I think it's what we need to do. Yes,
sir.
So what, you need a vote on that?
I believe, yes, we would need a
So move to
decision.
with the fine print on the book.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So we already took care of item E. We'll go to item F, attendees to attend the hearing with Senator Cisneros and Representative Gonzalez regarding sole community provider tax, hold harmless tax.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we've already discussed some of this, but I do want to talk a little bit about the hold harmless. It's my understanding, first of all, just reference the meeting that Commissioner Sanchez and Commissioner Baroni, or Chairman Baroni, will be attending that meeting with staff in Santa Fe, and we'll get the details of those and the times and the agenda for you. Under that same item, there's been a lot of discussions, and I think the finance director's already left, so I'll be out on my own on this one. We've had a lot of discussions about a bill that was discussed during the work study with the hospital, and it was a bill that passed at the last minute at the legislative session, which was the hold harmless 3/8 GRT. This is a bill that was passed by the legislature and is in effect, and actually Las Cruces has taken this bill and actually run with it. There is some controversy on this, and this is going to be discussed also on the 22nd, because the intent of the bill was not what was written in the bill, and so now the legislature is looking at coming back and actually narrowing the scope of this bill in January. So that's sort of something that's out there for a question, but it's something that I wanted to report back to the commission and let you know that we as staff have been looking at this bill, because there's a possibility that the commission may want to take this bill into consideration. We had a meeting with Tax and Rev, and we also had a meeting with a financial consultant to look at that 1/8 and what that would generate. And the best way that we could figure what that would generate would be to look at the corrections tax that's out there, because it's a county-wide tax. This is a 3/8 GRT that the county can actually implement if they choose to, and we don't have to go out for voter approval. We don't have to do any of that. The county would just actually, or the county commission would actually just pass this tax that would go into effect. If we pass this by October, it would go into effect January 2014. If we waited later than that, you wouldn't actually start collecting until July 2014. Our best estimates, and I'll give you the low-end estimates of this, is that it would generate an annual revenue of about $1.165 million. So what happens is that because of this home harmless right now, Taos County is receiving $900,000 from the state, and that money is given to Taos County that we put into our general fund, because when Governor Richardson was there, they passed the tax on the food and the medical, and that the counties could no longer charge food and medical. Well, that dropped our tax base considerably, and the county basically had obligations. And so because of that, the state kicked in $900,000 for Taos County specifically. And so that $900,000 is something that we've received now, we'll continue to receive, and we'll always receive that unless we pass this tax. If this tax was passed, okay, we would receive the $900,000 for 2014, and we would receive an additional $1.165 million. So we would basically be getting two of the same amount of money, which it equals out to almost $2 million. That's on the low end. Our high end estimates, and if the community continues to grow and our GRTs are coming in, people are spending money within, all of Taos County, then our high end estimates is as far as $202.7 million that could come in. So the low end is 1.1, the high end is 2.7. What happens to the $900,000 that's out there? That would drop by 6% every year. And so when we did the math on that and spread it out, we would lose about $56,000. So in 2015, if the commission passed this tax, we could look at about $850,000 coming to the county from the state, and again, whatever the GRT generates, which would be 1.1 at the low end, 2.7 on the high end. The following year, it would drop by another $50,000, which would be about another 6%. So we estimated that $900,000 would dwindle down within about a 15-year time period. So we would basically be getting both of those for about the next 15 years, or parts of both of those for the next 15 years. So it's just something that the commission could consider. If the other nice thing about this tax, right now is that it's not limited. It could be used on buildings, equipment, road, bridges, infrastructure, hospitals, fire stations, senior citizens, general fund. It could go wherever the commission would want to move on that. So we wanted to just basically put this out there, tell you that we had looked at this tax. There's going to be more discussion that's going to happen on the 22nd on this. We'll update the commission as that comes forward, but if you want to look at it in the aspect of maybe not passing a bond, this is another possibility for you. And I stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner?
so this would, what, 1/8? And what would?
It would be a 3/8.
3/8
Yes.
On what? On what? Anything that you buy?
Anything that you buy, medical, food, all of that. It would, no, I don't, it would just be on medical and food would be the two things. The commission could choose to pass a 1/8, a 1/4, or a 3/8. The only one that would really make sense would be to pass a 3/8 if the commission wanted to do that. In speaking with staff also, I just want to alert the commission that unfortunately Taos County has one of the higher tax rates within the area also. And so if you look at it in that aspect, it would put that tax rate at a higher rate. So it may be a problem for economic development in the future if you see, let's talk about a car dealership that may want to come here, and because now our tax rate is 3/8 higher, they may choose not to come here and go to Española because they're 1 percentage point lower than we are in that area and cuts into their profit margin. But it's out there. It doesn't go on the backs of our landowners, which a bond would. And our bond could generally, it would bring more money in if that's what the commission decided to do, but this is something that's also out there as an option for the commission.
Our property tax is probably the lowest in the state.
I couldn't answer that right off the top of my head, but I could look into that. I believe, I've heard that statement before, yes. Mhm.
Yeah,
Maybe we can ask the assessor.
Yes.
It might not be the lowest in the state, but
it's pretty low.
It's the lowest in the region. We're at 15. A lot of other counties are at 20. I think Mora is pretty close to us at 15. Of course, the difference in Taos is there's a lot more valuable property here from second homeowners. And I think that we heard during one of those work studies that we have the highest percentage of our property is from second owners of any other place in the state. And so, that's an argument in favor of using property taxes to get more revenues. I've never liked the idea of increasing gross receipts tax because I think it does have a negative effect on economic development once you get to a certain level. And we're already pretty close to that level, having built this place with gross receipts tax. So I've always preferred letting the voters decide, telling the voters if you're willing to raise your property taxes from 15 to 1650, which is still well below other areas, then this is what we can do for you. I prefer letting the voters decide rather than doing this 3/8 gross receipts tax ourselves, because we're already at the high end of gross receipts and we're at the low end of property. And so that's my initial hit off it, but appreciate the information. The $900,000, that's the equalization payment, is that right?
Correct.
That's how the state made up for taking away those other taxes. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners' report, matters, discussion, consideration regarding the following October meeting calendar. Commissioners, I guess the next meeting we'll have will be on the 28th. Mr. Archuleta is for the water board.
That's correct. Hospital gonna be on that one, that day too? Remember we had.
Mr. Archuleta, the committee that we have agreed to put together along with the town, we're going to have, is that?
Right. We have not agreed on that. We were looking at the possibility, is that something that we want to do by appointment, or is that something that we want to do reference publication and actually have people apply for those positions based on their credentials? I just...
Publication would be...
Publication?
But again, I think we need people from all, we have to hit the different ranges. We need one for a county, one from the town, one from the, called the staff or administration from the hospital, one from maybe the union.
We'll work on that, Commissioner. If we can get that on the 28th also with on that work study, we'll push that in at that point.
Anything else, Commissioners, on the calendar? I know there's a lot of community meetings that are set up, and a lot of times we don't know about them. If somebody, I don't know if maybe Mr. Trujillo can include that on some of our calendared events, like that thing tomorrow night. I don't know if it's still happening. The 10 is meeting at the Old County Courthouse, and that's something that'd be nice for the commissioners. And then I guess there's also this the initiative, the green initiative, or the solar initiative that's being pushed forward. There's several of those meetings or trainings and stuff that are out there. It'd be nice to know about them. Sometimes we get them via email, sometimes we don't, and people, how come you didn't show up to the meeting? Well, we didn't know anything about it.
Let me get Anissa to work on that, and we'll have her actually try to list these calendar events, and then we can have those out for the commissioners. There's a ton of them that are out there, and so we'll get a better feel as to which ones you guys would like to attend or definitely be invited to. There's also a veterans meeting tomorrow here between 3 and 6 o'clock. Commissioner Sanchez, I know, has organized that, and the Lieutenant Governor, it's my understanding, will also be here at that, and it's a meeting to talk about the veteran cemetery and also some other veteran issues within Taos County. And so that was actually brought to us by the Veterans Association, Commissioner, is that correct? And so we're providing the room and everything for that meeting tomorrow, but I think that would also be a great event.
I better come, that property's in my district. Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman,
you want to hit that meeting so you can campaign.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, let me
don't put it on the calendar.
let me touch more on that. We will be having Lieutenant Governor John Sanchez being here, along with Tim Hale from the Veterans Administration out of Albuquerque, or Santa Fe, I should say. So it'll be starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and all veterans and anybody's invited to come down and have some input into that. But thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Archuleta. I had was leaving it out, but thanks again. But everybody's welcome tomorrow, 3 o'clock, here at the Chambers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else on this item? If not, we'll go ahead on to others, and I guess we have a number of roads in your district, Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for that, Commissioners. I've got 3 roads in my district that are constituents have come to me. One being in San Cristobal, the old Highway 3. We got some speed bumps there that are creating a safety hazard for the constituents up in that area. And they've called me, and I've talked to them. I was at a meeting the other day in San Cristobal, and we was wondering if it's possible to remove them before the snow starts flying. So I know Rick's no longer here. He's gone for the day, but I wanted some input from Rick Chavez, but maybe put it on our next meeting or see what we can do. And then let me jump on another one, and this one is in Costilla, and this is in Garcia Road. And we've got a couple of speed bumps there that are too high, and people have been hitting their oil pans and losing mufflers. So I was going to get with Rick also. I did talk to my road foreman, and he was going to run this by Rick. See if we can't extend those and kind of drop them. They're pretty high. Maybe adding some asphalt on both sides. See if we can extend them a little longer so they're not as high. So that's another one that I need to put on there, Mr. Archuleta.
And I'm just going to warn you on those, Commissioners. They try to do that on Lower Los Colonias, and they ground the top and added to them, and now they're
Okay, or
just
maybe,
a mess. I mean,
The best thing to do is just remove them.
or maybe that's
and if
another,
they remove them, then the trouble is, at some point, somebody petitioned to have them there,
well,
and
and
that's how they got there. So, you know, we're spending money to take them off, spending money to put them on. I mean, I don't know. It just
and
one of
thank
them
you for
things.
bringing that up, Chairman. There is a school in that area, so that's probably why they petitioned to put them there. And to take them out, that might be a safety issue with the kids being around that area. So we'll talk to Rick on that. He's the engineer. He's very sharp at that. So we'll take that route. Also, I know we touched on some roads this morning, that Cuchillo Road, and I've got a road there also in the same, almost same predicament that they're going through, and it's a safety issue. It's Pinavete foothills, and it's like half a mile of it to get up to the foothills, and it's not all the way up to the foothills. Like I say, it's half a mile. And I don't know if it's an anti-donation clause. We touched on it earlier, but all I was trying to do up in that area is get some materials, and I know that DOT and Cuesta had given us some of that material that's been washed off to the road in Red River. I don't know if we could, and Mr.
Are you looking at base course, or are you looking at pit run, or?
Well, what I've got up there in Red River area, we've got that acidic material that cannot be placed close to a river, and we don't have any rivers up there, so that would probably be the better material to put up there, because that thing turns into like concrete once you set it down.
Is that a private road, Commissioner?
Well, it is, Mr. Chairman. It was a subdivision at one time, because I've been trying since I've been on the commission going up there to fix it, but being it was a subdivision, the forest doesn't own it, the county doesn't own it, the village doesn't own it, but to me, I got constituents that vote for me in that area, and it's a safety issue for me. If an ambulance were to have to get up there, the fire department, the road is in terrible condition. I don't know if you've been up there, Mr. Archuleta?
No, but I would be happy to go and take a look at it, Commissioner.
Okay, and also, Mr. Malone, you know, I know I don't want to get myself or the county into trouble, you know, but I want to make sure I approach it in the right manner.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, if it's clearly a private road, we can't just go put county material on it. We can't do that.
And I understand that, Mr. Malone, and that's why I'm bringing up the issue of that material that comes off the road, up off of Red River from Highway 38 that goes onto the road, and they just push it aside. And the DOT in the past has given us that material free of charge.
The problem would be using county resources, the county road crews.
Exactly.
That would
I
still be an
understand that.
anti-donation problem.
And I'm, you know, it's a safety, and if we could look at that, how we could do that to take care of those people, because they are Taos County residents, and they need the emergency services up there, is what I'm saying, Mr. Malone. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on this item?
That's it, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. So we can go on to our legal matters, discussion. Oh.
Mr. Blackenhorn.
Oh.
Commissioner Blackenhorn.
Oh, the Lano report. Yeah. Sorry about that, Commissioner.
I haven't been going, I guess Commissioner Blackenhorn has been going. But on the next one, because I probably won't be able to attend till January, February. But on the next one, on this cleanup, I attended a few when this first started. And there's a lot of my constituents that work up in Los Alamos on this cleanup deal. And if you can ask the question, why is it that they're bringing people in from Rocky Flats and out of state as foreman people, when these people have worked there at Los Alamos for 20, 30 years, and they're just pushing them to the side? And then the other question, if you could ask Cast Company, I'm sure some senator has got some relation to this trucking company, why is it that people from back east are hauling away the radioactive material? Plenty of trucks here in New Mexico. But I'm sure there's a catch to it. I think some senator or congressman is probably related or owns the trucking company, because these jobs never come out. But if you can check that for me.
Well, I'll ask some questions about the subcontracting. I really don't know any of the details of that, but I just wanted to give a brief overview of what's going on down there. It's not that old. The regional coalition is only a few years old, and it came about because the LANO went from being all public to partly private. So there's a public-private partnership between I guess the University of California, the Department of Energy, and now Bechtel, which is a private corporation. And so once Bechtel, the private corporation, got involved, it generated a lot of gross receipts tax for Los Alamos. And so partly as a result of having an excess amount of gross receipts tax, they developed this regional coalition. It includes the town of Taos, Taos County, City of Espanola, Rio Arriba County, City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County, and then Los Alamos, which is the only combination town-county in the state. And each of us are board members, and it is funded with $300,000 from Los Alamos every year, and then another $150,000 from the Department of Energy, and then each of the other entities contributes relatively small amounts. I believe that this board, the prior board last year, committed to $3,500 for Taos County. That would be the lowest, along with the town of Taos, each contributing that amount. Espanola's $5,000, I think Santa Fe's $15,000. In any event, I think we've only paid $875 of that, so I'd just ask staff to check into the amounts that we've paid and the amounts that we've pledged. I do think that it's worthwhile for us to maintain a membership on that board, and here's why. There's 300 from Los Alamos, 150 from the Department of Energy, and then the rest of it totals another 50. So there's about $500,000 a year that goes into this regional coalition. Operating expenses are right around 200, a little less than $200,000. The prior focus has been lobbying for this cleanup that Commissioner Duran has talked about, but that's basically a done deal. They did get the last $300 million to do a wide variety of cleanups that date back to the 40s. And again, I'm just new, and so I haven't really delved into the particulars, but I have to assume that that money is being more or less wisely spent. But the point is now that the focus turns to other matters, and there's not a whole lot of direction as to where that focus is going to go. One of the things that we've talked about, though, is job training. And that's something that I think is important for Taos County. I think that there's some benefits that could accrue directly to Taos County from that budget for job training. Technical training for computers, any number of possibilities. I'm going to suggest and work with some people to get some curriculums drawn up and work with UNM, so that my hope is that we will be able to bring some money into Taos County, put it into UNM, have some training programs available for people in the community that would actually result in jobs. And the curriculum may be tied to some guaranteed jobs, either at LANL or locally in some technology possibilities. So that's the basic rundown of what that organization is all about, and my hopes for benefiting Taos County from it.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Do you have any discussion on that CRS building?
What is that?
That's that household, the nuclear stuff in the United States. $320 trillion job. I know they were getting a lot of opposition from what's the organization? Yeah. A lot of opposition.
Well,
I don't know if they've had any discussion. I know they gave them $322 million to start putting in the infrastructure. I mean, like computer lines, telephone lines. But I don't know if you've had any discussion on that.
Yeah, that's more with Lanham itself rather than the coalition. And like I said, the regional coalition has been focused on cleanup, but since they were successful in their lobbying efforts last year, now the focus is going to turn to other directions, and I would like to see Taos County get some benefit of that. There is a few $100,000 already in the budget, and they currently bring in $500, and they're only spending $2. So, you know, there's some funds that are going to be made available, and I would like to see some of them come to Taos County.
Within the current budget, pending a further study. To the opposition, but the money is still there for it.
Their work, my work together.
Everything associated with Los Alamos is controversial, but it is the largest employer part of the state, and the regional coalition is not directly involved in the operations, but it does benefit from the monies that are dedicated to it.
You just recently hired a director?
And thank you for reminding me, Chairman. We did interview directors. There was an executive session discussion after the interviews, and there was general consensus as to who was the preferred choice. And I expect that at the next meeting that will be verified, and we will actually enter into a contract with well, I guess I'll wait. I probably shouldn't say who, but next time I can report who gets the contract for executive director. It's about $150,000 a year post, and it's the bulk of the operating expenses. So,
okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else? If not, we'll move on to legal matters, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following: executive and public session. Information item, action item, discussion concerning litigation update. This matter may be discussed in executive session under the Open Meeting Act exemption 1015-1H7, which allows for discussion of pending or threatened litigation. Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session? I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Commissioners, I think this is an item that shouldn't take too long, Mr. Malone.
Very quick.
I mean, we want to just stay here and?
Staying here would be a good idea.
Okay. And a second, call for the vote.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez. Yes. Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Chairman Braun.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, the commission met in executive session for a update on litigation matters pursuant to exemption 1015-1H7. Only those matters were discussed, no action was taken.
So move to approve the attorney's report.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Chairman Braun.
Yes. Commissioners, do we have a motion to?
So move, Mr. Chair.
We have a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Hey, they ain't no mayor yet.
Call for the vote.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Chairman Braun.
Yes.
I just want to go home.
Just practicing,
What's for supper?